Mount Garganus, east coast of Italy, spring 72 BC. The furious thrumming of blood in his ears dimmed the cacophony of battlefield noises. The screams of the wounded and maimed, the shouts of his bravest followers, and the moans of his most fearful. Despite the awful clamour and his ravening anger, against the Romans, against the gods, against what had happened thus far that morning, the big man's attention was all on the enemy lines, some 100 paces distant. Every fibre of his being wanted to charge up the rocky slope again, and hack as many of the massed legionaries into bloody chunks as he could.
Calm down. If we're to have any chance of succeeding, the men need time to recover their strength. They need to be rallied.
The blaring of buciny shredded the air, and he scowled. The trumpets were ordering Consul Gellius's 2 legions to regroup. He breathed deeply, focusing on the metallic clatter of the enemy's soldiers' swords off their shields as they taunted his men, trying to provoke them into another fruitless attack uphill. The pathetic response of the few warriors left with voice enough to shout was infuriating. It was no wonder their throats were raw. He was parched with thirst himself. The fighting had begun 2 hours after dawn, and had only stopped as each of their 3 previous assaults was repulsed. There had been no chance of relocating the water bag that he'd left on the ground by his initial position. He didn't begrudge the man who'd found it. As a consequence, he was in the same situation as most of his followers. A quick glance at the sun's position in the blue sky told him that it was close to midday.
3 hours combat with no water. It's as well that it is not summer, or half the army would have collapsed by now.
Another sour smile creased his broad face. Much of his army lay dead or wounded on the crimson-coated ground before him.
What need have they of water?
The area between the 2 hosts, a slope free of the peak's covering of home oak, turpentine trees and buckthorn bushes, was festooned with the dead. The thousands of mutilated corpses would provide weeks' worth of pickings for the sharp-eyed vultures that already hung far overhead. Most of the fallen lay near the Roman lines. They lay so deeply in some spots that his men had been forced in subsequent attacks to clamber over the bodies, making them easy targets for the volleys of Roman javelins. Those who had not been cut down by the sky-blackening showers of Pyla had been halted by the legionaries' gladii. The deadly double-edged swords had thrust out from the impregnable wall of shields, slicing men's guts to ribbons, hacking off their legs or arms, running deep into their unprotected chests. He'd even seen some of his followers lose their heads. In spite of their horrific casualties, they had broken through in a few places during the first frenzied attack. His memory of that small success soured in a heartbeat. All but one of their breaches, his, had quickly been repaired. His men's lack of armour and shields, and the legionaries' discipline and height advantage, had made the slaves easy targets. Seeing his men being butchered like sheep in a slaughterhouse, he had ordered the retreat, had given up his own brutal assault which had so nearly smashed through the first Roman line.
For all the good it would have done. One breach of the enemy ranks doesn't win a battle. What does is holding one's position, remaining disciplined.
It was a harsh lesson for a Gaul. Although he had been born a slave, he'd grown up listening to tales of the terror-inducing charges by his forebears, men who had defeated Roman legions on numerous occasions, whose bravery had carried so many enemies before them. That tactic had failed miserably today. He caught sight of a rider in a burnished helmet and scarlet cloak moving to and fro behind the centre of the Roman lines. He spat a bitter curse.
Gellius might be old for a consul, but he picked his ground well. It was foolish to let him steal a march on us and take the high ground. Foolish to rely on the fact that my forces outnumbered his by more than 2 to 1.
The first feelings of despair stole into his mind, but he shoved them away with another oath. If he gathered the best of his men together, perhaps they could break through. If they slew the consul, the Romans would surely turn and run. The tide of battle could yet be changed.
"Come on, lads! There's still more of us than them,"
he roared.
"One last effort. Let's make one final charge. If we kill that horse on Gellius, the day will be ours. Who's with me?"
Only a score or so of voices answered him. He ripped his bronze bowl helmet from his head and threw it to the ground.
"Piece of Roman shit!"
Striding forward some 30 paces from the disorganized mass of men, still some 10 to 12,000 strong, he turned so that they could all see his face. He was now within range of a long javelin throw. His mail shirt would probably turn away the point, he thought, but he didn't really care if it did or not. The pain would be welcome, would help him to focus his rage.
"Hey! I'm talking to you!"
Hundreds of desperate, blood-stained faces fixed him with their stares. In their eyes he saw defeat. He didn't feel afraid. Even if they failed now, the Romans couldn't take his end from him. Dying in battle was all that he'd ever wanted. Granted, it would have been better to do it knowing that his men had beaten Gellius. But he was still a free man, and he would die that way, taking plenty of Romans with him.
Clash! Clash! Clash!
Went his sword off the metal rim of his scutum. Men who were standing out of earshot edged closer.
"Now, you listen to me,"
he shouted.
3 times we charged them, and 3 times we failed. Thousands of our comrades lie up there, dead or dying. Their bravery, their blood, and their lives demand revenge. Revenge!
Clash, clash, clash on the shield.
Revenge!
There was a whirring noise in the air behind him. Despite his courage, his skin crawled.
Someone's throwing a pilum.
He didn't budge.
Revenge!
Thump! He glanced to his right, taking in the javelin that had buried itself in the earth not 5 paces from his foot. He threw back his head and howled like a wolf.
"Is that the best they can do? The stinking Roman bastards couldn't hit a pile of wheat in a grain shed!"
His men, at least those nearest him, looked more heartened.
"Good. They're not done yet. I'm going up there, and I'm going to tear those bastards into little pieces. I'm going to hew Gellius's head from his scrawny fucking neck, and then I'm going to laugh as his army runs away."
His badly scarred nose and the Roman blood covering him from head to foot reduced his encouraging stare to a monster's ravening leer. But the passion in his voice couldn't be mistaken.
"Who's with me? Who's with Crixus?" "I am,"
cried a Gaul with long braids of hair.
"And me,"
bellowed a bull-necked man in a torn tunic. More and more voices joined in.
"Crixus! Crixus!"
they cried, and, grinning, he clattered his longsword off his scutum in reply. The fearful mood that had hung over the slaves vanished. But their newfound bravery wouldn't last. Crixus knew that. If they were going to succeed, they had to move at once. Turning to face the Romans, he screamed.
"Come on then, boys! Let's show them what courage means!"
Without looking back, he tore up the hill like a man possessed. Roaring like maddened bulls, hundreds and hundreds of slaves followed. Many more did not, however. They stayed put, mutely watching their comrades charge at the Roman lines. preparing to run for the dense cover formed by the bushes and trees on the slopes below. Crixus sensed the presence of his men at his back. He could tell that not everyone had joined in, but a warm glow filled him nonetheless.
At least we'll die well. There will be places in the warrior's paradise for us all.
One last thought struck before the battle madness took hold and reason left him.
Maybe Spartacus was right. Maybe I should have stayed.
Chapter 1. A month later. The Apennine Mountains, northeast of Pisa. Spartacus looked out over the flat ground at Gellius's legions, and then back at his own. Even though he was some 100 paces from the centre of his front ranks, he could feel his men's confidence. It oozed from their very stance and the way their lines were swaying back and forth. Their weapons smacked off their shields, challenging the Romans to fight. They were eager, even desperate to begin the combat.
It is a remarkable change.
Until recently, his followers, the vast majority of them former slaves, had never fought a full-scale battle. Yes, they had defeated the forces of 3 praetors, but those clashes had been won in the main by subterfuge. They had never faced a large Roman army on open terrain, let alone a consular one of 2 legions. 2 months previously, all that had changed when they had ambushed the consul Lentulus in a defile to the south of their present position. Thanks to their succession of victories, the majority of his men were now as well equipped as the heavily armed legionaries. Pride filled him.
How far they have come.
He pictured the day a year and a half before when he'd been betrayed in his own village in Thrace and sold into slavery. His fate to die in an Italian gladiatorial arena.
How far I have come. A Thracian warrior who fought for Rome, but who now leads an army of former slaves against it.
It was ironic. Striding closer to his soldiers, Spartacus caught the eye of a broad-shouldered man whose pleasant face was marred by a purple scar on his left cheek.
One of the very first slaves to join us after we escaped from the Ludus.
I see you, Aventianus. What hope of the Romans today, do you think? Aventianus grinned.
Not a snowflake's chance in Hades, sir. That's what I want to hear.
Spartacus had long since given up telling his men not to address him so. It made no difference. He scanned the faces of those nearest him.
Is Aventianus right, lads? Or will Gellius chase us home with our tails between our legs? We have no homes,
roared Pulcher, Spartacus's main armourer and one of his senior officers. A burst of ribald laughter met his comment. He waited until the noise died down.
But we have something far better than roofs over our heads. Something that no one can ever take away. Our freedom! 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 Freedom!
The men yelled, stamping their feet and hammering their weapons off their shields again. It made a deafening, stirring rhythm. The clamour began to spread through Spartacus's host. Most soldiers were too far away to know the reason for the uproar, but they didn't care. Soon the din made speech impossible.
Freedom! Freedom! Freedom!
Relishing the cries of nearly 50,000 men and the fact that he was their leader, Spartacus encouraged them with great waves of his arms. The uproar would raise their morale even higher and create unease in plenty of Roman bellies. He did not doubt that it would send a tickle of fear up the skin of Gellius's wrinkled back. The consul was 62 years old and reportedly had little experience of war.
"We'll smash the bastards into little pieces,"
cried Pulcher when the cheering had abated.
"The same way we sent Lentulus and his lot packing."
Right on cue, The men holding the pair of silver eagles raised their wooden poles aloft. More shouting erupted. Spartacus raised his hands, and a hush fell.
"There are 2 more of those to be had today."
He drew his seeker, a wickedly curved Thracian sword, and stabbed it at the places in Gellius's forces where bright sunlight flashed off his legion's metal standards.
"Who wants to help me take them? Who wants the glory of saying that he took a Roman eagle in battle, and by doing so shamed an entire legion?" "Me!"
roared Aventianus and a multitude of others.
"Are you sure?" "Yes,"
they bellowed at him.
"You'd better be. Look at that lot."
Spartacus swept his blade first to the left, and then to the right. On both fringes of his army, hundreds of men on shaggy mountain horses could be seen.
"You'd better be sure,"
he repeated.
"If we're not careful, the cavalry might get there before us."
Part of Spartacus longed to be with them. He had been a cavalryman from the age of 16. He had also helped to train the horsemen. But he knew that his presence in the centre of his host was vital. If his foot soldiers broke, complete defeat beckoned. Although his riders' task was huge, they outnumbered the Roman horse at least 4-1. Even if, by some misfortune, they failed to rout the enemy cavalry, his infantry could still win the battle.
"You going to let that happen?" "Never!"
roared Pulcher, the veins standing out in his neck.
"Not if I have anything to do with it!"
shouted Aventianus, jabbing his pilum back and forth.
"And me!"
Carbo, who was Roman, was still surprised by the passion he felt when the Thracians spoke. About a year before, he had entered the gladiator school in Capua in a madcap attempt to pay off his family's huge debts. In his desperation, he'd first tried to join the army, but had been turned down due to his youth. To Carbo's surprise, he'd been accepted by the Lanista as an octoratus, a citizen who contracted to fight as a gladiator, but only after his courage had been tested by fighting Spartacus in a contest with wooden weapons. Life in the Ludus had been unbelievably tough, and not just because of the training. One man alone, especially a rookie, had little hope of surviving on his own. If Spartacus hadn't taken him under his wing, Carbo's career in the Ludus would have been short indeed. When the chance came to escape soon afterwards, he had followed his protector. Subsequently given the unthinkable choice between leaving the motley group of slaves and gladiators or staying to fight his own countrymen, Carbo had opted for the latter. He hadn't known what else to do. In the ensuing months, Spartacus's actions had earned Carbo's loyalty, and even love. The Thracian looked out for him, cared for him. That was more than his own people had been prepared to do. This bitter pill had made it easier to fight against his own kind. But deep down, Carbo still felt some guilt at doing so. He regarded Gellius's lines with a clenched jaw. "It's just another army to be swept aside," he told himself. "Beyond them lie the Alps." Spartacus's plan was to lead them over the mountains, away from the Republic's influence. There, any enemies they encountered would be foreign to him, and, if he had to admit it, easier to kill. Before that, they had Gellius to defeat. He thought of Crassus, the man who had ruined his family and shattered his life. Hate surged through Carbo, made all the stronger by the knowledge that he'd never be revenged on the richest man in Rome. Instead, he tried imagining that all the men opposite were related to the crafty politician. It helped. His gaze was drawn back to the compact figure of Spartacus, clad in a polished mail shirt, gilded baldric, and magnificent Phrygian helmet. To Carbo's surprise, the Thracian's piercing grey eyes caught his. Spartacus gave him a tiny nod as if to say,
I'm glad that you're here.
Carbo's shoulders went back. I'll do what I have to today. Spartacus was making an appraisal of his men's mood. What he saw was pleasing. Organized into centuries and cohorts, trained and armed like the Romans, they were ready. He was ready. Here was another chance to shed Roman blood, to seize more vengeance for Meron, his brother who had died fighting the legions that had laid waste to their homeland Thrace.
I might yet see it again. Gellius and his men are about all that stand in the way.
He half smiled. Cotys, the malevolent king of Spartacus's tribe, the Maidi, and the reason for his enslavement, would get the shock of his life when he returned.
I can't wait.
Spartacus placed the brass whistle that hung from a thong around his neck to his lips. When he blew, signalling the advance, the trumpeters would let the entire army know. His plan was simple. He had arrayed his soldiers in 2 deep lines about 30 paces apart. Castus was in charge of the left wing, a Gaulish gladiator who had aided Spartacus in their escape, short, stubborn, and with a temperament as fiery as his red hair. Gannicus, another Gaul from the Ludus, commanded the right. He was as strong-willed as Castus, but more even-tempered, and Spartacus had more in common with him. At his signal, they would all move forward in one great block, and after throwing volleys of javelins, engage the Romans head-on. If things went well, their superior numbers and high morale would quickly allow them to envelop Gellius's legions. This, while their cavalry swept away the enemy horse and then took the legionaries in the rear. The Romans' defeat would be total, their casualties far higher than in any of the previous encounters.
By sunset, Rome will have learned another lesson. Great rider, grant that it be so. Watch over us all in the hours to come.
Spartacus prayed.
Dionysus, lend us the strength of your Maenads.
While the Thracian hero god was his main guide in life, he had also learned to revere the deity associated with wine, intoxication, and religious mania, whom his wife, Ariadne, worshipped. His remarkable dream, in which a venomous snake had wrapped itself around his neck, had marked him out as one of Dionysus's own.
May it always be thus.
He filled his lungs and prepared to blow.
Tan tara! Tara tara!
Went the Roman bucciny. Spartacus held his breath, waiting for the legions to advance. The enemy trumpets sounded again, but nothing else happened.
What the hell is Gellius playing at?
To his surprise, a horseman emerged from a gap in the centre of the Roman line. Not a legionary stirred as he guided his mount straight at Spartacus. Spartacus's men were so keen to begin the fight that few noticed.
"Let's be having them!"
shouted Pulcher to a roar of approval.
"Stay where you are,"
ordered Spartacus.
"Gellius has something to say. A messenger comes." "What do we care?"
cried a voice from the ranks.
"It's time to kill." "You won't lose that opportunity, but I want to hear the rider's message."
Spartacus gave his men a granite-hard stare.
"The first fool who moves a muscle or throws a javelin will answer to me. Clear?" "Yes,"
came the muted reply.
"I can't hear you." "Yes!"
Spartacus watched the approaching horseman.
I don't like it.
Fortunately, he didn't have time to brood. Less than a quarter of a mile separated the two armies. As the Roman drew near, he slowed his horse, a fine chestnut, to a walk. He appeared unarmed. Spartacus noted his polished bronze cuirass, scarlet-crested helmet, and confident posture. This was a senior officer, probably a tribune, one of the 6 experienced men who assisted the consul in commanding each legion.
"That's close enough,"
he called out when the envoy was 20 paces away. Raising his right hand in a peaceful gesture, the Roman walked his mount several steps closer.
Don't trust the bastard!
shouted Aventianus. The Roman smiled. Spartacus lifted his seeker menacingly.
Come any nearer and I'll send you to Hades.
There was no acknowledgement. But at last the Roman tugged hard on his reins.
I am Sextus Spaculus, tribune of the 3rd Legion. And you are?
His tone couldn't have been more patronizing.
You know who I am. If you don't, you're a bigger sack of shit than you look.
Spartacus's men jeered with delight. Baculus's face went bright red, and he bit back an angry response.
I have been sent by Lucius Gellius, consul of Rome. We met his colleague Lentulus a few weeks back,
Spartacus interrupted.
Did you hear about that little encounter?
More gleeful cheers erupted. Baculus's mount's ears went back, and it skittered from side to side. The tribune regained control of it with a muttered curse.
You and this rabble of yours will pay dearly for that day, he snapped. Will we, indeed? I'm not here to bandy words with slaves. Slaves?
Spartacus twisted his head around.
I see no slaves here. Only free men.
The roar that went up this time was 3 times as loud as before.
Listen to me, you Thracian savage,
hissed Baculus. He lifted his left hand, which had been held down by his side. Drawing back his arm, he tossed a leather bag at Spartacus.
A present from Lucius Gellius and Quintus Arrius, his propraetor,
he cried, as it flew through the air. Spartacus didn't like the meaty thump that the sack made as it landed by his feet, or the faint stench that reached his nostrils. He made no move to pick it up. He had an idea of what might be inside. A number of his scouts had gone missing over the previous weeks. He'd assumed that they had been captured by the Romans.
Which one is this, I wonder? Poor bastard. He won't have had an easy death.
Go on, take a look,
Baculus sneered.
We've kept them packed in salt, especially for you.
Not a scout, then. I know who it is.
Have you anything else to say? It can wait. You arrogant prick.
The bag wasn't tied shut, so Spartacus upended it. He wasn't surprised that the first thing to fall out was a severed head, but didn't expect the man's hand that followed. Spartacus took in the blood-spattered blonde hair, and his guts wrenched. He rolled over the head, which was partly putrefied. Granules of salt stuck to the eyeballs, the slack grey lips and the reddened stump of the neck. The once handsome features were barely recognizable, but it was Crixus. There could be no doubt. The massive scar on the man's nose was sufficient proof. Spartacus had inflicted the wound on the Gaul himself. Their fight had been inevitable from the first time they'd met and disliked each other. Yet he was still sorry to see Crixus dead. After they had fought, and Spartacus had defeated Crixus, the Gaul and his followers had joined him. They had played a big part in their escape from the Ludus. A dangerous and aggressive fighter, Crixus had been a thorn in Spartacus's side, questioning his leadership and constantly trying to gain Castus and Gannicus's support. Crixus had broken away from the main army after a battle at Thurii, in which they had vanquished the praetor Publius Varinius. Between 20 and 30,000 men had gone with him. Spartacus had heard rumours since of their progress through central Italy, but had had no further contact. Until now. This grisly trophy didn't bode well for the fate of the men who had followed Crixus. But Spartacus kept his face impassive.
He didn't deserve to be treated like this. Did he not?
Cried Baculus.
Crixus?
He smiled at the shocked reactions of Spartacus's men.
Yes, that's who it is. Crixus was nothing but a murdering slave who maimed brave Roman soldiers for no good reason. He deserved everything that was done to him and more.
Spartacus remembered how Crixus had ordered the hands of more than 20 legionaries at Thurii to be amputated. He had been disgusted but unsurprised by the Gaul's act. The Romans wouldn't forgive or forget such a deed.
You did this to his corpse. Crixus would never have been taken alive,
he shouted. His inclination was to slay Baculus on the spot, to prevent him from delivering his message. But the man was an envoy, and brave too. It had taken balls to ride up to his army alone and unarmed.
Crixus went to Hades knowing that more than 2/3 of the scum who trailed in his wake had died with him, announced Baculus. He raised his voice. Do you hear me, you whoresons? Crixus is dead. Dead! So are more than 15,000 of his followers. 1 in 10 of the prisoners that we took had their right hands chopped off. Be certain that one of those fates awaits you all here today.
After hearing the name Crixus, Carbo was deaf to the rest of Baculus's threats. His world had just closed in around him.
Crixus is dead. Jupiter be thanked. Dionysus be thanked.
This had been one of his most fervent prayers, one that he had thought would never be answered. At the sack of a town called Forum Anii some months before, Crixus and 2 of his cronies had raped Chloris, Carbo's woman. Spartacus had helped to save her, but she had died of her injuries a few hours later. Incandescent with grief, Carbo had been set on killing Crixus, but Spartacus had asked him to swear that he would not. At the time, the Gaul had still been a vital leader of part of the slave army. It was a request that Carbo had reluctantly agreed to. Yet when Crixus had announced that he was leaving, thereby releasing Carbo from his promise, he had done nothing, because the Gaul would have carved him into little pieces. Telling himself that Chloris would have wanted him to live had worked thus far. But staring at Crixus's rotting head, Carbo knew that he'd simply been scared of dying. The immense satisfaction that he now felt, however, outweighed any concerns that he had about being slain in the impending battle.
The whoreson died aware that he failed. That's what matters.
Spartacus could tell, without looking, the level of dismay that Crixus's head and Baculus's news had caused among his men. He raised his seeker and moved towards the tribune.
Fuck off! And tell Gellius that I'm coming for him. And you. We'll be ready. So will our legions,
Baculus replied stoutly. He cupped a hand to his mouth.
My men are hungry for battle. They will slaughter you and your thousands, slaves!
Spartacus darted in and dealt Baculus's steed a great slap across its rump with the flat of his blade. It leapt forward so suddenly that the tribune almost lost his seat. Cursing, he soared on the reins and managed to bring it under control again. Spartacus jabbed his seeker at him. With a glare, Baculus turned his mount's head towards his own lines.
Count yourself lucky that I honour your status,
Spartacus shouted. Stiff-backed, Baculus rode silently away. He did not look back. Spartacus spat after him.
I hope they're not all as brave as he.
Putting Baculus from his mind, he turned to his men. Fear was written large on many faces. Most looked less confident. An uneasy silence had replaced the raucous cheering and weapon clashing. It was changes in mood like this that could lose a battle. Spartacus had seen it before.
I have to act fast.
Stooping, he picked up Crixus's mangled head and brandished it at his soldiers.
Everyone knows that Crixus and I didn't get on. Well, that's putting it mildly,
shouted Pulcher. This raised a laugh.
Good.
While we weren't friends, I respected Crixus's courage and his leadership. I respected the men who chose to leave with him. Seeing this, he held Crixus's head high, and knowing what happened to our comrades makes me angry, very angry.
A rumbling, inarticulate roar met his words.
Do you want vengeance for Crixus? Vengeance for our dead brothers in arms? Yes,
they bellowed back at him.
Vengeance!
Spartacus twisted to point his seeker at the legions.
Vengeance! Vengeance!
He let them roar their fury for the space of 20 heartbeats. Happy then that their courage had steadied, he blew his whistle with all of his might. The sound didn't carry that far, but the well-trained trumpeters were watching him. A series of blasts from their instruments put an abrupt end to the shouting. Spartacus shoved Crixus's head and hand back into the bag. If he left the remains where they were, he'd never find them again. Crixus, or at least these parts of him, deserved a decent burial. He tied the heavy sack to his belt and asked the great rider not to let it hinder him in the fight to come. And with that, he resumed his place in the front rank. Smiling grimly, Aventianus handed him his scutum and pilum. Carbo, together with Navio, the Roman veteran he'd recruited to their cause, nodded their readiness. Taxuses, one of 2 Scythians who, unasked, had become his bodyguards, bared his teeth in a silent snarl.
Forward!
Shouted Spartacus.
Keep in line with your comrades. Maintain the gaps between ranks.
They moved forward in unison, thousands of feet tramping down the short spring grass. On the wings, Spartacus's cavalry whooped and cheered, urging their horses from a walk into a trot.
Gellius's riders will be pissing their pants at the sight of that lot,
cried Spartacus. His nearest men cheered. But then the Roman buciny sounded. The legionaries were advancing.
Steady, lads! Ready, javelins? We throw at 30 paces, no more!
Spartacus's stomach twisted in an old and familiar way. He'd felt the same mix of emotions before every battle that he'd ever fought. A snaking trace of fear that he wouldn't survive. The uplifting thrill of marching side by side with his comrades. Pride that they were men who would die for him in an instant, as he'd do for them. He gloried in the smells of sweat and oiled leather, the muttered prayers and requests of the gods, the clash of javelins off shields. He gave thanks to the great rider for another opportunity to wreak havoc on the forces of Rome, which had repeatedly sent its armies to Thrace, where they had defeated most of the tribes, laid waste to innumerable villages, and killed his people in their thousands. Before he'd been betrayed and sold into slavery, Spartacus's plan had been to unite the disparate groupings of Thracians and throw the legions off their land forever. In the Ludus, such ideas had been nothing more than fantasy. But life had changed the day he and 72 others had smashed their way to freedom. Spartacus's heart pounded with anticipation. He had proved that almost anything was possible. After Gellius's soldiers had been defeated, the road to the Alps lay open. He squinted at the line of approaching legionaries, now making out individual men's features.
50 paces! Do not loose! Wait until I give the order.
Several javelins were hurled from the Roman ranks. Scores more followed. The enraged shouts of centurions ordering their soldiers to cease throwing could be heard as the piler thwacked harmlessly into the earth between the 2 armies. Spartacus laughed. Only a handful of his men had responded by launching their own missiles.
See that? The Roman dogs are nervous.
Cheers rose from his troops. Tramp, tramp, tramp. Sweat slicked down Carbo's forehead and into his eyes. He blinked it away, focusing his gaze on a legionary directly opposite him. The soldier was young, similar in age to him, in fact, and his smooth-cheeked face bore an expression of unbridled fear. Carbo hardened his heart. He chose his side. I chose mine. The gods will decide which of us survives. Carbo steadied his right arm, making sure that his javelin was balanced. He took aim at the legionary.
40 paces!
Spartacus called out.
Hold steady!
He selected his target, the nearest centurion in the Roman front rank. If by some good fortune the officer went down, resistance in that section of the line would falter or even crumble. He frowned. Why hadn't the legionaries thrown their pillar yet? Gellius must have ordered his soldiers not to act until the last moment. A risky tactic. 35 paces. With increasing excitement, Spartacus counted down the last 5 steps and then roared,
Front 3 ranks loose!
Drawing back his right arm, he heaved his javelin up into the blue sky. Hundreds of piler joined it, forming a dense, fast-moving shoal that briefly darkened the air between the armies before it descended in a lethal rain of sharp metal. The Roman officers roared at their men, ordering them to raise their shields. Spartacus's lips peeled up with satisfaction as he watched. Slow. They were too slow. His men's javelins hammered down, rendering scores of scuta unusable, but also plunging deep into the flesh of legionaries who hadn't obeyed orders fast enough. It was rare for javelin volleys to be so effective.
Seize the chance.
Throw your second pilum,
he yelled. The instant that those missiles had been thrown,
Front 3 ranks! Drop to 1 knee!
He glanced to either side and was pleased to see that the nearest officers were copying his command. The trumpeters quickly relayed the order along the line.
Ranks 4, 5 and 6, ready javelins! On my order! Release!
A third shower of piler went soaring up in a low, curving arc. To his left and right, countless more missiles joined them. Spartacus could not see any Roman javelins being thrown in response. The legionaries were in considerable disarray. With luck, his cavalry were causing mayhem on the flanks. Burning hope filled him, and he ordered a 4th volley.
On your feet! Draw swords! Close order!
Smoothly, his men in the front ranks moved to stand shoulder to shoulder. They slammed their shields off one another while the soldiers in the subsequent rows ran in right behind, using their scuta to strengthen the line. The instant that they were ready, Spartacus roared,
Charge!
In a screaming mass, they thundered towards the Romans. An occasional javelin scudded at them, but there was no concerted response. Spartacus had seen his pilum strike the centurion in the chest, punching him backwards onto the shield of the man behind. He had no idea where his second javelin had gone, but that didn't matter. What mattered was hitting the Romans as hard as was humanly possible. They covered the last few steps in a blur. Time lost all meaning for Spartacus. He stuck close to the soldiers on either side of him, tried not to lose his footing, killed or disabled his opponents in the swiftest ways he could. At times the swinging bag containing Crixus's head and hand threatened to unbalance him, but Spartacus learned to anticipate its movements. His burden fed his rage, his hatred of Rome.
Crixus and his men must be avenged.
He fought on. Punch with the shield boss. Watch his enemy pull his head back in reflex, stab him in the throat, lift the shield to avoid the hot wash of blood that jetted as he withdrew his seeker, check left and right to make sure his comrades were all right, search for a new target, thrust him through the belly, watch him crumple in agony, brace with the scutum, rip the sword free, step over the shrieking mess that had been a man, scream like a maniac, parry a legionary's frantic hack with his shield, slide his blade over the top of the other scutum, taking him straight in the mouth, hear the choking scream of agony cut short, feel the iron catch in the Roman's neck bones, watch the light in his eyes go out like a snuffed lamp, push forward, kill another soldier, tread on his corpse, look for another enemy to slay, and another. On. And on it went. Suddenly there were no more legionaries facing him. Spartacus scowled. His bloodlust was not even close to sated. He became aware of someone shouting in his ear. Bemused, he turned his head and recognized Taxis's squashed nose.
"Eh? Romans, run!"
The red mist coating Spartacus's vision began to recede.
"They're running!"
Taxis laughed.
"Yes! Look!"
This time what Spartacus saw made sense. The entire centre of Gellius's line had given way and was fleeing the field. Hundreds of legionaries lay all around them, dead, dying, or screaming from the agony of their wounds. Discarded weapons and shields littered the area. The consul had vanished. Here and there, however, small pockets of his men fought on. Often they were defending a standard, but their heroic efforts made little difference to the yelling hordes of Spartacus's soldiers who surrounded them. To either side, the legions were holding. But that wouldn't be the case for long, he saw. Already his horsemen were in sight to the rear of the Roman position, which meant that the enemy cavalry had been driven off. Gellius's flanks would not withstand a charge from behind. No troops in the world could do that.
"We've won,"
he said slowly.
"Again." "Thanks to you."
Taxis clouted him on the back. Spartacus could see the awe in his eyes.
"You, not just good general, you also fine warrior. Romans thought a demon had come."
Grinning fiercely, he raised a fist in the air.
"Spartacus!"
Every man within earshot took up the refrain.
"Spartacus! Spartacus! Spartacus!"
Spartacus's euphoria faded a little as he remembered those who had died to bring them to this point. Seuthes and Getas, his Thracian brothers-in-arms, Enomaus, the charismatic German, who had been first to lend his support when Spartacus had come up with the idea of escaping the ludus. Hundreds upon hundreds of men whose names he didn't even know.
"I shall always honor you."
He looked down at the bag suspended from his waist.
"Even you."
"We must not forget Crixus, and all of his followers who died."
"Crixus was bastard,"
growled Taxis.
"but he was brave bastard."
"He was," agreed Spartacus. He glanced at the nearest group of legionaries who had thrown down their arms and were trying to surrender. Few were succeeding. Normally he wouldn't have cared, but inspiration struck.
"Spare their lives!" he shouted. "Gather the men who wish to yield, and bring them to our camp."
Taxis threw him a confused look.
"You'll see later."
Spartacus did not elaborate. The plan was still taking shape in his mind. From the moment that Spartacus had led his army out of the vast camp that morning, Ariadne had kept herself busy. First, she had sacrificed a cock to Dionysus, promising the god the further offering of a fine bull if her husband emerged unscathed and victorious from the impending battle. Ariadne had made no attempt to enter the trance-like state that sometimes allowed her to commune with Dionysus. Years as a priestess had taught her never to expect insight or a vision when it really mattered. The god whom she followed was even more fickle than his fellow deities. Her best policy, once she had made her requests of him, was to occupy her mind with other matters. There was no chance of watching the battle. Unsurprisingly, Spartacus had forbidden it, and the constant presence of Athias, the second of his Scythians, meant that any attempt to disobey him would meet with swift failure. Yet she couldn't just wait around, worrying and lamenting as some of the other women did. "I might be pregnant, but that doesn't mean I can't be useful." Being busy helped her to ignore the occasional faint sound of trumpet calls that carried through the air. She was only 4 months gone. Ariadne had thus far managed to conceal her rounded belly and larger breasts by wearing loose dresses and bathing out of the sight of others. From the recent glances that she'd been getting, though, Ariadne knew that it wouldn't be long before word got out that she was expecting Spartacus's child. That was if her glossy black hair and the bloom on her creamy skin granted her by her pregnancy had not already given the game away. There were other signs, too. She had noticed in her bronze mirror that her heart-shaped face had grown softer and more attractive. Enjoy it while it lasts, she thought. A thrill of joy shot through her as she pictured herself holding a strong baby boy while her smiling husband looked on. It was instantly followed by a familiar, snaking dread. What if her interpretation of Spartacus's dream was incorrect? What if he was destined to die in battle against the Romans? Today? Stop thinking like that. He will win. We will cross the Alps while it's still summer. Get out of Italy altogether. She felt happier at that thought. Few tribes would dare to hinder the passage of his army, even if it was depleted, and they would make their way to Thrace. I cannot wait to see Curtis's face, she thought vengefully. He will pay for what he did to us. So will Polis, the king's champion. Enough daydreaming, she said to herself. Do not tempt fate. Athias, who was stacking a pile of bandages, looked up. What? Nothing. God's willing, my hopes will come to pass. Ariadne counted the heaped rolls of linen by his feet. They would serve to dress the hideous wounds they'd soon be seeing. 500. It's not nearly enough. Her eyes moved to the score of women who were ripping up sheets, tunics and dresses into dressings of various sizes. To her relief, the heaps of garments by their feet were still sizable. Faster! We may well need all of those. Ariadne wasn't surprised when the women ducked their heads and their conversation petered away to an occasional whisper. As Spartacus's wife, she was respected, but the fact that she was also a priestess of Dionysus elevated her status close to his. Slaves held the god in especial esteem. I am part of the reason that Spartacus has so many followers, she thought with pride, and long may that continue. Putting everything other than preparations to receive the injured from her mind, Ariadne embarked on a patrol of the hospital area, which had been positioned on the edge of the camp nearest the battlefield. She checked that the surgeons and stretcher-bearers were ready, that supplies of wine for the wounded were plentiful, and ordered that another 50 makeshift beds be made up. The whole process didn't take nearly as long as she would have wished. When it was done, her worries returned with a vengeance. She glanced at the sun, which had reached its zenith. They've been gone for 4 hours. That not long time, pronounced Athias, making an attempt to sound reassuring, which failed utterly. Ariadne groaned. It feels like an eternity. Battle could last whole day. She racked her brains for something to do, a task that would prevent her from agonizing over the worst possible outcomes for Spartacus and his men. Tan-ta-ra-ta-ra! Ariadne jumped. The trumpet sound was near, no more than 1/4 of a mile away. Fear coursed through her veins. Is that the... Athias finished her question. Romans? Yes. Not sure. Athias cocked his head and listened. Tan-ta-ra-ta-ra! Tan-ta-ra-ta-ra! The trumpets were a little closer now, allowing Ariadne to discern the irregular blasts and off-tone notes. Her heart leapt with exhilaration, and she barely heard Athias say, Roman trumpeters, play better. Then they have won. Let him be alive, Dionysus. Please. Ariadne didn't run to meet the returning soldiers as she had after the battle against Lentulus. Instead, she walked as calmly as she could to the start of the track that Spartacus and his men had used that morning. Athias trailed her, shadow-like. The pair were followed by almost everyone, a crowd made up of women. Loud prayers for the safe return of their menfolk filled the air. Ariadne's only concession to her inner turmoil was to clench her fists, unseen by her sides. Athias's tattooed face, as ever, was impassive. When the cheering mob of soldiers rounded the bend and she saw Spartacus uninjured among them, Ariadne's knees buckled with relief. She was grateful for Athias's hand, which gripped her arm until she regained her strength.
Oh, they've done it again. He is great leader.
Ariadne let the women stream past towards their men, waiting until Spartacus reached her. Taxis, who was with him, called out happily to Athias in his guttural tongue. Carbo nodded at Ariadne, who was so pleased that she almost forgot to respond. Without being told, Spartacus's men moved away from her, allowing them some privacy. They chanted his name as they went, and Ariadne could see their fierce love for him in their eyes. Spartacus was carrying his helmet under one arm, and, like his soldiers, he was spattered from head to toe in gore. It gave him an aura of invincibility, she thought. That somehow, amid the madness and destruction of battle, he had not only killed his enemies, but led his men to victory, and survived. Amid the crimson coating his face, his grey eyes were still striking. There was a glowing rage in them, however, that held Ariadne back from doing what she wanted, which was to throw herself into his arms.
You won.
We did. Thank the rider. Our volleys of javelins caught them unawares, and they never recovered from our initial charge.
Their centre broke. Our cavalry swept their horse away, and then took their flanks in the rear. It was a complete rout.
You don't seem that happy. Did Gellius get away?
Of course. He ran like a rat escaping a sinking ship. But I don't really care about him.
Spartacus tapped the bag hanging from his waist.
It's this, and what it means.
Ariadne caught the whiff of decaying flesh, and her stomach turned.
What is it? All that's left of Crixus.
Spartacus grated.
His head. And his right hand.
Horror engulfed Ariadne.
How? Before the battle began. A conceited bastard of a tribune rode up and tossed them down in front of me. Gellius wanted it to panic our men. And it did. I rallied them, though. Fired their anger. Offered them revenge for those who had fallen.
Was it many?
More than half of Crixus's army.
Spartacus' eyes lost focus.
So many lives lost unnecessarily.
Ariadne just felt grateful that Spartacus was alive. They left of their own free will. It was as if he hadn't heard her.
I intend to hold a funeral in their remembrance tonight. There will be an enormous fire. And before it, we shall watch our own moonness.
He saw her inquiring look.
But the men who'll take part won't be slaves or gladiators. Instead, they'll be free men. Roman citizens. I think Crixus would like that. My soldiers certainly will.
An offering of this magnitude will please the rider god and Dionysus.
It should ensure that our path to the north remains open.
But they'll fight to the death. He barked an angry laugh.
Yes. I thought 400 would be a good number. They can fight each other in pairs. The 200 who survive the first bouts will face one another, then the 100, and so on, until a single man is left standing. And he can carry the news to Rome.
Ariadne was a little shocked. She had never seen Spartacus so ruthless. You're sure about this?
I have never been surer. It will show those whoresons in Rome that we slaves can do as we wish, that we are in every way equal to them.
They won't think that. They'll just think that we are savages.
Well, let them think what they will,
he responded sharply.
Spartacus's battle rage had been replaced by a cold, merciless fury. It was a feeling that descended upon him occasionally. When Meron, his brother, had died in screaming agony, his body racked with the poison from a gut wound. When Gitas, one of his oldest friends, had run onto a blade meant for him. And most recently, just before the battle against the consul Lentulus. He took a deep breath, savouring his icy anger. At that very moment, Spartacus would have slain every Roman who existed.
That is the only way they would learn to respect me, he thought, to fear me. The Munus will be a start.
The humiliation will enrage the Romans. They will gather their legions and come after you.
We'll be long gone,
he asserted.
Thank all the gods.
Ariadne had been worried that this latest success would change his decision to leave Italy.
With luck, my son will be born in Gaul, or even Illyria.
She clung to that hope for dear life. Chapter 2. By the time darkness fell, Spartacus's orders had been carried out. Using fallen wood, captured Roman wagons, and unwanted equipment, a huge bonfire had been lit at the edge of the army's encampment. Its flames climbed high into the night sky, radiating a massive heat that kept the chilly mountain air at bay. Scores of sheep and cattle seized from Gellius's abandoned camp had been slaughtered and butchered. Javelins were being used as makeshift roasting forks to cook bloody hunks of meat over the fire. The necks had been smashed off amphorae, allowing easy access to the wine within. Everywhere men were drinking, laughing, toasting each other. Some danced drunkenly to tunes from drums, whistles, and lyres. The sounds of the different instruments clashed in a jangling cacophony, but no one cared. It was time to celebrate. They had lived through another battle and defeated the second Roman consul, setting his army to flight. Spartacus's soldiers felt like the conquering heroes of legend, and their leader was the greatest of them all. Spontaneous chants of "Spartacus!" kept bursting out. Wherever he was seen, men offered him drinks, clapped him on the back, and swore to him their undying loyalty. Carbo had heard the rumours too. He didn't quite believe them. Filled with unease, he stood with Navio, a stocky man with high cheekbones and two different-coloured eyes. It's odd, thought Carbo, watching the thousands of former slaves. They're my comrades, yet I'm standing with another Roman. Made up of half a dozen races, the men were every size and shape under the sun. Hard-faced gladiators, wiry shepherds and sunburned herdsmen, long-haired Gauls, burly Germans and tattooed Thracians. They were still carrying their weapons, bloodied from the battle against Gellius's army. Clad in Roman mail shirts and breastplates, in simple tunics or even bare-chested, they made a fearsome, threatening spectacle.
Is he really going to do it?
Be sure of it.
It's barbaric.
Navio threw him a shrewd look. Brutal or not, this is justice to Spartacus and his men. Does he have to sacrifice so many? It's common practice for dozens of gladiators to fight at a Munus, commemorating the death of one person. You know that. Tonight, Spartacus is remembering thousands of his comrades. It's no surprise that he picked this number of legionaries.
But don't you care?
Hissed Carbo, jerking his head at the 400 prisoners who were roped together nearby. Scores of Spartacus's men ringed them on three sides, drawn swords in their hands. The fourth side lay open towards the fire. There a pile of gladii had been stacked up.
There are people.
Whom you fought today, whom you killed. That was different. It was a battle.
I hate everything that the Republic stands for, remember?
Navio interrupted.
My father and younger brother died fighting men like those over there. As far as I'm concerned, they can all go to Hades.
Carbo fell silent before his ire. Navio and his family had followed Quintus Sertorius, a Marian supporter. After Marius's death, the Senate had proscribed Sertorius. Betrayed, Navio had fought with Sertorius against the Republic for several years, but eventually their fortunes in Iberia had ebbed. But, Carbo thought, it was one thing taking on your own kind in a battle, when it was kill or be killed. It was quite another making prisoners fight each other to the death. The idea revolted him. He resolved to say something to Spartacus. It wasn't long before their leader appeared, accompanied by Ariadne, Castus, and Gannicus. Behind him walked soldiers carrying 4 silver eagles and a large number of cohort standards. There were even several sets of fasces, the ceremonial bundles of rods carried by magistrates' bodyguards, and the symbols of Roman justice. An enormous cheer went up as the Thracian strode to stand by the heap of weapons. Despite his anger, Carbo was filled with awe at the sight of his leader with the battle trophies. Unsurprisingly, the prisoners' terrified eyes also focused on Spartacus. They knew who he was, even if they didn't recognize him. The Thracian was renowned and vilified throughout the Republic as a monster, a man without morals who defied all societal norms. Here he was, a crop-haired figure, in Roman armour, his muscular arms and sword blade covered in their comrades' blood. Unremarkable in many ways, yet everything about him, from his emotionless expression to his bunched fists, inspired fear and threatened death.
Spartacus! Spartacus! Spartacus!
The slaves chanted. Spartacus raised his arms in recognition of his men's acclaim. Castus threw Gannicus a sour look, which was reciprocated. No one noticed. Ignoring Navio's cry of, "Wait!" Carbo trotted over to Spartacus. "Can I have a word?" "Now?" Spartacus's voice was harsh, cold. "Yes."
"Make it quick."
"Is it true that these men but one are to die fighting each other?" Spartacus's gaze pinned him to the spot. "Yes."
"Damn right it is,"
said Gannicus.
"You got a problem with that?"
growled Castus, fingering the hilt of his sword. Carbo stayed where he was. "They deserve better than this."
"Do they? Why?"
Suddenly, Spartacus's face was right in his.
"It is how gladiators up and down the length of Italy die every day of the year. For the amusement of your citizens, many, if not most, of those men have committed no crime."
Spartacus was aware of the Gauls' rumbling agreement here. What we're about to see is just a turning of the tables. It was hard to deny the logic, but Carbo still felt disgusted.
"Enough!"
Spartacus barked, and Carbo bent his head. To say any more would threaten his friendship with the Thracian, never mind risk an attack from either one of the Gauls. He watched unhappily as Spartacus raised his hands again, and a silence fell.
"I have not called you here to congratulate you for your actions in the battle against Gellius today. You all know how much I admire your courage and loyalty."
Spartacus let his followers cheer before continuing.
"We are here for a different reason. A sad reason. Word has reached us of the death of Crixus and 2/3 of his men. They were lost in a bitter fight against Gellius at Mount Garganus about a month ago."
A great gusty sigh went up from the watching soldiers.
"They chose their own fate," thought Carbo. "They went with Crixus the whoreson." "As well as our own dead,"
We must honour Crixus and his fallen men. Ask the gods not to forget them, and to allow every last one entrance to Elysium. What better way of doing that than by celebrating our own moonness?
As an animal growl rose from his followers, Spartacus indicated the pile of gladii.
Each prisoner is to pick up a sword, pair yourself off with another, and walk around the fire until you are told to stop. At my command, you will fight in pairs to the death. The survivors will face each other, and so on, until only one man remains.
The deafening cheers that met Spartacus's orders drowned out the Romans' shocked cries. A dozen men moved among them, cutting the ropes that bound them together. None of the prisoners moved a step. Spartacus jerked his head, and the guards began jabbing the legionaries with their swords. More than one drew blood, which drew jeers and catcalls down on the captives' heads. This was better than the former slaves could have dreamed of. Still, no Roman moved to pick up a gladius. Carbo felt a perverse pride in what he saw. Not all of their courage is gone.
"Arm yourselves!" shouted Spartacus. "I shall count to 3.
An officer wearing the transverse crested helmet of a centurion shoved his way to the front of the mob of prisoners. His silver hair, grizzled appearance, and the multiple ornate decorations strapped to his chest revealed the length of his career and his bravery.
"And if we refuse, you will be crucified one by one."
Spartacus raised his voice for all to hear.
"Right here, for the others to see. Citizens cannot be—"
The centurion's face purpled, and his voice tailed away as he realized that Spartacus's alternative had been carefully picked. Their choice was an ignoble yet redeeming death by the sword, or the most degrading fate possible for a Roman. The centurion thought for a moment, and then stepped forward to pick up a gladius. Straightening, he glared at Spartacus. Perhaps 10 paces and half a dozen armed men separated them. The Thracian grinned, and his knuckles whitened on the hilt of his seeker.
"Should you choose it, there is a third option. While I would end your life quickly, I can't guarantee the same of my men."
"Give me half a chance and I'll cut his balls off and feed them to him,"
snarled Castus.
"And that's just to get me started."
Other men shouted what they'd like to do to the centurion and all of his comrades. Carbo tried to harden his heart to the prisoner's suggested fates, but failed. These soldiers were his enemies, but they did not deserve to be forced to slay one another, let alone to be tortured to death. He could not say a word, however. Spartacus's patience had been worn too thin. Spartacus was still eyeballing the centurion.
"Well?"
The officer's head bowed, and he shuffled to one side.
"Next!"
called Spartacus. Intimidated even further by the cowing of the centurion, the legionaries began miserably filing forward to pick up a sword. Spartacus offered up a plea to Dionysus and to the great rider.
"Let the blood of these Romans be a suitable offering to you both, O great ones. May it ensure that Crixus and his men have a swift passage to the warrior's paradise."
It was nothing less than the Gaul deserved. Despite his faults, Crixus had been a mighty warrior. Ariadne did not relish the idea of what was about to happen, but it was impossible to deny the magnitude of this offer to the gods. Few deities would remain unmoved by such a gift, and if that helped her and Spartacus to leave Italy forever, she was prepared to live with it. Soon, 200 pairs of legionaries stood facing each other around the fire. Some, like the centurion, stood proudly with their shoulders thrown back, but the majority were pleading to their gods. Some were even weeping. Awestruck by the role reversal, Spartacus's soldiers had again fallen silent. Spartacus gave a short eulogy about Crixus. They would remember him for his leadership, his plain speaking, and his bravery. His men would also be remembered for their valiant efforts. Huge cheers met his words. Next, he addressed the Romans.
You have been taught today, on the field of battle, that every man here is your equal, or better. Now, you are to learn it in another way. All of you will have witnessed gladiators fighting and dying to commemorate the dead. You have probably never considered that those men were forced to act as they did. Tonight, you have that chance, because we slaves will watch you do the same.
Spartacus scanned the terrified faces near him, his gaze lingering on the centurion.
It is an honourable death to choose, and far worthier than crucifixion. For that, I salute you. May you die well.
He raised his seeker high and held it there for a heartbeat before letting it drop.
Begin!
As the prisoners prepared to set upon each other, a baying cry rose from the watching crowd. It was the same bloodthirsty sound Spartacus had heard when fighting in the arena. He wished that every man in the Senate was about to battle one another before him, instead of 400 legionaries. Carbo did not want to watch the slaughter, but his position beside Spartacus meant that he had to. If he closed his eyes, he risked being accused of, at best, squeamishness, or at worst, cowardice. Despite his misgivings, he soon found himself engrossed. The clash of metal upon metal, the grunts of effort and inevitable cries of pain were mesmerizing. Many of the legionaries chose to die quickly, letting their opponents thrust them through or hew their heads from their necks. Carbo wasn't surprised. Why bother trying to win a fight when victory meant a second combat, and yet more after that? What took him by surprise was the level of ferocity with which some of the prisoners went at one another. Their desire to live was great enough for them to slay a comrade without hesitation. Covered in blood, they stood with heaving chests waiting for the other fights to end. Carbo noted that the centurion who had addressed Spartacus was one of the 200 winners. Perhaps because of his kindly face, the senior officer reminded him of his father, Jovian. That thought tore at his heart. Carbo hadn't seen his family for more than a year since he'd run away from home. A home that had been repossessed by Crassus, the man to whom his father had owed a fortune. Soon after he'd left, Jovian and his mother had travelled to Rome, there to throw themselves on the mercy of a rich relative. Carbo's pride had not let him accompany his parents. For all he knew, they could both be dead, as the centurion will be soon. When the initial fights were over, Spartacus ordered his men to drag away the bodies of the losers.
Any men still breathing are to have their throats cut. Pile them in a heap over there. Meanwhile, the rest of you dogs can get on with it.
A huge cheer met this announcement. Carbo felt sick. He was glad that Spartacus was ignoring him. A short while later, 50 more corpses lay sprawled amidst pools of blood. 100 Romans remained, the centurion among them. Soon their number had been reduced to 50, and after that, 25.
You fight well,
Spartacus shouted at the centurion.
Stand aside, while the remaining 2 dozen fight each other.
Stony-faced, the officer did as he was told. The 12 men who came through the 5th combat looked exhausted. 6 legionaries survived the next brutal set of clashes. They were so tired that they could barely hold up their gladii, but there was no time allowed to rest.
"Keep fighting!"
shouted Spartacus. Anyone who faltered was threatened and shoved by the guards. Spartacus ordered the centurion to take part again when there were a trio of legionaries remaining. Given that he'd had to fight 3 men fewer than his opponent, it wasn't surprising that the experienced officer dispatched him with ease, nor that he won the final bout either. He stood with bowed head over the body of his last victim, his lips moving in silent prayer. The raucous cheering that had accompanied the bloody combats died away. A strange quiet fell over the thousands of gathered men. Carbo felt his skin crawl. He glanced into the gathering darkness, almost expecting to see Charon the ferryman, or even Hades himself, the god of the underworld, appearing to claim the great pile of dead legionaries.
"What's your name?"
asked Spartacus. The centurion lifted eyes that were bleak with horror.
Gnaeus Servilius Caepio.
"You're a veteran."
30 years I've served. My first campaigns were with Marius against the Teutons and the Cimbri. I don't expect you know of them."
"Indeed I do." "You look surprised. But I fought for Rome for many a year. I must have heard about every campaign since the Caudine Forks."
Caepio's eyebrows rose.
"It's commonly said that you served in the legions."
I dismissed it as rumor.
"It's true. Rome is your enemy. Why did you do it?"
To learn your ways so that I could defeat you.
It seems so far that I was an apt pupil."
His men roared with approval. Pride filled Ariadne. Caepio glowered and muttered something.
"What was that?"
demanded Spartacus.
"I said that you haven't yet faced the veteran legions from Asia Minor or Iberia. They'd soon sort you out."
"Is that so?" Spartacus's tone was silky, deadly. The icy rage gripped him again, in part because the centurion's words had an element of truth to them. Many of the soldiers whom they had faced had been newly recruited.
"Damn right it is."
Caepio spat on the ground. Spartacus's troops jeered, and he made an obscene gesture in their direction. Their response, a simmering cry of rage, shattered the silence. Dozens of men drew their weapons and moved towards him.
"Hold!"
Spartacus barked. He stared at Caepio.
"My soldiers would slay you."
"That's no surprise. Scum do not honor their promises."
Caepio threw down his sword and raised his hands in the air.
"Let them do what they will. It matters not. I'm damned for what I have done here tonight. Maybe you are, and maybe you're not. Before you die, however, I have a task for you. A message to take to your masters in the Senate."
"You want me to carry word of this so-called Munus?"
"That's right."
"I'll do it." "I thought you would,"
sneered Castus.
"Not because of your threats I do not fear death,"
said Caepio, the pride returning to his voice.
"I accept because it is my duty to tell Rome of the depths to which you savages have sunk, of the barbarity which you forced me and my comrades to inflict on each other."
A furious roar met his words.
"We're no savages!" cried Gannicus. "What happened here is no different to the way you treat slaves."
"Slaves,"
Caepio repeated.
"Not free men."
"Rome lives by double standards," said Spartacus harshly. "During the war against Hannibal, when its need was great, it liberated enough slaves to raise 2 new legions. They were freed in return for fighting for the Republic. Those men proved that they were the equal of any citizen.
I cannot deny what you say, but I also know how my people's leaders will respond when they hear about this Munus. This is not really about the rights and wrongs of who is made a slave and who is not, about who fights and who does not. It is about humiliating Rome, and that you have done by defeating both consuls, by taking 4 silver eagles, and, last of all, by putting on this display. Am I not right?
Caepio met Spartacus's stare and held it.
You are!
Spartacus admitted, as his men howled with glee.
It will not be forgotten, I can promise you.
Spartacus raised a hand, halting Castus, who looked as if he was about to attack Caepio.
Good, because that was my intent. Tell them that Spartacus the Thracian and his men can fight as well as any of your legionaries, and by defeating the consular armies, we have proved it twice.
This time, Spartacus caught the sour look that Castus gave Gannicus.
Tell the Senate that I am not the only general here. These men, Gannicus and Castus,
he indicated them,
played pivotal roles in the defeats of Lentulus and Gellius. Rome had best look to its security. The next army it sends our way will suffer an even greater defeat. More eagles will be lost.
Spartacus was pleased to see broad grins spread across the Gauls' faces. He had lied. Neither of them were tacticians as he was. But thousands of men looked to them as leaders. He had to keep them on board.
I shall tell the Senate everything you said. Am I free to go? You are. Give him enough food to last to Rome. He is to have no weapons, Spartacus ordered. And the bodies of my comrades. You expect me to say that they will be left in the open air for the carrion birds to pick on, don't you? Yes. They died the deaths of brave men. So they will be buried with honor. You have my word on that. I cannot say the same of the soldiers who were slain on the field, however. Many of them were cowards.
Caepio's face hardened,
but he did not argue.
I pray to the gods that this is not the last time we meet.
I shall not be merciful the next time.
Nor shall I.
Then we understand each other.
Spartacus watched Caepio walk away.
Another brave man, he thought. He spoke the truth, too. Rome would not let this humiliation go unanswered.
It made sense, therefore, to cross the Alps and go beyond the legion's reach. A sneaking doubt crept into his mind.
What if the Senate sends armies after us? It is not as if they don't know where Thrace is.
He shoved the disquieting idea away.
That will never happen.
Deep in his guts, though, Spartacus knew that the possibility, even the likelihood, was there. Rome would not forgive, or, as Caepio had said, forget this many defeats. Little did he know that Ariadne was thinking similar thoughts.
When Hannibal Barca was forced to leave Carthage, he was pursued for the rest of his life by Roman agents.
She clenched her fists.
Stop it! Dionysus, let us escape Italy, I beg you. Watch over us always and keep us safe.
Carbo, too, was watching the centurion. Then, almost before he'd realized what he'd done, he had set off after Caepio. Hearing his tread, the centurion spun around.
It's all right. I'm not going to stab you in the back.
Caepio looked even more suspicious.
What do you want?
Carbo suddenly felt embarrassed. This close, Caepio did not resemble his father in any way. I just wanted to say that you're a brave man.
You're Roman?
Complete disbelief filled Caepio's voice. Yes.
What in the name of sacred Jupiter are you doing with this rabble? Have you no pride?
Of course I have. Carbo was furious to feel his cheeks going red.
You make me sick.
Caipio began to walk away. "Hey! I would not have made you fight each other that way." Caipio turned again. The contempt on his face was writ large.
"Really? Yet you've chosen to ally yourself with a host of murdering, raping slaves, scum who have ravaged towns and cities the length and breadth of Italy, who have massacred thousands of innocent citizens and brave legionaries. In my mind, that makes you a latro of the worst type."
He hawked and spat at Carbo's feet.
"And that's for being a traitor to your own kind."
Anger flared in Carbo's belly. "Piss off before I gut you!" Caipio didn't bother replying. He stalked off, muttering insults. So that's how it is. There can be no going back now, ever. Why did I even think it was possible? It had been naive to approach Caipio, but he had wanted to express his kinship with him. He had been unprepared for the level of the centurion's scorn, yet an odd feeling, was it satisfaction, filled him. I am a latro after all. The slaves have become my family, and Spartacus is my leader. Despite the fact that he would never see his parents again, the emotion was oddly comforting. Gannicus took a long pull from the small amphora. He smacked his thick lips with satisfaction. "That's a good vintage, or I'm no judge." Castus lifted an arse cheek and let loose a thundering fart.
"You're no judge. It's only entered your thick skull that it's quality wine because we took it from Gellius's tent."
He ducked, chuckling as the clay vessel flew at his head. It landed a few steps beyond his position by the fire. He leaned over and picked it up before its entire contents leaked out.
"You know I'm right. 10 denarii says that you grew up on vinegar-flavoured, watered-down piss, like me, like every farm slave that ever was. The best we could hope for every year was the dregs of the master's mulsum and the Venalia rustica. How would we know what tastes good and what doesn't?"
Gannicus cracked a sour smile by way of agreement. His moon face was less jovial than usual. "I couldn't tell a Falernian from donkey piss most of the time, but if one thinks certain, every bloody drop taken from the Romans tastes like nectar." Castus swigged from the amphora and tossed it back.
"To be fair, that does have good flavour."
Gannicus's irritated expression eased. "I told you so."
"Look at us. We who are slaves, gladiators, the lowest of the low, living like kings."
Castus's wave incorporated the grand Roman tent that he'd insisted his men take from Gellius's camp, and the glittering gilt standards that had been stabbed into the earth before it.
"If that prick Gellius wasn't so scrawny, I'd be wearing his armour too."
Gannicus laughed.
"Well, it's quite something to own the breastplate of a Roman consul, eh? Even if it doesn't fit." "I wish I'd taken it from his corpse," growled Castus. "Next time the dog won't be so lucky."
"If he has the balls to come back for another bout." They sat and savoured the memories of their victory, which had come in no small part from their own personal bravery.
"That was a fine spectacle that Spartacus put on earlier,"
said Castus in a grudging voice. "True. The men loved it."
"He's got such a way with them, damn his eyes."
Castus didn't try to hide his jealousy. Gannicus knew how he felt about the Thracian. So too did the few warriors, Gauls all, who lounged nearby.
"Time was that being courageous in battle and able to drink any other man under the table was good enough, eh?"
"That, and being able to hump a woman all night long," agreed Gannicus. "That's why you and I have got to where we are, and we've done well. Thousands of men are loyal to each of us."
"Not nearly as many as are devoted to Spartacus," Castus retorted. "Did you see him fight today? He's fearless and skilled with it. The prick is a good general too. Tricking Lentulus into leading his army through the defile was a masterstroke. It's no surprise that they fucking love him."
His reddened face twisted with the bitterness of the man who knows he is lesser.
"What I don't like
is the way he expects us to do what he wants. He used to ask our opinion, now he just does whatever he pleases," said Gannicus, brooding.
"That might be good enough for our slickers like Egbio and Pulcher, but not for us. Gauls have pride."
Resentment held them silent for a while. The logs in the fire crackled and spat as the resin within poured out. The noise of the celebrating soldiers rose into the starry night sky, where their challenge vanished into the immense silence.
"I don't know that you're right," said Gannicus, tugging on his moustache.
"Hey? About what?"
"About how much the men love Spartacus. They adore him, while he leads them to victory after victory, and when he lets them plunder farms and latifundia with abandon. But when they're faced with crossing a huge range of mountains out of Italy, I think that the majority of them will suddenly have a change of heart. They know that that's where we're heading. Spartacus told them that at Thurii. There's a big difference between knowing something and understanding it, Castus. All the men have had to think about since then is marching, raping and pillaging whatever homestead they happen upon, fighting the consular armies, and beating them will have kept their minds off much else too. I'd wager that, until recently, not one man in 10 has given serious thought to leaving Italy. And the grumbling that's been going on is very real." Castus's beady eyes filled with hope. He leaned forward conspiratorially.
"We've talked about this before. Will the majority really refuse to do as he asks?"
Well, that's exactly what I think.
"I hope you're right, by Tyrannus. I would love to see that come to pass."
"So would I. Because the day that he announces the army is to march into the Alps is the day we act. In the meantime, we wait, watch, and listen." In a flash, Castus's mood turned.
"We've been sitting on our hands about this since we broke out of the stinking ludus. I've a good mind just to head off on my own. Plenty of men will follow me."
"Do what you want," said Gannicus dismissively. "You are your own master, but before you act, think of the prize on offer. Imagine leading 40, even 50,000 men into battle. We'd be like the Gaulish chieftains of old, like Brennus who sacked Rome. They say that the ground trembled when his men were going into battle. Imagine that. The Romans would shit themselves." He sat back and let Castus suck on the bones of that idea.
All right. We'll wait a little longer. Use the time to talk more men around, eh?"
"Exactly." Gannicus kept his expression neutral, but inside he was delighted. If he could induce Castus to act with him, they stood a far greater chance at the Alps of persuading the majority of the army to reject Spartacus's demands. And when that happened, he would be the driving force of the pair. Castus was no fool, but his hot-headedness often led him into trouble. It also made him relatively easy to manipulate, which suited Gannicus down to the ground. He cracked the seal off another amphora. "In the meantime, let's get pissed." Castus belched.
"Good idea."
"We'll drink to Spartacus losing control of the army."
"Even better. That he ends up on the wrong end of a Roman blade."
"Aye," agreed Gannicus. "He did the job well enough at the start, but the power has gone to his head." They eyed one another with new intensity, both realizing that the other was thinking the same thing. A moment went by. Castus looked around, checking that no one was in earshot.
"Do you think it's possible? Those Scythians are like a pair of mad hunting dogs, and then there's the man himself. He's lethal with a blade, or his bare hands. Remember how we all but killed Crixus, and he was as strong as an ox."
"He's not so dangerous when he's asleep, or when he's taking a shit," murmured Gannicus slyly.
Where there's a will, there's a way, eh? We just have to wait for the right opportunity.
He gave Castus a hard stare.
Are you with me? You're damn right I am. Not a word about it to anyone. This has to be between you and me. What do you think, I'm stupid? My lips are sealed, where that's concerned anyway.
He reached out a hand for the amphora.
Now, are you going to let me die of thirst?
Grinning with satisfaction, Gannicus handed over the wine.
Spartacus, he thought. Your star has begun to wane. About bloody time.
Marcian had grown up on an estate in Brutium. He was of Greek extraction, medium height, and had his father's sallow skin and black hair. Given that his parents were household slaves, it had been natural for Marcian's master to have him trained as a scribe when he was old enough. He had shown a natural proficiency for the job, and had enjoyed it too. Sadly, his whole life had been turned upside down a year previously, when his master had died, leaving as his only heir a dissolute youth with no sense of culture. One of this boor's first acts had been to force many of the domestic slaves to work in the estate's fields, where they would be more productive. Marcian had known about the harsh life and brutal discipline meted out to agricultural slaves, but until then he had never experienced it firsthand. After a few weeks, he had had enough. Spartacus's army had been camped near Thurii for some months. Rumours about how easy it was to join had been rife among the discontented farm slaves. And in the dark of an autumn night, Marcian had stolen away into the hills. It had taken him only 3 days to reach the rebel army. A tough-looking officer had studied his farmer's tan and the calluses on his hands, and accepted him as a recruit. Marcian had completed his initial training long since. He had fought in the battles against Lentulus and Gellius, which made him a veteran. In the eyes of the original gladiators who had escaped from the ludus with Spartacus, however, or the men who had fought in the initial battles against the likes of Publius Verinius at Thurii, Marcian and his comrades were nothing but wet-behind-the-ears rookies. He'd grown sick of their jibes, which filled his ears any time their hard-nosed centurion made them train. The old-timers liked nothing better than to stand by and make sarcastic comments. Marching was hard on Marcian's legs, but at least he was surrounded by his own, more recently recruited cohort. Zeuxis's grumbling started up again from the rank in front, reminding him that it wasn't all roses here either. The bald-headed man was older than him, and had joined a week before Marcian had. Zeuxis had the loudest voice in the contubernium, which he thought gave him the right to dictate to everyone. Mostly, the other soldiers in the 8-man tent group let him get on with it. Marcian found that hard.
"We do nothing but fucking march!"
"Shut it,"
said Gaius, a broad-shouldered man who lived to fight. He was marching beside Marcian.
"Try not to think about it. You'll get there sooner that way."
Zeuxis ignored him.
"How many 100 miles is it from Thurii?"
"I heard it was close to 4, said Arphocras, Marcian's favourite member of the contubernium.
"Is that all? Feels as if we're halfway to Hades."
Arphocras winked at Marcian. "Don't worry, Zeuxis. It's not much further to the Alps."
"The Alps? How hard will it be to cross them?"
"It'll be summer by the time we get there. The journey won't be any different to what we've experienced in the Apennines," said Marcian, repeating what he'd overheard his centurion saying.
"As if you'd know, Greek boy,"
growled Zeuxis.
"You're like the rest of us. Never set foot outside Brutium until Spartacus led us away from there."
The others laughed, and Marcian flushed with anger. "That's according to Spartacus, not me."
"Been talking to him recently, have you?"
More laughter. Marcian buttoned his lip. He would try to get Zeuxis back later.
"Spartacus, the great man. Ha! If we're lucky, he might ride by our position every day or two, but that's it," complained Zeuxis.
The rest of the time we're stuck in the column without a damn clue about what's going on, just following the men in front like shitting ants. No wonder it takes 3 hours for us even to leave the camp each morning. Which means we're always the last damn soldiers to reach the new one every day.
Encouraged by the others' nods and mutters, he went on.
Getting our grain ration takes an age. Never mind about the wine. And as for spare equipment...
Martian gave up his intention of keeping silent. Everything Zeuxis said was true, but it was part of life when one served in such a vast army. They could no more change it than force the sun to rise in the west and set in the east.
Oh, give it a rest, will you? I'll talk if I want to. Men are interested in what I've got to say,
retorted Zeuxis over his shoulder. No, they're not. They just can't compete with your bloody monotone. Hoots of laughter rang out, and Zeuxis scowled. He swung around, nearly braining Gaius with the pole carrying his gear.
You cheeky bastard!
Gaius gave him an almighty shove back into his rank.
Why don't you do as Martian asked, eh? Give us all a break. Enjoy the scenery. Look up at the blue sky, sing us a song even. Anything but more of your grumbling.
Martian grinned as everyone within earshot loudly agreed. Frowning, Zeuxis subsided.
Thanks,
muttered Martian to Gaius.
It's all right. It won't keep him quiet for long.
Nothing ever does, said Martian, rolling his eyes. Better just enjoy the moment. Taking a deep breath, Gaius began to sing. Recognizing the bawdy tune, Martian and the rest joined in with gusto. The miles went by far faster when thinking about wine, women, and song. 10 days later, Rome. Marcus Licinius Crassus was tired and hungry. Seeing his house in the distance, he sighed with relief. Soon he'd be home. He had spent a long day in the Senate, listening to and taking part in the most interminable debate about building new sewers on the Aventine Hill. The fools spout enough shit as it is without literally having to talk about it, he thought, smiling at his own joke. It was incredible. Despite the recent defeat of both consuls by the renegade Spartacus, the sewerage needs of the plebs were being addressed as a matter of urgency. Yet there was no doubt in Crassus's mind which was the more pressing matter. Spartacus. The man and his slave rabble had become a festering sore in the Republic's side. Lentulus, the first consul to be disgraced, had presented himself to the senators some weeks before. His attempt to explain his actions had not gone down well, but after a severe reprimand, he had been left in command of what remained of his army. Gellius, his colleague, had appeared in the capital just a few days prior. Like Lentulus, he was a self-made man, and lacked the support of a major faction in the Senate. Like Lentulus, he had suffered considerable casualties at Spartacus's hands. He had also lost both his legion's eagles. What had brought the senator's opprobrium raining down on him, however, had not been these factors. It had been the presence of Caepio, the only surviving witness to the humiliation and killing of 400 Roman prisoners. Crassus's lips pinched at the memory of Caepio's testimony. Few men in the Republic could demand more respect than he, a centurion with 30 years of loyal service under his gilded belt. Everyone in the Curia had been riveted as he'd spoken. The wave of sheer outrage that had swept through the hallowed building when he'd finished had been greater than any Crassus had ever seen. He had been no less affected. The idea of slaves holding a munus, forcing Roman legionaries, citizens, to fight to the death was outrageous, unforgivable. Vengeance had to be obtained, and fast. Crassus's fury and frustration mounted even further. At that moment, revenge seemed unlikely. If the rumours were to be believed, Spartacus was leading his men north to the Alps. Only Gaius Cassius Longinus, the proconsul of Cisalpine Gaul, who commanded 2 legions, stood in his way, and it was hard to see how he would succeed where his superiors had failed. If Longinus were defeated,
They would discover if Spartacus really was thinking the unthinkable. Would he leave Italy? Even if Lentulus or Gellius were granted the opportunity of fighting Spartacus again, Crassus didn't think that either consul was capable of crushing the slave army. Both of them, especially Gellius, had seemed cowed by the senator's furious reaction. That was just 300 angry politicians, not 50,000 armed slaves. Although the pair had now joined forces, in Crassus's mind they lacked the initiative and the balls to bring the insurrection to a swift and successful conclusion. He had brought some of his fellow senators around to his point of view that change was needed. Getting them to agree to anything further was another matter, however. The traditions surrounding high office that had evolved over half a millennium were set in stone. For the 12 months of their office, the two consuls were the most senior magistrates in the Republic and its effective rulers. Understandably, their positions were revered. To unseat them or to force them to allow another to lead their armies during their tenure was unheard of. Undeterred, Crassus had mooted such ideas twice now. On both occasions, his suggestions had been shouted down. Fools. They will come to regret their decision. Longinus will fail. If they are sent after him, Lentulus and Gellius will fail. Crassus knew it in his bones. Of all the politicians in Rome, he alone had met Spartacus and gauged his mettle. He had encountered the Thracian gladiator by chance on a visit to Capua a year before. Crassus had paid for a mortal combat in the ludus there. Despite being wounded early on, Spartacus had overcome his skilled opponent. Intrigued by the Thracian, Crassus had struck up a conversation with him afterwards. At the time, he'd taken Spartacus's confident manner as pure arrogance. Since then, in the aftermath of repeated Roman defeats, he had realized his mistake. The man wasn't just a brave and skillful fighter. He possessed charisma, ability, and generalship in plenty. Not since Hannibal has anyone posed such a real threat to the Republic, Crassus brooded. And the two fools who are supposed to bring him to heel are Lentulus and Gellius, whose best plan is to hunt Spartacus down and confront him in battle once more? Why am I the only one to see that they'll be unsuccessful? I have to do something. And he knew exactly what. It might take months, but he would win the Senate around. Scores of politicians owed him favours, money, or both. He just needed some more influential allies. With their support, he could achieve a majority in the Senate. The consuls would be forced to relinquish command of their legions to someone else. To me, he thought happily. I, Crassus, will lead the legions in pursuit of Spartacus wherever he may be. I will save the Republic. How the plebs will love me. His litter creaked to a halt, and his slaves set it down gently. Crassus waited as one of them hammered on the front door, demanding entry for their master. Rather than the hulking doorman he expected, the portal was opened by Cineas, his effeminate majordomo. Alighting, Crassus lifted his eyebrows. "You're back. I hadn't expected you so soon." "My business in the south took less time than I thought." Cineas stepped onto the street, deferentially ushering his master inside. "I'm glad to hear it." Crassus was careful to place his right foot over the threshold first. His belly grumbled as the smell of frying garlic reached his nostrils from the kitchen. He could eat later, however. Weeks before, he had sent Cineas on a mission. "Tell me what you discovered." Cineas looked up and down the corridor. 2 household slaves were approaching. Crassus had no wish for anyone else to hear either. Later. Cineas relaxed. "I'm not the only surprise for you today. You have a visitor." "Who?" "The Pontifex Maximus." Crassus blinked in surprise. "Gaius Julius Caesar?" "The same. What in the name of all the gods does the Queen of Bithynia want with me?" "He wouldn't say," Cineas snickered. Everyone in Rome knew the rumours. Since Caesar's sojourn a few years before at the court of Nicomedes, the elderly ruler of Bithynia, he had been dogged by the rumour that he had been intimate with his host. "He's not dressed in fine purple robes, nor is he reclining on a golden couch as he waits for you." The image made Crassus smile. "Caesar might have done that for Nicomedes, but I think he knows better than to try it on with me." Caesar was the highest-ranking priest in Rome. While his post had real importance, membership of the priesthood was also a stepping stone for those young nobles with a promising career in politics. Caesar was already one of the rising stars on that scene. "This won't just be a social visit, that's for sure." They entered the atrium, the grand airy room that led off the entrance hall. Beautifully painted scenes decorated the stucco walls. The exposure of the infants Romulus and Remus on the banks of the river Tiber, the consecration of Rhea Silvia as Vestal Virgin, and the founding of the ancient city of Alba Longa. The death masks of Crassus's ancestors adorned the rear wall, which also contained the Lararium, an alcove set aside as a shrine to the household gods. Crassus bent his head in respect as he passed. "Where is he, then? Don't you wish to change or to eat something first?" "Come now, Sinius," chuckled Crassus. "I ought to see him at once." He brushed a speck of imaginary dirt from the front of his own still immaculate toga. "Caesar may be a dandy, but my appearance will suffice." "Of course. He's waiting in the reception room off the courtyard." It was his most imposing office, decorated only the week before. It could not fail to impress. Pleased by Sinius's shrewdness, Crassus followed his major domo through the tablinum, the large chamber that led on to the colonnaded garden beyond. Staying under the portico, they skirted the rows of vines and lemon trees and the carefully placed colourful Greek statues. Sinius tapped on the open door of the first room they reached. "Marcus Licinius Crassus." Crassus glided past, smiling a welcome at the clean-shaven, thin man seated within. "Pontifex, I am honoured by your presence." He made a shallow obeisance, enough to show respect, but not enough to indicate any real inferiority. "Crassus," said Caesar, standing and returning the bow. As ever, his well-cut, dark red robe had barely a crease. "How wonderful to see you." Crassus hid his delight at the deference just shown him. Family connections might have won Caesar the position of pontifex, but there was still no need for him to rise for Crassus. The fact that he had done so showed that he recognized Crassus's importance. It wasn't that surprising. I am, after all, richer, more powerful, and better connected. What Crassus did not like to admit was that he possessed little of Caesar's elan. Few other men, apart from Pompey, could win the love of the public as Caesar had. Winning a Corona Civica, Rome's highest award for bravery, at 19, choosing to become an advocate in the courts, and robustly prosecuting Dolabella, a former consul, at 23, gaining notoriety as a lover of numerous men's wives. However, the plebs' favourite story about Caesar, if Crassus had heard it being told on a street corner once, he'd heard it 100 times, involved his capture by pirates and imprisonment on the island of Pharmacusa off the coast of Asia Minor. Crassus hated the tale. Not only had Caesar laughed at the pirates' ransom demand of 20 talents of silver, telling them that they should ask instead for 50, but he had repeatedly told them that when he was freed, he would crucify them all. Some weeks later, when the larger amount had been paid, Caesar had indeed been released. Despite the fact that he was a civilian, he had persuaded the provincials who had paid his ransom to give him the command of several warships. True to his word, he had captured the pirates, and soon afterwards crucified every single one of them. This display of Roman virtus, or manliness, had given Caesar an enduring appeal with the Roman public. Crassus longed for such recognition. He smiled at his guest.
Prick. Some wine? Thank you. That would be welcome. My throat's dry too.
Crassus glanced at Cineas, but the Latin was already on his way out of the door.
A long day in the Senate? Yes, hours of talking about shit.
Caesar's eyebrows arched.
New sewers are planned for the Aventine Hill.
I see. It sounds a reasonable suggestion.
So you'd think. It's never that easy in the Senate, though, is it? But you didn't come here to talk about sanitation.
No. Caesar paused as Cineas returned with a flask of wine.
You may speak freely. My major domo has been with me for more than 20 years. I trust him as I do my own son.
Very well, said Caesar with obvious reluctance. As I'm sure you're aware, the costs of living in the capital, of maintaining appearances when in high office, can be prohibitive.
I knew it, Crassus gloated silently. He's here for a loan, aren't they all?
They can be. Public entertainment of any kind can be expensive. A number of my friends have mentioned that you can be most accommodating when it comes to securing more funds.
I have been known to lend money on occasion. Crassus paused, savouring his power.
Is that why you are here?
Caesar hesitated for a heartbeat. Well, in a word, yes.
I see.
Crassus rolled some wine around his mouth, enjoying the taste and the awkward expression on Caesar's face. How much money do you need?
3 million denarii.
Cineas let out a tiny gasp, which he quickly converted to a cough.
The pup has balls, thought Crassus. No mincing around when it comes to it.
That's quite a sum.
Caesar's shoulders rose and fell in an eloquent shrug.
I want to hold a munus in the next few months. That alone will cost me 500,000 at least. Then there are the costs of running a household. You don't have to justify your spending to me. How precisely would you pay me back?
From the booty I will take on campaign.
Campaign?
Asked Crassus, frowning.
Where? Pontus?
Perhaps. Or somewhere else, replied Caesar with his typical confidence. Crassus thought for a moment. Rome was perennially at war. Caesar could be sure of finding a conflict to fight in if he wished, but there was no guarantee that he would return with such huge wealth.
That's not why I lend men money, though, is it? It's to have them in my power, so that when I need a favour, I know that I will receive it.
He smiled. Caesar was already popular with many senators. Having him as a debtor would be advantageous.
Fine.
Caesar's composure slipped, reducing him to the young man he really was. You'll lend it to me? He asked, eagerly.
Of course,
said Crassus in an expansive tone.
As you may have heard, my interest rate is reasonable. 5 denarii in every 100, charged yearly. Cineas can have my scribe draw up the paperwork at once. The parchment guaranteeing you the money will be delivered to your house in the morning.
Thank you, Caesar grinned. I will offer a bull to Jupiter in gratitude later.
There is one small condition.
I see.
Will you agree to it?
Do I have to?
If you want the money, yes.
Caesar's smile slipped a little. As long as you don't ask me to kill my mother, I imagine that I will be able to help. Crassus hid his delight.
He swallowed the hook.
You've probably been aware in recent days of my impatience with our consuls Lentulus and Gellius.
Yes, replied Caesar cagily.
I say impatient? That's being kind. To put it simply, Lentulus is a fool. He walked into an ambush that a blind man would have seen, marching his army into a narrow defile without checking the heights first, I ask you.
Caesar rubbed his long aquiline nose, wondering whether to mention the fact that the all-clear signal had apparently been given. In retrospect, it was clear Lentulus's scouts must have been killed, allowing one of Spartacus's men to give the signal that lulled the consul into a false sense of security. He decided not to mention it. A rash decision.
And Gellius? He's nothing but an old man who thought that winning a battle against a disorganized mob of slaves led by a savage would guarantee him a victory over Spartacus.
Strong words.
Maybe so, but they're true.
Crassus stuck out his jaw belligerently. Thus far I have not said so in public, but I agree with you, admitted Caesar. Encouraged, Crassus continued.
The praetors who went before the consuls were no better. Glaber, Verinius, and Cassinius were supposed to be high-ranking magistrates. Pah! The legate Furius was another idiot.
You could have done better yourself. Crassus paused, eyeing Caesar with suspicion. Eh? As the man whose victory in a desperate battle at the Colline Gate won the day for Sulla, you would have undoubtedly cleared up the whole affair by now.
With the gods' help, perhaps, said Crassus modestly.
He wasn't going to admit that such thoughts had occupied his every waking moment. In reality, however, things were not quite so black and white. The mistake made by Glaber of not having enough sentries could have happened to anyone. Who in their right mind could have imagined that 70-odd gladiators would make a bold nighttime attack on 3,000 men? If Furius's account of what had happened to him was to be believed, he too had been cleverly ambushed. So had Cassinius, caught naked as he bathed in a swimming pool. It was Verinius alone who had made repeated poor judgments, the last of which had culminated in his complete defeat by Spartacus at the city of Thurii. Crassus remembered how, upon Verinius's return to Rome, the disgraced praetor had pleaded with him to help. Naturally, he had refused.
Verinius had brought his destruction upon his own head, he thought harshly.
To have allied himself with such an abject failure would have been tantamount to political suicide. He'd been decent enough to Verinius. Hadn't he offered to lend the praetor's family money at lower than normal rates after Verinius was dead?
But I was not chosen by the Senate, he added.
You did not put yourself forward as a candidate.
Why would I ask to lead soldiers against a raggle-taggle of runaway gladiators?
Crassus couldn't keep his irritation from showing.
Besides, Glaber would suffer the job to no other.
That's true, replied Caesar mildly. But now it has become something far more. We're talking about a full-scale rebellion.
Indeed we are. And the two consuls have failed us, failed the Republic. Can you imagine what they were saying about Rome in Pontus, in Iberia? Oh, we must be the laughingstock of the Mediterranean. An army of slaves marches up and down Italy, thrashing every force of troops sent against it. It's an absolute scandal. Now we are depending on the proconsul of Cisalpine Gaul to succeed when no one else has been able to, with but 2 legions. I do not envy Gaius Cassinius Longinus. It's an insurmountable task.
Quite so.
I therefore intend to gain the support of the majority of the senators in the Curia. When I have done that, I will force the consuls to resign, or, more likely, to surrender the command of their legions to me.
Despite the magnitude of what he was hearing, Caesar's eyebrows rose only a fraction. Pompey Magnus will not be pleased if you do that. A thin smile traced his lips. But that's a good thing. He loves power too much as it is.
The windbag has his hands full in Iberia anyway. He might have defeated Perperna, but there are plenty of tribes who still fancy a fight with Rome.
As always. Assuming that you succeed, what will you do next?
I will raise more legions in addition to the 4 consular ones before taking the war to Spartacus. Aggressively. If he is still in Italy, so much the better. If he has left it, I'll pursue him by land or by sea. I will not rest until he and his rabble have been trampled into the mud, and the stain on the Republic's honour has been washed away forever.
Crassus fixed his eyes on Caesar.
Will you join me?" Caesar did not answer immediately, which angered Crassus. "If you do not, there can be no question of lending you the money," he reiterated curtly. "I would be honored to help." "Excellent. Sinius, tell the scribe to draw up the usual credit agreement for 3 million denarii. Crassus poured more wine for them himself. "To a long-lasting friendship." Caesar echoed the toast, and they both drank. "I have another request to make," said Caesar a moment later. What else can he want? "Oh, really?" "When you are in charge of the legions, I would very much like to be one of your tribunes." Crassus's ego swelled. "It would be a good opportunity for you to gain military experience." "Will you have me?" "Any man who has won the Corona Civica would be welcome on my staff." Crassus raised his glass in salute. A more companionable silence fell. Outside in the courtyard, the scratch of the scribe's stylus mixed with the sound of Sinius's voice dictating the terms of the loan. Crassus reflected on the day's end with some satisfaction. He had barely come up with his plan to gain control of the legions in Italy when Caesar had fallen into his lap. In gaining the Pontifex's support, he had also recruited a valuable staff officer, and he hadn't even heard Sinius's news yet. Chapter 3. 2 weeks later, Cisalpine Gaul, near the town of Mutina. The sun had just risen, and Spartacus was standing a short distance from the perimeter of his camp. Apart from the sentries on the earthen rampart, he was the only figure in sight. It was a good time to be alone, and one that he often took advantage of to collect his thoughts. He breathed in deeply, enjoying the cool air. Summer was around the corner, and each day it was growing hotter. By midday, marching would have become an unpleasant slog. It wasn't surprising that the army's progress since defeating Gellius had been even slower than usual. Buoyed up by their incredible successes, his men had spent much of the time drunk or ransacking local farms for food, women, and, of course, more wine. He hadn't tried to stop them. After what they'd achieved, they deserved to celebrate. A leader who prevented his men from doing such things became unpopular, and he couldn't risk that, not with the Alps drawing near. Spartacus knew he'd done well to get the army on the move a week or so previously. It had travelled at a snail's pace of 5 miles a day since, however, which was immensely frustrating. Yet, at the best of times, it was hard to organise 50,000 soldiers and the straggling baggage train that accompanied them. He had long since given up trying to control the thousands of hangers-on, women, children, the wounded, whores, traders, who swelled the host size to ridiculous proportions. The damn column stretched for more than 20 miles. When journeying from the south, he had kept his followers in the mountains, where it was easy to avoid confrontation. Just the day before, they had left the protection of the Apennines and marched out onto the river plain of the mighty Padus. They were now permanently in the open and vulnerable to attack. They may have driven off both consuls, but Spartacus had learned over the years never to let his guard down. Squadrons of his cavalry rode at regular intervals along the column's flanks. Other units had also ranged far afield, locating enemy troops. So far it appeared that the garrison of Mutina was staying firmly behind the town's walls. Spartacus climbed on to a nearby rock and peered north. Cloud cover meant that he couldn't see the Alps this morning, but his memory of seeing them on the far horizon as they had descended from the Apennines was crystal clear. Less than 70 miles away, the influence of the Roman Republic came to an abrupt end. The sight had made Ariadne happier than he'd ever seen. It had had a similar effect on Athius, Taxis, and the surviving Thracians. Everyone else's reaction had been more muted, however.
Gannicus had smiled and said he was looking forward to screwing a free Gaulish woman. But Castus had barely said a word. Concerned by the first real hints of resentment, Spartacus had taken to wandering through the army's camp each night, his face obscured by the throw of a cloak. Many of the conversations he had eavesdropped on were not what he would have wished to hear. Yes, there was some talk of leaving Italy behind forever, but there was also a great deal of grumbling and complaining.
Why does he want to leave? Everything we want is here. Undefended towns, grain, wine, women, money. All ours for the taking.
We've defeated every damn force sent against us. What is there to fear by staying? Both consuls had to flee for their lives after we thrashed their legions. The Romans have learned their lesson. They won't come near us again in a hurry.
Biting his tongue, Spartacus hadn't challenged this dissent. He couldn't talk to every tent group in the army.
They don't understand the Romans. They are uneducated slaves. What do they know of history?
Talk of Pyrrhus, who had defeated Rome more than once, and Hannibal, who had massacred almost their entire army in one day, and the Gaulish tribes who had threatened Italy on occasions, would mean nothing to the vast majority. Yet part of him couldn't help exulting at the level of their confidence.
Why would they want to leave? What might we do if we were 100,000 strong, 200,000 strong? The Romans would truly fear us then.
He dragged his thoughts back to Thrace, and how he wanted to rid it of the legions forever.
The men will listen to me when the time is right, he told himself. They love and trust in me. Not all will follow me north, but most will.
He glanced at the sky.
Let it be so, great rider. Let their reverence for you and Ariadne, your faithful servant, remain, O Dionysus.
But deep in his gut, Spartacus suspected that the Romans would not leave him be if he left Italy. They would want revenge for the humiliations he had heaped upon them. And if they followed him, what then? Hearing someone approach, he turned his head.
Carbo! Navio!
I thought it would be you.
My trusty Romans.
He'd watched their faces closely during the Munus for Crixus. Navio had enjoyed watching the legionaries die, which in Spartacus's mind proved his loyalty. Carbo had protested to him about it, and had even spoken to Caepio when it was over. Spartacus had seen the centurion's contempt from 50 paces away, had seen him spit at Carbo's feet. He'd felt sorry for the young Roman, but he had also rejoiced, because Caepio's rejection would have bonded Carbo to him forever. There were few men whom Spartacus would trust to protect Ariadne and their as yet unborn son in the event of his death. Athius and Taxis were two, and Carbo was another. It was a relief to know that his allegiance remained strong. Looking north, Carbo was wondering why their leader had summoned them so early.
Where else would I look? The Alps are close.
We'll reach them in a week to 10 days. He was pleased that neither men looked unhappy. Before that, we have to pass Mutina, don't we?
It's about 10 miles away, said Navio.
Tell me about it, ordered Spartacus. It's a Roman colony on the Via Aemilia, which runs from Erimium on the east coast to Placentia, some 60 miles distant. Mutina is also the main base for the provincial governor and his 2 legions. Proconsul Gaius Cassius Longinus, said Carbo. He comes from an old and illustrious family, like Crassus the shitbag.
Longinus was consul last year when Glaber and the other fools were sent to destroy us, mused Spartacus. By now, he will have heard what happened to Lentulus and Gellius.
At this moment, I would say he's hiding behind Mutina's walls, shitting himself, said Navio with a laugh, wishing that he had more than 2 legions.
Beware the cornered snake, advised Spartacus.
And To underestimate a Roman army is to invite your own destruction.
It's true, murmured Navio. But we'll hammer them into little pieces regardless. The scouts have found no signs so far of Longinus or his troops, and that probably means that he's kept them in camp. But the easiest route to the Alps will take us right by Mutina. Who knows what the proconsul might have planned for us?
He pinned them with his eyes.
I want you to see what you can find out.
What? Go to Mutina? Asked Carbo in surprise.
Yes. You're the only two who can get away with it. You're Roman, you're educated, no one will even challenge you.
We could sleep in beds, thought Carbo. He hadn't done that for many months.
All right, and count me in, said Navio.
I want you back within a day. If you value your skins, remember to keep your mouths shut, warned Spartacus. I'll let the army rest until you return, then we're moving north. A day, mused Carbo, feverishly wondering if he might have time to compose a letter of farewell to his parents. The idea had occurred to him before, but their situation had made it impossible. He had no ink, no stylus or parchment, and no way of sending the message. Now, with the Alps so near at hand, their departure from Italy suddenly seemed real. Permanent. In the forum of a town such as Mutina, he would find scribes who, for a few coins, would write him a note.
There's plenty of time,
asserted Navio.
Find some clothes that are well worn and dirty. Do not wear your belts, obviously, or any weapons apart from a knife, ordered Spartacus. Take only a small amount of money.
If anyone asks our business, what shall we say?
You're both farmers. That will explain your tans, and the calluses on your hands. You come from 30 miles to the south of here in the foothills of the Apennines. And like so many others, your farms were laid waste by Spartacus's men and your families killed. You've come to Mutina to find work and protection from the rebels.
It seemed a plausible story. Carbo and Navio glanced at each other and nodded.
Go on with you. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll be back.
To avoid being run over by an official messenger who showed no sign of slowing his cantering horse, Carbo stepped off the paved surface of the road. He glanced sidelong at the rider as he pounded past, heading for Placentia. No prizes for guessing what his message is. Something along the lines of, "Send me every available soldier you have. Spartacus is at the gates." It was a pleasing thought. He and Navio had skirted through the deserted countryside to join the busy Via Aemilia some miles to the west of Mutina, so that when they arrived it didn't look as if they had come from the south. Unsurprisingly, most of the heavy traffic was heading away from the threat of the slave army. There were enough travellers moving eastwards for them not to appear unusual, however. Carbo unslung his water bag with a sigh.
Gods, but it's hot.
Taking a long swig, he threw the leather carrier at Navio. His friend winked.
It's just as well we're not wearing our mail shirts and carrying our swords and shields, eh? In Hades' name, keep your mouth shut.
Carbo was grateful for the deafening racket made by the creaking of a passing cart's wheels.
No one can hear me.
Well, maybe now. But in Mutina things will be different, especially if we go to a tavern.
If?
Screeched Navio.
When?
Carbo glowered at Navio, but he only half meant it. They'd spent the entire journey talking about finding an inn where they could drink some decent wine and order good food instead of the burned offerings they'd grown used to. There might even be some half-decent-looking whores, Carbo thought hopefully. He hadn't had sex since Chloris, his lover, had died. There had been plenty of opportunities, but unlike most of Spartacus's men, he wasn't prepared to rape defenseless women. By now he was desperate. All right, but we do it my way, quietly and carefully. There'll be no talk of anything other than farming, our poor dead families, and what bastards Spartacus and his lot are.
Fair enough, replied Navio, but that's as much as you're telling me what to do. You're not choosing which whore I screw.
He hurled the water bag at Carbo's head with a laugh, and made a ring with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand. With a suggestive leer, he thrust his left forefinger in and out of the opening. "That's what I want."
"With the best-looking woman I can find,"
he growled. Carbo chuckled. For just a moment, life felt normal. His wariness returned fast. There was a long queue waiting to enter Mutina's main gate, which was guarded by a large group of legionaries.
"Look how many of the Horsons there are.
There's 20 at least," he muttered, as they shuffled along behind an ox cart laden down with freshly sawn planks.
"They've heard how we took Thurii. Looks like it."
Carbo could remember every moment of the battle at Thurii in southern Italy. In order to spring a surprise attack on Verinius, Spartacus had his men seize the poorly defended city by subterfuge. The next day, leaving a portion of his army outside, apparently besieging Thurii, he had drawn Verinius and his soldiers into a deadly trap. Since that day, Carbo's respect for Spartacus had been unassailable. The Romans' defeat had been total, their humiliation immense. Clearly, Longinus wasn't going to let the same happen to Mutina or to him.
"We'll just have to brazen our way in."
Carbo was relieved to see some of the nervousness he was feeling reflected in Navio's face.
"If they ask, let's lay it on thick about our families being slaughtered. We're loyal Roman citizens who pay our taxes and ask little in return. Where were the legionaries to protect us when Spartacus and his savages descended on our farms and so on? Fine."
However, Carbo's tension grew as they edged closer to the walls, which were heavily manned. There were ballistae at regular intervals along the stone battlements as well. He indicated them with tight nods of his head.
"See those?" "Yes." "They're prepared for a siege. Maybe Longinus is scared to march outside and fight,"
joked Navio.
"Maybe, but he'll do it anyway." "He'll have to," agreed Navio grimly. "Or for the rest of his life, he'll be known as the general who let Spartacus escape. He'd never command more than a squad of men on latrine duty."
It was pleasing to imagine a Roman general supervising the cleaning up of shit and piss. But Carbo forced himself to concentrate on what was going on ahead. The skinny man with the cart in front was having a furious argument with the legionaries manning the gate.
"You're not coming in with that damn wagon,"
reiterated the Optio in charge, a pug-nosed officious individual.
"For the foreseeable future, no trade goods are to be allowed in unless by the direct order of the proconsul."
He scanned the list in his right hand.
"I can't see anything here about planks. These have been ordered by no less than Purpurius."
"Purpurius?" the Optio yawned.
"He's an important merchant who lives by the Forum. Never heard of him. Let me tell you that Purpurius is a friend of the proconsul."
"I'm sure he is," said the Optio in a disbelieving tone.
"His goods aren't on my list, however."
"It's taken me 2 days to get here," pleaded the carter.
"It's not my problem," came the bored reply. "Now back your cart up and turn around. You're blocking the entrance."
The Optio lifted his metal-tipped staff.
"Are you deaf?"
Throwing filthy looks at the soldiers, and complaining about what Purpurius would do when he heard about what had happened, the unfortunate carter began the laborious procedure of reversing the oxen. Carbo, Navio, and the people behind them scrambled out of the way as he manoeuvred away from the walls, and, still grumbling, headed back the way he had come.
"Get a move on!"
bellowed a voice. The Optio was beckoning them forward.
"Names!"
he called out. They had already decided that using their real names wouldn't matter, and it would mean that they didn't have to remember an alias.
"Paulus Carbo."
"Marcus Navio."
"Occupations?"
"We're farmers, sir," said Carbo. He looked them up and down.
"No cart, no sacks of vegetables. What's your business here?" "We've been driven off our land," replied Carbo bitterly.
"Ah, by Spartacus and his lot?"
"Yes, sir."
Navio's face twitched.
"The bastards killed our families, took all of our livestock, trampled the young wheat in the fields. Left us with nothing," added Carbo.
The Optio grimaced in sympathy.
"You're not alone. The same's happened to thousands of others."
"Why have you come to Mutina?"
"To look for work, sir,"
replied Navio.
"Work? You'll be lucky. The place is bursting at the seams with refugees."
"We'll do anything, sir," Carbo pleaded. "Please."
The Optio rubbed his battered nose.
There'll be work soon enough, I suppose. When Spartacus arrives, we'll need men who can carry rocks to the catapults on the walls. Think you can do that all day without complaining?"
"Of course, sir."
"Well, you look fit enough."
"No weapons apart from those knives?"
"No, sir."
He gave them an abrupt wave.
"Go on, then. Inside with both of you."
Muttering their thanks, the friends hurried under the stone arch.
"Paulus? Carbo? You kept that one quiet," said Navio with a chuckle.
Carbo felt his face flame. "I don't like the name, so I never use it."
"Paulus, my son, dinner is served."
Navio's tone was falsetto high, mimicking a woman's voice.
"Piss off!"
He thumped Navio on the arm.
"Paulus, time for your lessons."
Navio's mimicry reminded Carbo of his old tutor, and, despite himself, he snorted with amusement. Navio put a finger to his lips.
"We're supposed to be grieving for our families, Paulus."
They were so busy trying not to laugh out loud that neither saw one of the Optio's men sloping after them. A short distance into the town, the friends' attention was drawn by the delicious smell of frying food. Following their noses, they found an open-fronted restaurant on one of the first side streets off the main thoroughfare. Seeing that the place was packed with off-duty soldiers, they decided to eat there. Eavesdropping in such a place might prove fruitful. They found an empty table against the back wall and sat down. A blousy-looking woman who reeked of cheap perfume came and took their orders. 3 asses brought them 2 bowls of hearty stew, served with fresh bread, and a jug of watered-down wine. In between mouthfuls, they talked in lowered voices, all the while listening in to the conversations around them. At length, Navio pushed his empty plate away with a belch.
"Gods, but I needed a feed like that."
"It was good," agreed Carbo absently.
"Longinus doesn't mind that we're outnumbered 5-1,
announced a gnarled soldier at the next table.
"The motherless cur needs—"
"Shut it, Felix," warned his companion. "Never mind Longinus. If an officer hears you talking like that, you'll end up on a charge."
"What do I care?"
Felix slurped sourly at his wine.
"We're about to be slaughtered anyway. I might as well have a last night in clink before the end. The mattresses in there don't have as many bed bugs as mine."
His friend snorted with laughter.
"Well, that's as may be, but 20 lashes for insubordination will hurt a lot more than a few stinking bites. It won't get you out of fighting, either. Every man who can hold a shield and spear has to report for duty. Surgeons have been ordered to empty the hospital of all but the most severe cases."
"I know."
"I heard the announcement too," grumbled Felix.
"It's just that—"
"Close your trap,"
ordered his friend, pouring more wine.
"Enjoy another drink, for it might be one of your last."
The 2 legionaries fell into a rambling chat about where they should go next.
"Did you hear that?"
whispered Carbo.
"It sounds as if Longinus is going to fight." "Well, neither of them said that exactly."
Navio was right. What they'd heard wasn't enough. Hiding his scowl, Carbo took another drink and casually cast his eyes around the nearest tables. To his left, 4 soldiers were devouring a roasted leg of pork. Beyond them, a couple of what looked like merchants were talking business. On his right were the pair that they'd heard moaning, and then a table of 3 legionaries who were swilling down wine and arguing over a game of knucklebones. Behind Navio, a junior officer and a trumpeter were amusing themselves by seeing how high a scrawny mongrel would jump to catch their leftovers. The conversations of those who were further away were impossible to make out. Carbo told himself to be patient. By the time that they'd finished their jug of wine, however, they had heard nothing more of interest.
"Time to move on,"
he muttered. The afternoon was passing. It wouldn't be that long until it got dark. Navio's answering grin was huge. He leaned towards Felix.
"Hey, friend. Where might 2 thirsty men find a decent watering hole, preferably one that has whores who aren't riddled with pox?"
"Well, that's easy. Try the inn. 2 streets up, on the right, Vulcan's Anvil, they call it. Can't miss it. Full of soldiers, night and day. It's a good place to get hammered, added his comrade with a wink. The pussy there is top-notch. Expensive, though. Felix's red-rimmed eyes regarded them closely. I doubt you've got the brass to pay for 1 whore between you. You're right, friend, said Navio, getting to his feet. But there's nothing to stop us admiring the flesh on display as we drink, eh? True enough. That's what most of us do in there unless it's payday. We might join you later. We'd be honoured to buy you a drink, said Carbo, thinking the exact opposite. He nodded an amiable farewell. As soon as they were out of earshot, he muttered to Navio, Let's find somewhere else. Navio pursed his lips regretfully. It would be a little dangerous, eh? He said it would be full of soldiers. Another inn would be far safer. Think about the whores, though. Navio's tone was wistful. What, the ones we can't afford? Can't we? No, snapped Carbo. With a sly look, Navio pulled on the leather thong that held his purse around his neck. I found 2 auri in one of the farmhouses we sacked a while ago. There hasn't been anything to spend them on until now. But Spartacus said not to take much money, protested Carbo. I know. But a man's got his needs, hasn't he? What do you think an aurus will buy? What won't it buy? You'll get the fuck of your life, or my name's not Marcus Navio. Lustful thoughts filled Carbo's head. Then he pulled himself together. Not in Vulcan's Anvil, he said firmly. Somewhere else. Well, there'll be more than one good brothel in town, said Navio with a shrug. Let's try another inn, see what we can hear. There are bound to be more off-duty soldiers complaining about Longinus. They began pushing their way through the crowds. Neither saw the figure slip from the shadows opposite the restaurant to dog their trail. Despite the warm glow from the wine, Carbo couldn't fail to notice the pinched faces and ragged appearance of the town's inhabitants. Squads of legionaries tramped to and fro, driven on by the shouts and vine canes of their officers. No one looked happy, especially the shopkeepers who stood in the doorways of their empty establishments, regarding the passers-by with sour expressions. There were beggars everywhere, squatting on the rutted mud at the side of the street, or working their way through the throng, dirty hands outstretched. Spartacus is responsible for this, Carbo thought, shocked, yet proud. We all are. Their quest to eavesdrop on conversations proved more difficult than the pair had supposed. Wandering the thoroughfares, they found numerous inns of one kind or another. There were soldiers in all of them, but the confined spaces meant that it was difficult to secure a table near enough to have any chance of listening in. The friends had to be discreet about what they were doing, and more than once they had to content themselves with standing at the bar or sitting on the other side of the room to the men whose banter and complaints they wanted to hear. On the one occasion that they managed to settle down next to a party of legionaries, all they gathered was that no one wanted to be serving under Longinus. 2 of the men had the pox, and that it was 3 months until the next payday. When Carbo let his gaze linger for too long on the group, he was told in no uncertain terms to mind his own business unless he wanted to be picking his teeth from the back of his throat. The pair quickly moved on. Although they only drank watered-down wine, they visited enough establishments in the subsequent hours for their senses to become dulled and their levels of frustration and anger to grow. The 5th tavern was the worst of the lot, a dingy hole down a side alley. It had rickety furniture, a couple of ancient whores, and the foulest wine Carbo had ever tasted. He spat out the first mouthful and just sat, furiously studying the contents of his clay cup as a soothsayer would. But he found no inspiration. When a drunk spilled his wine over him, the young Roman struggled not to beat the fool into a bloody pulp. Glad that he had mastered his temper, he then had to stop Navio from eyeballing a couple of legionaries who were challenging the other customers to a wrestling match. Leave it. Don't go looking for trouble. Navio tore his eyes away from the soldiers who had stripped to the waist and were parading around in circles, flexing their biceps and threatening to cripple all comers. I could beat both of them, he said truculently, at the same time. I'm sure you could, Carbo soothed, but now is not the time.
Remember why we're here." Navio shot him a sour glance.
"Not having much luck, though, are we? That old bitch Fortuna must be in a really bad mood."
"Our luck will turn. Let's find another drinking hole. That'll be the one where we hear something useful," said Carbo, with all the enthusiasm he could muster. "And simmer down.
Remember where we are."
Navio grumbled, but followed Carbo outside without further argument. Seeing a temple dedicated to Fortuna, the goddess of luck, Carbo led his friend over. He saw Navio's incredulous look.
"She might need placating."
"Wait here. Do not cause any trouble." Buying a small offering of a votive lamp from a wizened old man, he went inside, where he asked the goddess's forgiveness for Navio's words and asked for her help with their mission. Carbo felt better after he'd made his offering, and he led his friend in search of another inn with renewed enthusiasm. They heard nothing of interest in the next place, however, nor at the busy restaurant where they each ate a plate of fried pork. Carbo's spirits sank to match Navio's. They sat miserably, watching yet another file of troops march past.
"We could follow them," Carbo suggested.
Navio's withering look told him what he knew already.
Stupid idea.
Nothing was said for a while.
"I don't want to go back without any information,"
said Carbo at last.
"Me neither, but what else can we do?"
Carbo thought of the soldiers they'd spoken to earlier. His stomach clenched at the idea of actively seeking the company of two men who, if alerted to their identities, would kill them without even blinking. But if they were very drunk, they wouldn't find out. And they might reveal something. It was a long shot, but Carbo couldn't think of anything else.
"Well, there's always Vulcan's anvil." "Well, I thought we decided it was too dangerous."
"Can you think of anything better?" Navio sucked in air between his teeth.
"Other than walking up to an officer and asking what Longinus has planned, no," he admitted.
"Well then." Now that he'd thought of a possible solution, Carbo wanted to go for it. "Anything's better than trudging around every low-class watering hole in Mutina.
We'll end up with gut rot if this keeps on."
"True." Navio's expression grew sly.
"Remember the whores they told us about? They're supposed to be the best in town. Forget that. Let's see if our luck has turned, see if we can overhear anything. And after that, a good screw."
The idea was appealing. Carbo's unfulfilled lust plagued him night and day. Telling himself that buying a whore would be just reward for finding out what Spartacus wanted to know, he headed in search of Vulcan's anvil. It wasn't hard to find. A 3-story detached brick building with a large courtyard surrounded by stables. It was a grander enterprise than most. The ground floor frontage was covered in stucco, which had been painted imaginatively with Greek columns covered in vines. Over the front door, which was manned by a pair of hulking doormen, hung a sign depicting the god of fire crouched over his anvil, hammer in hand. They swaggered up to the entrance. The noise emanating from the window openings, laughter, singing, and the noise of women's voices was deafening.
"It sounds promising, eh?"
said Navio, leering. Even as Carbo's imagination ran riot, his skin crawled. They were about to walk into the lion's den. He gritted his teeth. The shame of telling Spartacus that he'd failed would be worse than risking his neck. And if they were careful, things would go according to plan. The larger of the doormen, a colossus with a gaping socket where one of his eyes should have been, moved to block the doorway.
"Can I help you?"
His tone didn't imply that he wanted to be of any help whatsoever.
"We were in search of a drink,"
said Carbo politely. The doorman sniffed.
"Really?" "Yes, and perhaps a chat with some of your young ladies,"
added Navio. Now the giant laughed.
"You two haven't got the cash to afford one of our girls. Now why don't you piss off before me and my mate break your arms?"
"And legs," rumbled his companion. Carbo's nerves jangled in alarm. He began to back away.
"Where are you going?"
Navio's tone was jaunty.
"To an inn, where they're less picky about their customers."
"There's no need for that."
Navio's hand dipped into his purse. Carbo had no time to react. Gold flashed in his friend's fingers as he stepped right up to the doorman.
"Is this good enough for you?"
The Colossus's face cracked into a gap-toothed smile.
"Forgive my poor manners, sir. You're both most welcome to Vulcan's Anvil. As everyone knows, we have the finest wines and women in Mutina."
He stood aside, and with the flourish of his meaty arm, bid them enter.
"Come on."
Reluctantly, Carbo joined his friend.
"Well, this is more like it,"
said Navio as they stepped inside. The richly decorated interior was lit by half a dozen bronze candelabras suspended from the ceiling. The solid tables and benches were carved from hardwood, and the sawdust on the concrete and tiled floor was clean. The customers were mostly soldiers, a number of whom were officers. Navio's smile faded before Carbo's scowl.
"What?" "You know how damn rare Auri are. Those doormen will be talking about us all night."
"Oh, relax," said Navio in a confident tone.
"What do they care how we came by our money? I'll be sure to tip them on the way out, tell them to forget they ever saw us. We don't want our wives to find out we've been here, you know the type of line."
He winked. Carbo still wasn't happy. But then he saw the quartet of women standing on a plinth behind the bar, and all reason, all thought of their mission left him. The four were more beautiful than his wildest dreams. His groin tightened as he realized that under their diaphanous robes they were naked.
"I thought you'd change your mind."
Navio thumped him on the chest, bringing him back to reality. He handed over a gold coin. "Here, spend it wisely. I'll see you later for a drink. We can compare notes." Carbo clutched the auras tightly. "Where are you going?"
"Where do you think?"
Navio replied, nodding at the prostitutes.
"We've got all night to find out what we need."
With a pounding heart, Carbo watched his friend work his way to the bar, catch the eye of a stunning brunette, and gesture to her. When she approached, their heads bent together for a moment, long enough for the beauty to see the aureus, thought Carbo. The next time he looked, Navio was heading up the stairs with his arm around her. He didn't look back. A man carrying 2 jugs of wine collided with Carbo, taking his attention away from the whores. For some reason, he thought of his parents. The letter. If there was ever a good time to have it written, it was now. He'd be back within the blink of an eye. Navio wouldn't even know that he'd gone. Once it was done, he could have a drink and listen into the loud chatter around him. With so many soldiers in the inn, it would be impossible not to hear some useful information. And then he could decide which one of the women he wanted. Excited by the prospect of completing Spartacus's mission as well as his own, Carbo slipped outside again. In the failing light, the doormen were talking to a block-headed soldier. Sensing Carbo's presence, the Colossus turned with an obsequious smile.
"Leaving so soon, sir?"
"I have a quick errand to run, before I drink too much and forget, you see. Where's the Forum?"
"That way."
The Colossus pointed northwards.
"All the streets heading in that direction reach it."
"How far is it?"
"No more than a quarter of a mile."
Nodding his thanks, Carbo walked off. The legionary waited until he had gone some distance up the alley before sidling after him. The doorman proved to be correct. Carbo found the Forum with ease. Although he'd never visited the town before, the large rectangular space felt familiar. Like most Roman centres of population, the Forum was the beating heart of Mutina. Stalls packed the area, selling everything from tools, clothing, pots and pans, to bread, meat, vegetables and love charms. It was bordered by a large number of temples, to Jupiter, Minerva, Juno, and the Dioscuri, the twins, Castor and Pollux, in addition to government buildings such as the court and the tax office. There were also basilicae, covered markets where lawyers, scribes, surgeons and pharmacists plied their trades. Carbo headed straight for these. His eagerness waned as he crossed the threshold, however. What he was about to do was even more risky than entering Vulcan's anvil. If the scribe got even the slightest inkling that Carbo was one of Spartacus's men, he would be arrested on the spot. He sauntered up and down the stalls, ignoring offers of a bargain price to read his fortune, to have his teeth examined, and to write his will that very instant, in case the gods suddenly struck him down. His gaze settled on a portly figure sitting under a sign that read, "Letters composed, neat script, reasonable prices." Catching Carbo's eye, the scribe gave him an amiable nod. Pleased that the man hadn't verbally assaulted him as his neighbours had, Carbo nodded back. "I need a letter written," he blurted, feeling his resolve weaken. "That's my job." "Won't be long, no more than a few lines. 4 asses. Fine. Can you have it sent as well?" "That will cost more. Where does it need to go?" "Rome." There was a frown. "The road south isn't safe at the moment, as you know." "Because of Spartacus and his men?" A tight, angry nod. "They say that he's advancing on the town. The proconsul is sure to act within the next day or so. His 2 legions are ready for a fight. With the blessings of Jupiter, greatest and best, we will soon be rid of the Thracian murderer and the scum who follow in his wake." "Let us hope so," Carbo replied blithely. "Can you have it sent anyway?" "I should be able to find someone. It will cost you, mind." "How much?" "Call it an even denarius." Carbo made a rueful face, but he would have paid far more if he'd had to. He fumbled in his purse and handed over a silver coin. Selecting a small piece of parchment, the scribe placed it on his stained desk and weighed its corners down with pieces of lead. Dipping his stylus into a pot of ink, he looked inquiringly at Carbo. "Honoured father and mother, I live in hope that this reaches you both healthy and well." The scribe pursed his lips with concentration as he finished the line. "Yes? I can only apologize for the lack of communication since I left home. I departed because I wished to—" Carbo paused, wondering what he should say. "Help the family's financial problems in my own way, rather than doing as father wished. I know that this makes me an undutiful son, but I could not bear the thought of becoming a lawyer." "I don't blame you," said the scribe, scowling at the stall-holder opposite, a tall man with oiled hair and an imperious manner. "Liars and thieves, the lot of them." Even more aware of the need to choose his words with care, Carbo smiled. "Continue." "I still hope to help with regard to father's obligations in the future. For the moment, however, that will have to wait. I am about to embark on a long and dangerous journey, one from which I may never return." "May? Will?" But he couldn't say that, in case the scribe got too curious. His letter was surely odd enough as it was. "Before my departure, I wish to let you know that I pray for you both daily. May the gods watch over and protect you. Your loving son, Carbo." The scribe signed off the letter with a flourish. "You're thinking of seeking your fortune abroad?" "Yes." "You cannot even imagine." "With a merchant?" "That's right. Gaul or somewhere even further afield. I have to meet a man in Placentia who's heading for Gaul and then Britannia," lied Carbo. "You're a braver man than me," said the scribe with a shudder. "They say that the seas around Britannia are full of terrible monsters. Its natives live under the malign influence of the Druids. Their warriors fight naked, eat the flesh of their enemies, and make drinking cups out of their skulls." He took Carbo's feigned horror at face value. "Of course, I didn't mean that you would come to any harm. No doubt you'll be home within the year, a wealthy man." "No doubt." Real grief gripped Carbo. Despite the lie about his intentions, his imminent departure was no less final. If only he could turn up on his uncle's doorstep and say goodbye to his parents in person, instead of sending them a coded letter. Be content. It's the best you can do.
"To whom should the letter be sent?"
asked the scribe, folding the parchment into a little square. Carbo's mouth opened and closed. He wanted to say, "Jovian Carbo at the house of the lawyer Alphinus Varus, who lives on the Esquiline Hill in Rome." But his tongue had stuck to the roof of his mouth. "What am I doing? This is insane."
"Well?"
Still Carbo said nothing. "The letter's no good without a name and address."
"Leave it. I've changed my mind."
"Change of heart?" "Yes," Carbo muttered. "My prayers will have to suffice." Family are always hard to deal with. The scribe's tone was sympathetic. "Yes," replied Carbo gruffly. "I want my denarius." "Give me 4 asses and it's yours. I have to be paid for my time," said the scribe with a frown. Carbo rummaged in his purse and handed over the small coins. In return, the scribe tossed him the denarius. Carbo nodded his thanks and left. He had to concentrate on his real mission and find out what he could about Longinus's plans. After that, he could drown his sorrows. In the morning, they'd return to their camp, where Spartacus would be waiting. He walked past a druggist's stall, vaguely noticing a legionary who was engrossed by the bottles and lotions on display, without discerning it was the same individual who had been talking to the doorman outside the inn. He also missed the man hurrying over to the scribe. By the time he'd reached Vulcan's anvil again, it was nearly dark. He was ushered inside with more greasy smiles. Carbo scanned the room, but there was no sign of Navio. His eyes were drawn to the women behind the bar. A raven-haired temptress now stood where the brunette had been. She was even more gorgeous than the others, and Carbo knew that she was the one he'd pick. But before that, he had work to do. Ordering a jug of Campanian, he found a space on a long bench that ran along one wall, which fortuitously afforded a good view of the door as well as the stairs to the floor above. Casual glances revealed that his neighbours were soldiers. Carbo's guts churned, but he slurped at his wine, eager for the confidence that its effects would bring, and listened to every word he could. To his left, 3 junior officers were bitching about their centurion.
"Well, all he cares about is spit and polish,"
moaned one, a fresh-faced tesserarius.
"I know,"
agreed the signifer, who was a decade or so older.
"Bullshit has its time and place, but when we're facing the fight of our lives, you'd think he could concentrate on other things."
"I hear what you're saying, lads."
The Optio was a tall man with jug ears.
"But Bassus has been around the block more times than you and I can imagine, focusing the men's minds on boring duties like keeping their kit sparkling clean helps them not to think about more worrying things."
"Well, like Spartacus and his fucking army, you mean?" said the Tesserarius heavily.
"Precisely." "I hope to Hades that Longinus knows what he's at," muttered the signifer.
"Well, if he doesn't, we're all buggered."
Carbo pricked his ears.
"Shut your trap,"
growled the Optio.
"You know we're not supposed to talk about it."
He glanced to either side, and Carbo busily filled his cup again. "Fortuna, please let me hear something," he prayed. To his disappointment, the officers then began talking about the whores on display. Carbo turned his attention to the group of legionaries on his right, but they were arguing furiously about whose turn it was to order the next round. It appeared to be the turn of a slight soldier with mousy brown hair, although he was denying it, meeting his comrades' protests and insults with a small, amused smile. The men's racket was so great that Carbo couldn't hear what anyone else in the vicinity was saying. He wanted to find another spot where he might be more successful in eavesdropping, but he knew that would look odd. He'd chosen his spot, and he had to stick to it. Catching the eye of a passing serving boy, he ordered more wine and a plate of bread and cheese. The food would line his stomach and stop him getting too pissed.
"Well, well! If it isn't our friend from the restaurant!"
Carbo's heart sank as he looked up. He managed to pull a grin. "You found your way here, then?"
"It seems like it,"
said Felix with a belch, throwing himself down beside Carbo. "Where's your friend?"
"Gaius, he's getting the drinks in. It was my job to find a seat. Gods! The place is bloody heaving."
He leaned towards Carbo, filling the air with wine fumes.
"Is your mate giving one of the whores a seeing to?"
"Yes." Carbo's gaze flickered to the stairs, which were empty.
"Hurry up, Navio. Where do you get the money?"
Carbo thought frantically. "We pooled what we had and drew lots. Navio won. It wasn't a huge amount, but he managed to talk one of the women around. The man has a golden tongue," he lied, cursing silently because he'd just blown any chance of sex, at least while Felix was around. He now had to act as if he had very little money.
"Whoa, lucky bastard. I'd love to do the same, but that kind of cash only comes my way on payday. Not that I'm likely to be here the next time that comes around."
He gave Carbo a knowing grimace.
"There's a big fight coming."
"I know. Here, have some of my wine while you're waiting." He emptied the dregs from a used cup on the table and filled it to the brim.
"I don't mind if I do."
Felix took a long swallow and smacked his lips with satisfaction.
"This is not bad. Better than that vinegar they were serving in the restaurant, eh? That wouldn't be hard. Too true. Felix is the name, lad. What's yours?"
"Carbo." They nodded at each other in a friendly way. "This is weird," thought Carbo. "I might have to kill this man in the next few days, or he me."
"Well, you look a likely sort. Why aren't you in the legions?"
He shrugged. "I come from a farm. Working the land is all I've ever known."
"Farming? You can keep it. Too damn boring, if you ask me. There's far more adventure serving in the army."
Felix's face darkened.
"Until the likes of Spartacus come along, of course. Longinus will get the better of him, surely. The proconsul is not a worker of magic. He only has 2 legions. The Thracian has upwards of 50,000 men, and that's poor odds by anyone's standards."
Carbo let his face go sour. "Is that it, then? Longinus will be defeated, as the consuls were?" It was as if Felix couldn't help himself.
"Despite what I said earlier, Longinus is a crafty old bird. He's got a plan, one that should catch the son of a whore unawares."
"Oh?" said Carbo offhandedly. Inside, his heart had begun to race.
Felix tapped the side of his nose. "It's on a need-to-know basis." "Of course."
Hiding his fury, he poured more wine.
"You're a good man, Carbo, like me. To your health and mine. To the death of Spartacus and every last one of his shitbag followers."
"I'll drink to that," Carbo muttered. Raised voices at the door diverted their attention. A group of legionaries in full battle dress had entered. Directed by an optio, they were splitting into pairs and moving through the room, studying the men at every table. Carbo's stomach did a nauseating somersault. What in the name of Hades do they want?
It's the fucking watch,"
growled Felix. "Why are they here?"
"The usual reason. They'll be looking for soldiers who are out without a pass."
He saw Carbo's blank look and pulled a small wooden tablet from his purse.
"We all have to have these to leave barracks. If you're caught without one, it's 10 days in the clink."
"Ah!" But Carbo's disquiet returned the instant he saw a block-headed legionary talking to the Colossus at the door. It was the same soldier who had been outside when he'd gone to the forum. This could be no coincidence. Carbo's eyes slid to the stairs. Still no sign of Navio. Damn it. A figure loomed over them.
"Gaius! I thought you got lost."
Felix jerked a thumb at Carbo.
"This is the lad we met earlier. Carbo's his name."
Gaius let out a suspicious grunt as he took a seat beside Felix.
"Hey, come on. He's been sharing his wine with me."
Where's his friend?"
"Screwing one of the whores."
From the corner of his eye, Carbo could see a pair of legionaries drawing nearer. What made his heart nearly leap out of his chest, however, was the sight of the blockhead soldier weaving his way between the packed tables, studying each man's face. It would only be moments before he reached them. He's looking for me. Carbo knew it in his gut. He was about to stand when a full cup of wine was shoved in his face.
Get that down your gully.
Thanks. Carbo threw it back in one swallow.
Jupiter's cock, you got a thirst on you. Sure you don't want to join the legions? You fit right in.
Grinning, Felix poured him another. Again Carbo made to leave, but his plate of bread and cheese arrived. He kept the serving boy as long as he could, fumbling around for the right coins and asking him where the toilets were. It was a waste of effort, because the moment the servant moved on, his place was taken by the block-headed legionary.
You're looking in the wrong place, pal,
said Felix, truculently waving his pass.
We've all got one of these. Well, why don't you piss off back to the guardhouse and leave us in peace?
Shut your mouth, soldier. The gimlet eyes did not waver from their path along the faces lining the bench. Carbo buried his nose in his cup of wine, hoping against hope that he wouldn't be noticed. You. Look at me. Shit. I'm talking to you, sewer rat.
Back off, you prick, said Felix. He's a civvy.
I want a word with him.
Why don't you pick on someone your own size?
Demanded Felix, getting to his feet. Keep your damn nose out of this.
He's a friend of mine, cocksucker. Leave him alone.
Carbo sensed Felix step forward and shove the block-headed man in the chest. What should he do? You stupid bastard, I've been watching him all day. He and his mate are loaded down with gold coins. What are two pieces of shit doing with money like that? This one has also had a scribe write a letter to his parents, telling them he's going on a long journey.
Eh?
Said Felix stupidly, looking down at Carbo, whose throat had closed with fear. The prick must have seen Navio pull out his Arius and then followed me from there. He had no time to think further. They're damn spies! Spartacus's spies! Carbo leaped up. He dashed the contents of his cup into the block-headed legionary's face and followed that by upending the table between them. The cursing soldier went down with crockery clattering all around. Throwing the bewildered Felix an apologetic look, Carbo sprinted towards the stairs. There was no chance of getting out of the front door, and he couldn't abandon Navio. Stop him! He's a spy! A pair of legionaries moved into his path. Carbo jumped onto the nearest table, scattering cups of wine everywhere. As the men around it bawled in surprise and anger, he bounded onto the one beyond that, and then back to the floor. 4 more steps, and he'd be at the foot of the staircase. A hand tugged at the back of his tunic. Carbo drew his dagger, spun, and slashed the soldier who had grabbed him across the arm. Blood sprayed into the air, and his assailant fell away, screaming. Carbo went up the steep flight 2 steps at a time. He risked a glance at the room below, and his heart raced even faster. Led by the block-headed legionary, more than a dozen soldiers were heading his way. He'd be able to check 1 room for Navio, no more. Carbo shot up the last few stairs like a slingshot. Ahead of him, a corridor led left and right. Which way? Left. He darted into the passage, which was dimly lit by a single hanging oil lamp. Erotic scenes had been painted on the walls, but Carbo paid them no heed. There were doors to both sides, at least 4 of them. Gods, which should he choose? He could hear studded sandals thundering up after him. He squeezed his eyes shut. Fortuna, help me! The first door Carbo saw when he looked again was the second on the left. He shoulder-charged it, smashing it open with a splintering of wood. For once, the goddess of good luck had answered his prayers. "What the?" bellowed Navio, whose bare ass was sticking up from between the open legs of the brunette. "Up! Get up! They know who we are!" Navio's protest died in his throat as he heard the men on the stairs. He scrambled off the now screaming whore and grabbed his lyceum. Carbo's gaze shot around the little room and halted on the small window opening. "Come on!" He tore over and threw open the shutters, which cracked off the outside wall. Sticking his head out, he saw a tiled roof, part of the ground floor, a short drop below. He shoved his bloodied dagger back into his sheath. Heaving a leg out into space, Carbo gripped the wooden frame as he pulled his other leg out. Instantly he dropped to the tiles. He looked up and was relieved to see Navio's bare legs following him a heartbeat later. With a thud, his friend landed beside him, bollock naked but clutching his undergarment. Carbo stifled his urge to laugh. Which way? Angry shouts reached them from the room above. Carbo tried to get his bearings. There was more light to his left, which meant it was more likely to be the front of the inn, not the best route to take. This way! Taking as much care as he could on an uneven, angled surface in the pitch black, he worked his way across the tiles. There was a muttered curse behind him as Navio stubbed a toe.
"Where are they?"
shouted a voice.
"Get a torch!"
Carbo stumbled and almost fell off the edge of the roof. There was just enough light for him to make out the paved surface of a yard, a cart, and a water butt. It's the inn's stable yard. Taking a deep breath, he jumped, landing hard on the cobbles below. Half-winded, he glanced up, seeing no one. Thank the gods! Navio thumped down beside him.
What in Hades shall we do? Lose those bastards, who are right behind us, whispered Carbo. We're dead meat otherwise.
Seeing a gap between two of the stable buildings, he tore towards it. He had no idea where it led. As it happened, it was the dung heap, which was enclosed on three sides by a wall. A series of heavy thuds from the yard announced the legionaries' arrival. There was nothing for it. Trying not to breathe, Carbo began to clamber up the pile of shit. Soon he was ankle and then knee-deep in the stinking ordure. Driven by sheer desperation and the panting breaths of Navio behind him, he floundered up until the top of the wall was within reach. Pulling himself atop the bricks, he took a swift look at what was on the other side before letting himself fall. Fortunately, it wasn't far to the ground of the narrow alleyway.
Where are you?
Here, on the other side, answered Carbo.
If you want to live, climb.
Navio's head appeared, followed by his torso and a leg.
I'm covered in shit. That's the least of our worries.
Navio lowered himself, and they crouched down for a moment, listening hard. Confused cries from the inn's yard revealed that their escape route had not immediately been found. It wouldn't be long, however. As soon as someone brought light, the legionaries would see their trail up the dung heap. They had to move, and fast. The alley they were in was formed by the walls of two large buildings. Blocks of flats or large houses, thought Carbo.
What the fuck are we going to do? Asked Navio. They'll have men on all the streets round the inn. The first one who spots me will know who I am.
Carbo caught the edge of desperation in his friend's voice and tried not to let it infect him. He trotted down to the strip of light that formed the alleyway's exit onto the street. Peering to the left and right, he let out a stifled groan. A group of legionaries was already combing the thoroughfare from either end. Every second man held a flaming torch aloft, providing light for their companions to poke their heads into every nook and cranny. Navio saw his face.
Not good?
Carbo explained what he'd seen.
What have we done to deserve this? We thought with our pricks instead of our heads, snapped Carbo.
You're right. I'm sorry, muttered Navio.
It's not just your fault. I went along with you.
Hey! Over there! I think they climbed up this way!
Shouted a voice on the other side of the wall.
Let's kill the first man over, said Carbo. Take his sword, and hopefully get another from the next one. At least we can die like men.
Navio nodded in savage agreement. They trotted back up the alley.
What a stupid way to die,
thought Carbo. Then, to his utter amazement, a door in the wall to his left opened. A boy in a threadbare tunic that was far too big for him emerged, clutching a bucket full of kitchen slops. Hope fled in Carbo's breast. Even as the slave saw them and opened a mouth to scream, Carbo had placed a hand over his mouth.
Don't make a sound. We're Spartacus's men. Legionaries are after us. Can you help?
Give me a damn hand up!
Bellowed the voice that Carbo had heard a moment before.
Quickly!
The boy's eyes flickered to the wall and back again.
We're dead men if you don't, hissed Carbo.
The boy pulled his hand away.
Come inside.
He melted back into the darkness. Carbo didn't think. He just followed. He felt Navio pushing in after him. The boy brushed past and pulled the door silently to. There was a snick as he slid the bolt home, and then they all stood there in the pitch black, panting, listening.
Thud! I'm over! Can you see anything?
Called a second voice.
There's no sign of the bastards, no!
A metallic shh as a sword was pulled from its scabbard.
I'm nearly waist deep in the shit. I don't care! Get your ass over here!
Muffled curses, and another thud. The jingle of mail. The pad of two men moving with great care.
They're long gone. You don't know that,
said the soldier who'd been first over the wall.
Here's a door, look.
Carbo's grip on his dagger tightened. "Which is locked from the inside," said the second legionary acidly. "Well, they've headed onto the street, no doubt. One of the patrols will pick them up soon enough." "Well, let's hope so. What are you worried about?"
"They won't have discovered a thing. All the same, we don't want Spartacus hearing about our hidden catapults."
Carbo froze. The soldier's companion sniggered.
"He won't have a clue. The slave scum will march along the road north, cocky as you like, following our decoy force. They'll get the shock of their lives, though, when they get pulverized by the ballistae. Ha! And even if some of them get away over the Alps, they won't find much of a welcome should they head for Thrace," said the first man with a laugh. "Someone told me that Marcus Lucullus had recently smashed the Thracian troops who were fighting with Mithridates. By all accounts, he's now laying waste to half of that damn area."
The legionaries' voices died away as they walked down the alleyway. "Did you hear that?" whispered Carbo. "Yes. Incredible." They weren't yet out of danger, but Carbo couldn't believe the luck that had befallen them. Navio chuckled softly. "What are you laughing at?" "A few moments ago, I was ploughing the most beautiful whore I've ever seen. Now I'm naked, covered in shit, and standing in a pitch-black larder freezing my ass off. But it doesn't matter, because of what we just heard." Carbo had to bite the inside of his cheek to stop himself laughing. Despite the disquieting news about Thrace, it felt good to be alive. Chapter 4. The friends' luck continued to hold. After it was clear that the legionaries had gone for good, the friends had allowed Arnax, the sallow-skinned boy who had saved them, to light an oil lamp. The flickering flame had revealed a dingy room full of brushes, cleaning rags, buckets, and a sink full of dirty crockery. It was a perfect hiding place. Few people, even slaves, chose to enter a scullery unless they had to. While Carbo had questioned Arnax, Navio had been able to clean off the worst of the manure and finally don his lyceum. They had soon established that Arnax belonged to an old man who lived on his own with a handful of slaves. As long as he kept the floors, the kitchen, and the courtyard clean, Arnax was left to his own devices. This discovery had permitted the pair to relax a little. Their spirits had risen soon after when the boy had reappeared with a tunic and a pair of sandals for Navio, as well as some food and water from the house's well. They had readied themselves to leave around midnight. It hadn't taken much persuasion to get Arnax to join them. "When the soldiers haven't found us by daybreak," Carbo had warned, "they'll retrace their steps. It will be easy to see where we jumped over the wall. 2 big shitty sets of footprints will lead to this door. When they arrive to talk to your master, there will be one person to blame. You." At that, Arnax's thin face had paled. "Well, come with us," Carbo had urged him. "You'll be free, like everyone else in the army. We can always use a clever lad like you." "I'm only 11. "That's of no matter. The cooks, the blacksmiths, and the grooms who look after the cavalry's horses always need help." Carbo had seen the disappointment in Arnax's dark eyes and relented. "Or you could keep our gear clean and cook for us." "I'll do it." And that had been that. Taking a piece of rope from the scullery, the trio had stolen through the city, grateful for the total cloud cover that had reduced the light at street level to almost complete darkness. The friends had then been even more thankful for Arnax's presence. He had a keen sense of direction, and had guided them to the south wall, avoiding a number of patrols. Once they had spotted the sentries pacing the battlements and timed the frequency of their passing, it had been a simple enough affair to climb up, fix their rope to a pillar on the ramparts, and scramble down to the ditch at the foot of the wall. From there, it had been a long but satisfying walk to their encampment, which they had reached just after dawn. Arnax's eyes had grown to the size of small plates at the sheer number of men and tents, and Carbo had clapped him on the arm. "See now why there's a feeling of panic in Mutina?" Showing the awestruck Arnax to their tent, the pair had left him with instructions to cook them breakfast. They had gone in search of Spartacus at once.
Wary of being punished, both were reluctant to confess the full story of what had happened. If asked to explain the ripe smell still emanating from Navio, they had decided to say he'd drunk too much and fallen into a dung heap as they'd walked through the dark streets. Carbo had had to fish him out. They found Spartacus seated at his campfire, talking to Castus and Gannicus. Athius and Taxis stood nearby, as always, like two guardian wolves. Castus grimaced as they approached.
Phew! Someone stinks of horse shit.
Gannicus smiled at Navio's embarrassment. Even Spartacus grinned. "What in the rider's name happened to you?"
Where have you been?
demanded Castus. They didn't know about our mission, thought Carbo. Spartacus wants to show them how smart he is. "Mutina," said Navio. Suspicion flashed across Castus's face, and he shot a glance at Gannicus, who didn't look happy either.
"What in Hades were our two Romans doing there, Spartacus?"
"Falling into dung heaps. What else?" Castus's face grew red.
"Don't try to be funny with me." "Why were we not told of this?" growled Gannicus.
"Do I have to tell you everything?"
"You used to share with us what you were planning." "You are here now," interrupted Spartacus curtly.
"They were gathering information. You can both hear the report firsthand. Is that not enough?" Castus made to say more, but Gannicus, who looked angrier than Carbo had ever seen him, laid a hand on his arm. Glowering, Castus subsided into silence. "Your mission didn't all go according to plan, I take it. I don't recall telling you to fling yourselves into horse shit."
"We had some problems, sir,"
replied Navio awkwardly. Spartacus's eyebrows made a neat arch.
Navio hesitated. "We had a few drinks. I ended up in a dung heap. Carbo pulled me out."
The Gauls chortled. He hasn't had to lie. Carbo felt a trace of relief, but it didn't last. Yet. "Nothing wrong with that, as long as you also did what I asked you to." Spartacus's voice had lost its amused tone. "Did you discover anything?"
"We did,"
said Carbo, eager to move on. "Longinus is planning a surprise attack as we advance past the town. Apparently there's an area of hidden ground within range of the road north. That's where his ballistae will be." He wasn't sure why, but Carbo did not mention what the legionaries had said about the recent Roman victory over the Thracians. He was grateful that Navio didn't either.
"Fucking Roman bastards,"
Castus ground out. Gannicus agreed loudly.
"Do you know where the spot is?"
asked Spartacus.
"No."
"Or how many catapults he has?" Carbo shook his head in apology. Spartacus rubbed a finger along his lips, thinking.
"It's a clever move."
Longinus could have 20 ballistae, or more, if he thought of this a while ago. A good workshop can turn out one piece every few days. Naturally, the artillerymen will have ranged them in beforehand. He turned to the Gauls. "Imagine the carnage, say, 24 catapults would cause. They could release 6 volleys before our soldiers had a chance to respond."
"And that's when the legions would attack,"
said Gannicus. "It is." "Was there any more, Carbo?"
"No,"
he said uneasily. "It's of little matter. That will be Longinus's plan for sure. But now we can do our best to make sure that he fails." Spartacus's gaze grew distant. Castus wasn't happy, however.
"Why didn't you find out more?"
"You're not the one who risked his life to find this out," thought Carbo furiously. Instead, he said,
"Because the soldiers who mentioned it walked away." "Then why didn't you follow them?"
came the instant retort. "We couldn't," replied Navio with an irritated look.
"Were you too pissed? Is that when you fell in the dung heap?"
sneered Castus. "Does it matter?" interjected Spartacus. They were never going to be able to do much more than eavesdrop on conversations anyway. If they'd made themselves obvious, they wouldn't be here now. Returning safely with news of Longinus's plan is sufficient.
"So you say,"
snapped Castus.
"I don't, though."
"There's far more to this than meets the eye, eh, Gannicus?"
"Aye. The pair of them are as shifty as a cuckold when the husband arrives home."
"You don't trust them?"
"No,"
Castus snapped.
They're Romans.
Spartacus's expression hardened. We've had this before. Both of these men have proved their loyalty many times.
They say that blood is thicker than water. I've always agreed with that myself,
said Castus.
Which is why I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you, you Gaulish dog.
I say we beat it out of them, suggested Castus belligerently. Rather than defend his men, Spartacus eyed Gannicus. Do you think the same?
They're holding back something. That's as clear as the nose on the end of my face. As the leaders, and Gannicus laid especial emphasis on the last word, of this army, we're entitled to know everything, and to find out, by whatever means necessary.
Now is not the time for a quarrel. There is a battle to fight.
Spartacus rounded on the friends. What the fuck happened?
They didn't say a word.
By all the gods, unless you want Castus and Gannicus and their men to teach you both a lesson you'll never forget, speak!
Shocked now, Carbo glanced at Navio, who gave a resigned shrug. There were soldiers everywhere in the town, but none of them were saying much. It was obvious that they'd been ordered to keep their mouths shut. We'd had little luck at a restaurant, so we moved on to a number of taverns. We heard nothing, so decided to try out an inn favoured by soldiers. Carbo felt his cheeks flame. That was supposed to have good whores. Spartacus's brows rose, but he hid his amusement. Athius and Taxis chortled at Carbo's embarrassment, but the two Gauls were far less happy.
You got sent to Mutina on an intelligence mission, but you were more interested in emptying your ball sacks. It's unbelievable, barked Castus.
And then, said Spartacus, Navio went upstairs with a whore. How did you pay for her services? The question was voiced softly, but there was no missing Spartacus's threat.
I had a couple of auri with me, replied Navio unhappily.
Despite the fact that I told you to take only a little money. Yes. Spartacus's lips thinned to a white line.
You've got a nerve.
Go on, he directed Carbo. It was time to admit his foolishness. Carbo felt sick. I went to the forum.
What for?
To find a scribe.
A scribe?
Spartacus's eyes bulged. Yes, I dictated a letter to my parents in Rome.
Both the Gauls let out disbelieving laughs.
Are you a complete fucking idiot? Cried Spartacus. If anyone had seen you, they had only to read the note to know who you were, roared Castus. You need your stinking Roman head cut off.
I didn't send it, said Carbo quickly. Quailing before Spartacus's ferocious expression, he went on, but someone must have seen me, because soon after I returned to the inn, a party of soldiers searched the place. I was recognized, but I managed to run upstairs. Fortuna guided me to the right door.
You would have deserved it if they had caught you, muttered Castus.
But you wouldn't know about the hidden catapults, thought Carbo furiously. He had the sense to keep this retort to himself. We jumped out of the window and scrambled down to the inn's yard. I ran into a gap between two buildings, but it led to the stable dung heap. There was no option other than to climb up it and over the wall. Navio didn't have any clothes on. Here he ignored the Gauls' mocking laughter, and he fell over as he was trying to climb up.
You must have burst in when he was in mid-thrust,
said Castus with a leer. I was quite busy, yes, said Navio, looking angry and very uncomfortable. Castus and Gannicus sniggered. The Scythians guffawed. Even Spartacus laughed.
You managed to escape, though.
Gannicus's tone was a touch more friendly than before, which encouraged Carbo. A little humiliation was better than more accusations of treachery. Yes, we jumped over into an alleyway. I checked out the exit, but the street beyond was full of soldiers. We thought that was it, but the gods intervened again. A door in the wall of a house opened and a slave boy came out. I told him who we were and asked him to help. He did. We simply walked inside and he shut the door. Carbo grinned at the memory. A moment later, a couple of legionaries landed in the alley and passed right by us. And that was when we heard about Longinus's ambush, added Navio. Our job was done. We waited until it was very late, and then, guided by the boy, we made our way to the defences where we scaled the walls. It was easy to get back here, said Carbo.
You're a pair of fools, Spartacus snapped.
The Gauls loudly echoed his words. Knowing that they were by no means out of danger, the friends looked at the ground. But if they hadn't done what they did, we wouldn't know that juicy bit of gossip. Eh, Castus? Gannicus?
The gods move in strange ways,
admitted Gannicus.
Happy, Castus? No. Always trying to cover your men's asses, aren't you, eh? Why bother? It's a wonder that the fools managed to come back alive.
Yet they did, and with useful information, said Spartacus.
I suppose,
said Castus grudgingly.
Next time, you have a secret mission in mind, said Gannicus. I want to know about it beforehand, eh? Either we're all leading this fucking army or we're not.
Agreed, lied Spartacus. He had no intention of telling the Gauls of everything he did, but he needed their support in the forthcoming battle. Next time, I'll be sure to fill you in. Castus's grunt conveyed every shade of suspicion under the sun. Gannicus looked a little happier, but that was as good as he'd get. Spartacus's eyes moved to Carbo and Navio. The next time I give you an order, I want it obeyed to the letter. No taking gold coins instead of small change, no deciding to write letters to your parents. He gave Carbo a particularly stony look. I've never heard of such stupidity in my life. The only reason I'm not letting the Scythians loose on you is because of your previous record. If anything like that ever happens again, you'll both end up as pickings for the vultures. Do you understand?
Yes,
they muttered in unison.
Be certain that you do.
They shuffled their feet, all too aware of the Scythians' predatory eyes on their backs, and of the Gauls' glowering anger. Spartacus's attention moved on.
Some cavalry must be sent to reconnoitre the road past Mutina, he announced. If they see anything suspicious, they'll mark its position, but ignore it. Let the Romans think that their little secret is safe. We can send out more scouts under the cover of darkness.
Once a spot has been found, we destroy the catapults.
Castus's face was fiercely eager.
Damn right we will,
snarled Gannicus.
And Castus and I will be in charge.
Spartacus saw the level of their anger and wondered if he should have told them about Carbo and Navio's mission. Would it have mattered if he had?
That's just what I was going to suggest.
Good, because we're going to do it anyway, snapped Gannicus, grimacing as Castus growled in approval.
1,000 men with buckets of oil and some torches is all we need to turn Longinus's artillery into little piles of ash.
Fine. Spartacus pulled an encouraging grin.
Keep them sweet for the moment.
Once the ballistae are out of the way, we'll only have 2 legions to think about. The ground to either side of the road is flat. It won't matter where we face them.
I can't wait,
snarled Castus.
We'll slaughter the cocksuckers.
With the help of the great rider, that's exactly what we'll do, said Spartacus with satisfaction. He didn't say a word about the Alps. Such a controversial topic would set Castus and Gannicus off again. He shoved that problem to one side. We can talk about the exact details when the cavalry return.
Fine,
said Castus. He eyed Carbo.
What was the name of the boy who saved you?
Arnax.
What do you care?
Castus grunted. Then, talking animatedly with Gannicus about how they would destroy Longinus's forces, he left. Deep in thought, Spartacus began poking a stick into the fire. It was a clear sign of dismissal.
I need a wash, said Navio quietly, and breakfast is waiting. You coming?
Not yet,
replied Carbo. He framed the word Lucullus with his lips, and Navio nodded in understanding. See you. Carbo found Spartacus regarding him quizzically when he turned.
Was there something else?
There was, actually. Spartacus scowled. How else did you disobey my orders?
Athias! Taxasis! It's nothing like that,
said Carbo, his heart racing. Spartacus let the Scythians come right up to Carbo's back before he lifted a hand.
What then?
Carbo wiped away the sweat that had sprung out on his brow.
Gods, why don't we just do as he said?
The Romans suspect that you're going to leave Italy.
That's not surprising, given the route we've taken so far, said Spartacus dryly. Why do you mention it? Carbo checked that the Gauls were well out of earshot. The Scythians had Spartacus's trust, so their presence didn't matter. They also said that Marcus Lucullus has inflicted a recent heavy defeat on Thracian troops who'd been fighting for Mithridates. He's now continuing his campaign into Thrace. Spartacus spat an oath. You overheard exactly that. Yes. What else did they say? Nothing. I'm sorry. Spartacus's eyes probed his for a long moment. I'm grateful to you. You did well not to reveal that to the Gauls. Why did you not? I'm not sure, replied Carbo truthfully. He remembered how quarrelsome the Gauls had been. Maybe it was because I suspected that they would use it as an excuse not to leave Italy. You are shrewd. I sometimes wonder if they have ever intended to do so, but news like that would set their minds in stone. Will you leave still? Of course. With every man who'll follow me, said Spartacus with a confidence he was not sure he truly felt. It makes sense to do so. 3 large-scale defeats mean nothing to the Romans. They have a bottomless pool of men to replenish their legions. At least in Thrace I would be on my own territory, among my own people. It won't take much to unite them and start another uprising. Oh, let that be true, great rider. Carbo nodded, feeling reassured. Despite the roasting he'd just been given, his memories of how Spartacus had saved him in the Ludus, and of how he'd intervened to save Chloris, were always in his mind. He'd follow the Thracian anywhere. To hell. To Thrace. It didn't matter. Go on, be off with you. Get some food in your belly and have a rest. You've earned it. Carbo grinned at the change in Spartacus's tone. If I'm not to take part in the attack on the ballistae, I might go hunting this afternoon. Fine. One more thing. Yes? Not a word to a soul about Lucullus. Tell Navio to keep his mouth shut too, Spartacus warned, on pain of death. Of course, said Carbo, his heart thudding again. He walked off, unaware that he had added a mountain to Spartacus's concerns. Sending Athias to fetch his cavalry commanders, Spartacus sat for a while in silence. Ariadne was not in their tent. For that, he was grateful. He wanted to think about the shocking news before having to talk it over with her. There was no way of knowing if the report of Lucullus's victory was true, but he had to assume that it was. Why would a legionary make up something like that? It wasn't as if the Thracians hadn't been beaten by Rome before. It's only a setback. We Thracians have inflicted plenty of humiliating defeats on the bastards too, he thought, remembering with satisfaction his own tribe's stunning victory over Appius Claudius Pulcher, the proconsul of Macedonia 5 years earlier. Deep down, however, Spartacus knew that the task he had set himself once they reached Thrace had just been made much harder. Was it even possible? Don't think like that. Well, you're in a different world. I can never usually get this close without you noticing. Ariadne's voice dragged him back to reality. He smiled, burying the news of Lucullus. It was a good idea to send Carbo and Navio to Mutina. Ariadne stiffened. They're back? Yes. Longinus has set a trap on the road north. His ballistae are hidden away, but ranged in so they could rain down volleys on the army as it marched past. A perfect ambush. Damn Romans, said Ariadne angrily. What will you do? Pinpoint the artillery's exact position. Then the Gauls will destroy it tonight. He saw Ariadne's surprise. Well, they were outraged that I had sent spies to Mutina without telling them. Letting them have this mission was a gesture to bring them around, but they'll do a good job. Gannicus in particular is like a hound on a tight leash. We'll march in the morning. Catch Longinus before he has had a chance to react. He only has 2 legions. Ariadne wanted to hear the small figure again. We have more than 50,000 men. That's right, my love. We will win, have no fear. I know. Unconsciously, she placed a hand on her belly. Our son will be born outside Italy. He put his arms around her to shove away the uncertainty that had flared up again in his mind. I cannot wait to hold him. She gave him a fond glance, and saw something in his expression. What are you not telling me? He didn't answer. Spartacus, what is it? His eyes regarded her steadily. I'm not going to say right now. I need to think about it. A knot of fear clenched in her stomach. Is there another Roman army nearby? It's nothing like that. She searched his face for a clue. Leave it, Ariadne. You'll find out in due course. She didn't like the fact that he wasn't being open with her, but she did not probe further. This was no time to sow discord. There were ballistae to destroy, and after that, another Roman army to defeat. She cast a longing look to the north, towards the Alps. When we stand at their foot, everything will seem much clearer. We will head eastwards. She did not want to entertain any other possibility. This hope was what had sustained her in the months since their breakout from the ludus. Yet Spartacus's reticence had planted a seed of doubt in her mind. Ariadne decided to seek Dionysus's aid. It was not in the nature of any deity to answer requests directly, but it did happen on occasion. Her spirits rallied at the memory of the time they had been trapped at the top of Vesuvius by 3,000 legionaries. In their hour of greatest need, Dionysus had shown Spartacus the wild vines that could be used to make ropes. Maybe he would help again now. While their situation was nowhere near as desperate as before, Ariadne felt in need of the peace of mind that divine guidance would grant. A welcome calm descended over her. It lasted for a few heartbeats. Then, like a sting in the tail, Ariadne thought of the munus that Spartacus had held. Had it been too bloody? As if that wasn't enough to be worried about, she agonized over the occasion at Thurii, when she had lied about the god's will. She had told the entire army that Dionysus had sent her a dream, in which they were to travel to the east under his protection, to lands that were unconquered by Rome. Ariadne had admitted her falsehood to no one, not even her husband. I did it for good reasons, she thought. To prevent Crixus trying to kill Spartacus, to win the troops over, and to stop them from splintering into many factions. Her inner demon answered at once, "It doesn't matter why you did it. To suit your own purpose, you pretended to speak with a divine voice. That shows a deep disrespect for the god." Her guilt swelled immeasurably. "I must go and pray," she said in a tight voice. "It's a good idea." Troubled, Spartacus watched her go. By early afternoon, the cavalry he had sent out had returned. They had located the most likely spot for the Roman ballistae to be hidden. Some 5 miles from their camp was a hollow behind a slight incline that was bounded on 2 sides by a dense arrangement of trees. His horsemen had seen figures moving in the copse, but, as instructed, they had not investigated further. To maintain as much secrecy as possible, Spartacus ordered them to say nothing to their comrades. Gannicus and Castus had picked 1,000 of their best men for the mission. As well as barrels of olive oil and torches, they had armed their troops with every axe that could be found. The 2 Gauls, Spartacus and the cavalry officer who'd led the patrol, conferred as the sun fell in the sky. There were hours to go before the chosen soldiers left. To prevent them being seen by Roman scouts, the force would not move out until it was dark. Spartacus was pleased. Things augured well. On the spur of the moment, he decided to join Carbo. Hunting was something that he had always enjoyed, but there had been precious little time for it of recent months. He ignored the host of tasks that needed doing, and that it was a little rash to leave the camp without guards. It would do him good, he decided, to forget Longinus, Castus and Gannicus, and the damn Alps for a few hours. Nothing will happen. The rider will look after me, as he always does.
"Put your back into it!"
roared Julius, his face a hand's breadth from Marcian's.
Just because we're nearly done for the day, just because we've hammered the Romans both times that you fought them, doesn't mean you can start slacking. Training is training, and it goes on until I say so.
Marcian's mouth set into a scowl of concentration. He raised his shield and advanced towards Gaius, his tentmate. He wished that Julius would piss off and annoy one of the other soldiers in their unit, but there was little chance of that. Their centurion never moved on until he was satisfied. He glanced to either side. Beyond his century, the rest of his cohort was also busy. Further on, many hundreds of men were being forced by their officers to run, to fight as he was with covered weapons, or to attack other groups in formation. Shouts and commands mixed with the clack-clack sound of swords hitting Scooter, and the deeper thump of shield bosses making contact with each other. In the distance he could see the cavalry charging en masse, wheeling and turning in graceful but deadly arcs. It was the same as always, he thought wearily. If we aren't marching or fighting, we're bloody training.
"Move it!"
yelled Julius. Marcian peered over the rim of his scutum as he shuffled forward. Gaius was about 10 paces away. Marcian could only see his friend's eyes and his feet. The shield Gaius carried protected almost his entire body, as Marcian's did his. It left precious little to attack. He still knew what to do. He darted forward, hoping to catch Gaius off guard. Marcian used all of his force, smashing his shield boss into Gaius's scutum. Although Gaius had braced himself, the impact rocked him back on his heels, and he wasn't able to dodge Marcian's blade as it came sliding over the shield's iron rim.
"Damn you!"
he spat. "You're dead," said Marcian with a smile.
You won't get me like that again,
Gaius swore.
"Glad to hear it,"
came Julius's sarcastic voice.
"If this was real life, you'd be choking out your last breath by now. Do it again."
The words had barely left the centurion's lips when Gaius threw himself across the space that separated him from Marcian. This time it was Marcian who went over, landing on his arse with his shield on top of him. Winded by the fall, he could do nothing to prevent Gaius ripping aside his scutum and pretend to skewer him through the neck. Gaius leered.
"That'll teach you, you pup!"
He backed off, allowing Marcian to get to his feet.
"Better, Gaius,"
declared Julius. He threw a hard glance at Marcian.
"Not as good as you think, are you?"
Stung, Marcian had the sense not to answer.
"Right. That'll do you for the day."
Julius raised his voice.
"Dismissed! Same time tomorrow, you sacks of shit!"
With a relieved sigh, Marcian stripped the leather cover from his gladius and slid it back into its scabbard. He made sure that the centurion was out of earshot. Julius is fucking annoying, but he's right. We have to keep sharp, eh? Gaius hawked and spat.
"Aye, it's true enough. A man needs Fortuna on his side every time he goes into battle. Even the best soldier can end up staring at a string of his own guts, or worse. Remember Hirtius?"
"Of course." Marcian winced. Hirtius had been one of their tent mates. A short barrel of a man, he'd been prodigiously strong. That hadn't stopped him taking a stray pilum in the eye during the fight against Gellius's legions. His deafening screams had gone on until Zeuxis had done him a mercy by cutting his throat.
"Who's cooking tonight?"
asked a familiar deep voice.
"Well, it's your bloody turn, Zeuxis,"
Gaius cried indignantly.
"Is it?"
Zeuxis wiped the sheen of sweat from his pate and flicked it at Gaius, who dodged, cursing.
"You know damn well it is."
"Don't look at me," said Marcian as Zeuxis' head turned.
"I'd much rather have your tasteless offerings than have to cook."
"Me too," declared Arphacras, who had been Zeuxis' sparring mate.
"You're such a chance. Every 8 days it's the same."
Zeuxis shrugged.
"Well, I can't help it if my memory's not what it was. It's just as well that we remember for you, eh?"
jibed Marcian. Despite Gaius besting him, Marcian's mood was lifting. This was his favourite part of the day. Training was over, the hottest hours had passed, but it was still a good while until sunset. After he'd cleaned the dust off his equipment, there was time perhaps to fill a bucket from the river and to have a wash. Most of his tent mates weren't bothered, but the love of small luxuries that Marcian had grown up with died hard. After a hard training session, he liked nothing better than to get clean. It was best to slope off on his own, however. If Zeuxis realized, he'd never hear the end of it. A desire to bathe regularly did not mean that he liked other men, he thought angrily, just that he had possessed some culture. It was Zeuxis who was the primitive, not him. He smiled. His dreadful cooking proved it. Carbo had been busy all day. After a hearty bowl of barley porridge and honey prepared by Arnax, he had slept for several hours. Then, as he would have done normally, Carbo had sought out the cohort of which he was second in command. His senior officer was Egbeo, a huge Thracian who was one of Spartacus's most devoted followers, and whom Carbo had grown to trust implicitly. He'd found Egbeo training the men.
"You might think that the Roman dogs are scared of us by now, but they're not. You can never take them for granted," the Thracian had roared over and over. "You still need to drill with each other. You have to know, in your gut, that when the order comes, every man around you will do exactly as you do, that he will advance, form close order, throw his javelins, charge the enemy, help to form a wedge, even to retreat."
Carbo had smiled at the guffaws this produced, and, invigorated by Egbeo's speech, had set to with a will. However, once the practice was over, and he'd spent a little time chatting with his men, he found himself at a loose end. He remembered his idea of going hunting, and when Navio had returned from training his own cohort, he suggested they went together. "Well, come on, it'll be better than having to look at Gannicus's men preening themselves before they leave."
True enough,
said Navio with a grimace. Although they were supposed to be keeping quiet about what they were to do, Gannicus's troops were doing a poor job of it.
"What do you fancy going after?"
"I'll take whatever we can find. Boar, deer, a bird for the pot." "Can I tag along?" Arnax's eager face made Carbo smile. He was becoming fond of the boy. "All right. We're not likely to meet any Roman patrols." Arnax's face fell. "How can you be sure?" There was a familiar laugh.
"Because they're too damn scared to come anywhere near my army."
Arnax goggled. "Oh," he said in a small voice. "Spartacus!" Carbo took in his leader's hunting weapons. "Have you come to join us?"
"I haven't been on a hunt in months."
"If you're sure," said Carbo, thinking about what might happen if they did meet a Roman patrol.
"I am." Ariadne is worried about nothing.
Spartacus's tone brooked no argument. Carbo shrugged. Navio grinned.
"Another bow increases our chance of success."
Spartacus nodded a friendly greeting at Arnax, who looked even more frightened.
"So, this is the lad who helped you out in Mutina."
"That's him," said Carbo.
"You did well to aid my men, boy. What do they call you?"
"Arnax, sir."
"A strong name."
Arnax said nothing.
"I don't bite."
Arnax glanced at Carbo, who gave him an encouraging smile. "Thank you, sir," he ventured. Spartacus cocked his head.
"What is it? You've heard terrible things about me?"
Yes, sir."
"What have you heard?"
No reply.
"Tell me,"
Spartacus commanded. Again Arnax looked to Carbo, who said, "Tell him." "Apparently you eat babies." Spartacus's mouth twitched. "Really?" "Yes." "Who said that?" "My master, people in the forum," muttered Arnax.
"He's not your master any more.
You're free now." Arnax's fearful expression eased a little. "I can also tell you that I am an ordinary man, like Carbo or Navio. I don't eat babies, nor do I breathe fire. As I said, I am grateful that you saved my men. You are welcome here." Arnax said nothing, and he frowned.
"Still not happy?"
To Carbo's shock, Arnax blurted, "You killed all those legionaries, the ones who had to fight each other to the death." "Arnax!" hissed Carbo. Spartacus's eyebrows rose.
"Spirited, isn't he?"
Arnax's momentary courage fled him, and his eyes lowered. "Do you know why Munera have historically been held?" "To commemorate the death of someone rich or famous," Arnax replied. That's right, said Spartacus. Nowadays, of course, they're held any time some high and mighty or up-and-coming noble wants to impress the masses. Men fight, and sometimes die in those munera, don't they? Slaves who have no choice in the matter. Arnax nodded. My munus was to mark the death of thousands of my former comrades in battle. In my mind, that makes it far more valid than the entertainment that is laid on for the populations of towns the length and breadth of Italy every month or two. I had every damn right to do what I did. He pinned Arnax with a hard stare. Understand? In the silence that followed, Carbo was surprised to find himself in agreement with Spartacus. The munus had upset him badly at the time, but for months now he had trained and fought alongside former slaves. They were his trusted comrades. If it was acceptable to force men such as they to fight as gladiators, then it was permissible to do the same to Roman prisoners. He watched Arnax, pleased, surprised, and a little worried by the way he'd stood up to Spartacus.
Agree with him?
Yes, the boy said at last. A real fighter you've got there, Carbo. I think I can understand now why a slip of a lad like him saved your lives at the risk of his own. He'll make a good soldier one day, as long as he learns to watch his tongue. He will, replied Carbo. Ever been hunting? Spartacus asked Arnax. No. This can be your first time. We take bows and arrows for deer and birds, and these in case we meet a boar. He handed over his heavy hunting spear. You can carry that. Arnax beamed. Where are we going? Carbo? Asked Spartacus. Well, there are plenty of tracks in the woods to the north of the camp. I thought that would be a good place to start. If we want to have a chance of killing anything, we best get moving, eh? Navio slapped his mail shirt. Help me take this off, he said to Arnax. Aided by Spartacus, Carbo also removed his. Although it made sense to leave the heavy shirt behind, he felt naked without it. Talk of the meat that they'd be roasting over their fire that night soon put his concerns to rest, however. The four wended their way through lines of tents to the edge of the vast encampment. Despite the fact that Spartacus kept his head down, his men hailed him at every step. It took a mile or more before the sights and sounds of the huge army were left behind, but eventually they found themselves alone, a world away from the hustle-bustle of the camp. It was a fine spring day, and the warm temperature was most welcome after the long winter months. Carbo felt glad just to be wearing a tunic. He led the little party fast across the open ground that sloped downwards to the north. It was covered in short grass and clumps of aromatic sage and juniper. His eyes scanned the dirt for signs of deer or boar, but all he saw were the tracks of small creatures, such as the startled hare that had bounded off between a dark green myrtle shrub and a mass of prickly buckthorn. There was plenty of bird life. Several large black birds with red markings around their eyes and impressive fantails darted off into the undergrowth as they passed. They looked good enough to eat, but a swift glance at Navio and Spartacus told Carbo that they too wanted bigger quarry. He ignored the pair of hooded crows that chattered angrily at them from a cork oak tree. In the distance, Carbo heard the distinctive hammering of a woodpecker, a bird sacred to Mars, the god of war. He quickly offered up a prayer, "Give us a good hunt, O great one." They walked on, entering the shelter of the woods. Motes of dust floated lazily on the sunlight that filtered through the branches of laurels, stone pines, and strawberry trees. It was peaceful, eerily so. Carbo thought of the copse a short distance away that contained hundreds of Roman soldiers and their ballistae, and his skin crawled. He began to see a legionary behind every tree and wished that he had not taken off his mail shirt. Navio's hiss startled him. Psst! Carbo looked. 10 paces off to his left, Spartacus was pointing at the ground. He padded over. At the Thracian's feet were 2 large hoof imprints with a characteristic pair of indents behind them. Red deer, a big one. "It's a stag," said Navio excitedly. "Looks like it," agreed Spartacus. At once, Carbo's gaze moved to the trees in front of them. Of course, he saw nothing. The marks were fresh, but the stag would be some distance away. When they had followed the prints for a little while, their suspicions were proved correct. "You see this?" Carbo showed Arnax. "We know it's a male deer, because the rear tracks fall to the inside of the front ones, and that happens because his chest is a lot larger than his hindquarters." "Where is he?" Arnax's eyes were alive with interest and delight. Spartacus stooped and pressed his fingers into the nearest print. "Nowhere that close. But the earth is still a little damp. He passed by here today, probably sometime in the morning." Arnax hefted the spear in his right hand. "Will we find him?" Carbo grinned at the boy's enthusiasm. "Who knows? We shall have to follow his tracks and see. Now is the time to pray to Diana for her help." Using a loop of leather made for the purpose, he slung his spear across his back. Then he slipped an arrow with a narrow head from his quiver and knocked it to his bowstring.
"Well, that won't take down a deer,"
joked Navio.
"We might see another hare or one of those blackbirds," answered Carbo a trifle defensively.
"It always pays to be ready," said Spartacus, selecting a shaft of his own for whatever or whoever we might meet. Carbo felt gratified. During the time the slave army had travelled from deep in the south, he'd spent a lot of time scouting with Athias. The Scythian never moved without a weapon in his hands. Some time later, however, his vague unease had been replaced by frustration. He had seen no phantom legionaries, and there had been no game worth bringing down either. Irritatingly, the stag's tracks had petered out on a bare rocky slope that led to the bank of a fast-flowing stream. The trio had cast about, searching for signs of where the animal might have left the hard ground and forded the watercourse, but had had no luck.
"The damned creature must have sprouted wings and flown away," said Navio, frowning.
Arnax glanced briefly at the sky before looking down again, embarrassed. Carbo hid his grin. He'd forgotten how innocent children could be.
"Well, let's not give up."
"Well, I want to keep going," agreed Spartacus, who was revelling in the sensation of being with comrades, tracking nothing more than a deer. There were no men asking him for equipment, no new recruits who needed instruction, no horses to be broken or officers asking him for guidance. He hadn't felt this relaxed in an age.
"Look!"
The excitement in Arnax's voice caught everyone's attention. Spartacus's gaze followed the boy's pointing arm down the slope, through the gap in the trees to the flat ground that lay beyond. "That's no deer." He studied the three figures who were running at full pelt towards the woods.
"They're being pursued,"
hissed Carbo. Some distance behind the fugitives rose a telltale dust cloud. His stomach clenched.
"Riders!"
They were too far away to estimate their number, but the spiral of dust was large. It was also closing in fast on the running men.
"Roman deserters?"
suggested Navio. "They're more likely to be escaped slaves," said Spartacus. Carbo and Navio exchanged glances, wondering what to do. The safest thing would be to return to the camp. Surely their leader would think the same thing. "Those men could be coming to join us," grated Spartacus.
"The riders who are after them outnumber us," warned Navio.
"Everyone in the camp, Ariadne, the Scythians, Pulcher and Egbeo, would want me to melt away into the trees. Even Castus and Gannicus would advise walking away from this situation. But who are they to tell me what to do? I decide what risks I take, crazy or not." A wicked grin split Spartacus's face. "It's been a while since I faced long odds. I'm going down there. You in?" Chapter 5. Of course. Carbo wondered why his leader was being so foolhardy, but he didn't say so. Instead, he returned his narrow-headed arrow to his quiver and pulled out a barbed shaft.
"Fine,"
said Navio with a crooked smile, and did the same. "What are you going to do?" Arnax's voice was quavering. "Slip down to the edge of the trees and see what's going on." Spartacus pointed a finger at the ground. "You're going to stay here, where it's safe. But nothing. You're too young to fight the Romans yet. I mean, if that's who the riders are, they'll cut you down in the blink of an eye." "You're to do as Spartacus says," ordered Carbo loudly, trying to calm his own nerves. "You can hide easily here and see what happens. And if the worst comes to the worst, return to the camp. Can you retrace your steps to find it?" "Yes, I think so." "Good. And when you get there, find Pulcher or Egbeo and tell them what happened," Spartacus directed. "Pulcher, Egbeo, yes." "If I have been killed, they are to lead the army. Or however many of the men will follow them rather than Castus or Gannicus," he thought cynically. "Athius and Taxis are to look after Ariadne. Let's go." Taking his spear from Arnax, Spartacus trotted off with Navio on his heels. Carbo paused long enough to clap the boy on the arm. What had he got Arnax into, he wondered. He glanced at the dust cloud which had grown larger. Now he could see the shapes of individual riders, at least 15 of them. What the hell was he getting himself into? His pulse raced as he began to descend the slope. Reaching the bottom first, Spartacus moved at once along the edge of the trees, searching for the best spot to observe what was going on. He was careful to keep far enough back to prevent his being seen. He soon spotted the fugitives. They were definitely slaves, he decided. All three were thin, barefoot, and dressed in ragged tunics. The men had almost reached the shelter of the woods, but they looked more terrified than ever. That was because the front riders, 3 Roman cavalrymen in mail shirts and bronze helmets, carrying long, slashing swords, were nearly upon them. Behind thundered many more. "Quickly!" he hissed at Carbo and Navio. Darting to the shelter of a home oak at the very limit of the trees, he dropped his spear and stabbed a row of shafts into the earth in front of him. Knocking an arrow to the string, Spartacus drew a bead on the first rider. An unshaven man with long hair. He glanced to either side. A few steps away, Carbo and Navio were also ready. "How far?" he muttered. 80 to 100 paces, give or take," replied Carbo. Navio growled in agreement. Spartacus pulled back to full draw. "On my count, 1, 2, 3. Their arrows shot through the air. 2 punched the first rider off his horse's back, and Spartacus swore under his breath. He should have named his target. The last shaft, Carbo's, struck a man behind the leader straight through the throat. He was dead before he even hit the ground. The men's companions roared with anger, but they did not slow down. Leaning forward across his mount's neck, one swung down with all his might at the last of the 3 fugitives. An excruciating scream shredded the air. A sheet of blood sprayed from the man's back, and he fell to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. "In here! In here!" shouted Spartacus. He took aim and let another arrow fly. "Loose as fast as you can," he roared. "We have to make the scumbags think that there are plenty of us." Hiss! 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 The trio released shafts as fast as they could. 2 more horsemen went down. A steed that had been struck in the chest reared up in agony, unseating its rider. The man immediately behind could not react fast enough, and with a massive thump the horses collided. Carbo's delight at this faded as a yelling cavalryman closed in on the second fugitive, delivering an almighty blow to his right side. The slave stumbled and cried out, but incredibly he kept running. Carbo took a little satisfaction as his next arrow took the Roman rider in the groin, below the bottom of his mail shirt. Hiss! Hiss! 2 more shafts scudded out, striking another pair of riders. The wounded slave's gaze scanned the trees. He'd seen their arrows. He shouted something at his companion, and they changed direction slightly, aiming for where Spartacus and the others were standing. Carbo stared at the man's face, twisted with effort. "Pacius?" he whispered. Disbelief filled him. It couldn't be the Samnite, who had been his family's best slave, and who had trained him to use a sword and shield, could it? Then the man staggered and almost fell, and one of the nearest Romans whooped with delight. Before Carbo knew what he was doing, he was sprinting out of the cover of the trees into the open. "What are you doing, you fool?" Spartacus yelled. "Come back!" Navio roared. "You'll be killed!" The taste of Carbo's fear was acid in his throat, but he kept running. He knocked an arrow to his string. "I'm coming, Pacius, hold on!" A cavalryman closed in on the injured fugitive, and Carbo swore. There was no way that he could loose accurately as he ran. Zip! Something flashed past him, striking the Roman in the chest. The shaft punched through his mail shirt, throwing him backwards off his mount. Another arrow shot by, hitting a horse and causing it to stumble. Its rider did well not to be unseated, but he was still out of the fight. Carbo felt a surge of gratitude towards Spartacus and Navio. The first slave was now only 20 paces or so away. His mouth gaped open with the impossible effort of trying to outrun horses. "We've got to help your friend!" Carbo yelled, gesturing madly. "Go back and help him!" The slave looked at him as if he were mad, but he obeyed. Things were not good. The Romans had split up. 3 were coming at him from the left, and 4 from the right. The remainder were aiming for the injured slave and his comrade. Carbo felt nauseous. What had he done? There was no way that he could release enough arrows to kill or even injure all his opponents. Even if he took down a few of them, the rest would slice him up with ease. "I'm a dead man." His conscience spat back at once. "At least you tried to save Pacius." That was when the wounded slave looked straight at him. Carbo realized with horror that while he bore more than a passing resemblance to the Samnite, he was a different man. "I'm going to die for nothing." Carbo sucked in a ragged breath. He prepared to sell his life dearly. The cavalrymen on the left were nearest. He tugged out an arrow, put it to the string and loosed in one smooth movement. Instantly a horse was riderless. His next shot missed, however, and his third glanced off a rider's helmet. Nonetheless, the Roman's charge checked a little. The injured man, helped by his companion, limped past Carbo towards the trees. He risked a glance to his right, and his gorge rose. 4 riders were thundering down on him. "Maybe the slaves will reach cover before I'm dead." It was a faint hope, but it was all Carbo had as he aimed at the lead horse. Hiss! Hiss! 2 arrows flew by him. The front rider was struck in the leg, and he pulled up, screaming blue murder. The other shaft missed. Nonetheless, Carbo's spirits rallied. He let fly, hitting the first Roman himself, this time in the arm. "You fucking idiot!" Spartacus came hammering in on his right side, bow at the ready. "If you want to live, run! In 20 paces, stop, turn and shoot 1 shaft, then run and do the same again." Filled with awe and the screaming hope that he might survive, Carbo obeyed. 10 paces on, he saw Navio. The Roman's face was twisted into a terrible rictus of concentration. He had arrows gripped in the same fist that held his bow, and was drawing and loosing with incredible speed. "Run!" he shouted. "Run!" The next few moments passed by in a blur. Carbo ran and shot and ran. He had no time to see if any of his arrows hit their targets. All he knew was that there were still enemies attacking them, and that he was nearest cover, while Spartacus and Navio were the most exposed. When he'd reached the relative safety of the tree line, he looked around. Dismay tore at him. "Spartacus, look out!" 50 paces out, Spartacus knew that he'd made a grave mistake in deciding to try and rescue Carbo. It had been an unconscious choice, spurred partly by his regard for the young Roman, and partly by the devilment that had made him intervene against the horsemen in the first place. A small part of him wanted to prove that he was even braver than Carbo, but now, with an enemy charging in from both left and right, he knew that the rider had deserted him at last. Good cavalrymen worked in unison, and he did not have time to release 2 arrows. By the time he'd loosed at one, the other would be cutting him in half. Navio was busy with his own opponent, and Carbo's aim left something to be desired. This is not the way I wanted to die. But he wouldn't go without a struggle. He made an immediate decision which rider to shoot, the nearest one. Closing his ears to the hammering of hooves and the Romans' war cries, Spartacus took aim at the rider who was less than 15 paces away. At this range he could not miss. He didn't even watch the arrow fly. The instant it left the string, he let go of his bow and flung himself to the ground. The blade that would have decapitated him scythed overhead. There was a shouted curse, and Spartacus rolled to his right, away from where he thought his enemy's horse would go. He ripped free his seeker. With it gripped in his hand, he felt a fraction better.
Die, you whoreson!
Spartacus flung his arm up and met the downward swing of the Roman's long sword. Sparks flew as the two lengths of iron scraped off each other. He slid away again, desperate to get to his feet. The rider guided his horse back a step, and leaning over drove the point of his weapon at Spartacus's stomach. With a lunge to the side, Spartacus prevented it skewering him to the ground. As it was, it shredded the side of his tunic and cut a flesh wound in his side. Pain flared, and he groaned, "Great rider, help me!" His opponent's comrades would soon be on them.
"Hades is waiting for you!"
cried the Roman. With the strength of sheer desperation, Spartacus came up onto his knees. He met another blow with a savage overhand parry that caught the rider off guard. Before the man could bring down his blade again, Spartacus leapt up and grabbed his nearest foot with his left hand. With a great heave, he wrenched the Roman's leg upwards, unbalancing him. Arms flailing at the air, the man toppled off the other side of his horse. Spartacus had no chance to savour this tiny victory. 3 more riders had nearly reached him. It was pointless running. The trees were still too far. "Gently," he muttered, gripping the horse's mane with one hand and balancing his right fist and seeker on its haunches. He threw himself up on its back just in time to see the closest cavalryman take an arrow in the belly. That left 2 men who were about 40 paces from him. Spartacus tensed as they rode forward, but to his delight another shaft almost struck one of their horses. Cursing, they reined in. Spartacus didn't wait to see what happened next. He aimed a hefty kick at the Roman he'd unhorsed, sending him sprawling to the dirt again. Then he dragged his steed's head around and, drumming his heels into its sides, aimed it at the trees. Navio gave him a fierce grin as he rode up. "Grip the mane," Spartacus ordered. Navio had never run with a horse before, but he knew of the Iberian skirmishers who'd fought for Hannibal. They often went into battle in such a manner. Coming in close, he grabbed a handful of the thick hair, and as the beast trotted off, let its momentum give him extra speed. As they reached the tree line unharmed, Carbo loosed an arrow. He shouted with pleasure as it sank into a horse's rear. The rider lost his seat as his steed bucked and kicked with the pain of it. Spartacus threw himself to the ground. "Quick, get under cover!" Throwing glances over their shoulders, they ran into the trees. The horse trotted off aimlessly. "Stop! Ready an arrow!" Chests heaving, they stared out at the Romans, of whom 5 or so remained uninjured. The cavalrymen made no attempt to dismount or to enter the woods. If they come in here, they'll lose all their superiority. "The whoresons have had enough," said Spartacus with savage delight. He was still alive. Never had he survived such insane odds. Carbo and Navio began howling like wolves. Was there anything Spartacus couldn't do? Following his example, they loosed more shafts until the horsemen had retreated further. "Keep an eye on them," Spartacus ordered Navio. "We best check on the men whom we nearly died for, eh?" he barked at Carbo. They trotted to the 2 fugitives who were a little further under the canopy. The man who'd been injured was lying on his back, moaning. Carbo winced as he drew near. The Roman's sword had sliced in above the hip bone, opening his abdomen like a ripe fruit. Blood was oozing, pouring, jetting from the scarlet-lipped edges of the massive wound. Numerous loops of bowel were exposed. Everything was coated in a layer of grit and dirt from where the man had rolled on the ground. Carbo's nostrils twisted in distaste. "I can smell shit." "Me too," came Spartacus's grim reply. Well, that was it, thought Carbo bleakly. Even if he lived until they got him back to the camp. Even if the surgeons could close the horrific cut. The man would die. No one survived when his guts had been pierced. No one. They stooped over the 3rd fugitive who was trying to comfort his companion. "You made it, Cineas. Well done." Cineas groaned. "Water. Here." Spartacus pulled the stopper from his leather carrier and handed it over. Cineas's comrade helped him to take a tiny mouthful. Rather than swallow the water, he inhaled it, which sent him into a paroxysm of coughing that set off a fresh wave of bleeding from his wound. "What are they doing?" Spartacus called. "Still sitting on their horses, waiting," shouted Navio. The hairs on Spartacus's neck prickled. "Go back and see what's happening. I want no more stupid risks today," he said to Carbo. He knelt down. "What's your name?" "Pablipor," replied the third man, who was perhaps 30. His thin face was pinched by hunger and suffering, and now sorrow. "We can do nothing for your friend. He's dying," whispered Spartacus. "I know," said Pablipor bitterly. Carbo reached Navio, who was watching the group of horsemen. They had withdrawn perhaps 100 paces beyond accurate bow range. "I don't like it," said Navio. "Why haven't they either dismounted and come in here after us, or just pissed off? There could be other troops in the area." Carbo squinted into the dust cloud that yet hung in the air behind the Romans. He could see nothing. Navio was right, however. Something didn't feel right. "Spartacus? What?" "They look as if they're expecting reinforcements." Spartacus caught the tone of Carbo's voice. "Time to go." Cineas's eyes opened. For a moment they wandered, unfocused, before settling on Pablipor. His forehead creased. "Why, easy," murmured Pablipor. "Don't try to talk." Cineas finally took in Spartacus. His frown deepened, and he pointed a finger at Pablipor. A fresh bout of coughing took him. More blood gouted from his wound, and what colour was left in his hollow cheeks vanished. He sagged down on the earth, and his eyelids fluttered closed. Pablipor let out a deep sigh. "It's hard when a comrade dies," said Spartacus quietly. "I have seen it too many times." Pablipor's lips twisted with an unreadable emotion. "We have to leave him." Cineas's eyes jerked open, and he tried to sit up. "I should never have—" The effort was too much for him, and he slumped back down onto the crimson-soaked ground. He drew one more shuddering breath and let it out with a loud rattle. Pablipor bent over him, catching the last gasp. Then he gently closed Cineas's staring eyes. Spartacus only let him grieve for a heartbeat. "We must go." Pablipor got to his feet and eyed them awkwardly. "I do not like to ask anyone for money, but I have none. Cineas needs a coin for the ferryman." Spartacus fumbled in the little purse that hung around his neck and produced a denarius. "Here." Pablipor accepted it with mumbled thanks. He bent, opened Cineas's mouth, and slipped the coin onto his tongue. "Rest in peace," he said heavily. Carbo and Navio came trotting in. "There's another dust cloud coming," said Carbo. "Is that so?" snapped Spartacus. Carbo didn't see the fist that cracked into the side of his head. Stars burst across his vision, and he dropped to the ground. A kick in the belly made him retch. Dazed and nauseous, he looked up at Spartacus. "What in the name of all the gods were you thinking? Did you want to die?" Navio glowered at him, adding to the pressure. Carbo spat out a gob of phlegm. "No. What then?" Spartacus's voice cracked like a whip. I thought one of the men was a slave belonging to my family, a man who was dear to me. I couldn't stand by and watch him be butchered like a pig." "Well, were you right? Was it he?" "No," replied Carbo miserably. "Even if you had been correct, charging out like that was the wrong decision to make. You answer to me. Unless I tell you, you do not run off like a fucking maniac trying to commit suicide." Another mighty kick was delivered. Carbo rolled into a ball, trying to protect himself. No more blows landed. "Look at me!" He dragged his eyes up to meet Spartacus's flinty stare. "If you ever do such a damn stupid thing again," and he bent over, ramming a forefinger into Carbo's chest for emphasis, "I will shoot you in the back myself. I only risk my life for a soldier once. Do you understand?" Carbo had never seen Spartacus so angry. "Yes." "Louder! Yes!" Without another word, Spartacus led the way up the slope. Carbo stumbled to his feet. Navio didn't help him, and he knew that if he couldn't keep up, they would leave him behind. "I deserve no less," he thought miserably. His stupidity had nearly got them all killed. He was fortunate that Spartacus hadn't slain him. Spartacus's pace was brutal, but no one complained. Apart from picking up Arnax, he didn't stop running until they had gone a couple of miles. Even then, it was but a brief pause to listen for sounds of pursuit. I have tested the rider's regard for me enough for one day. He only let up when the army's tents came into view. Publipor's jaw dropped at the sight. You must be some of Spartacus's men. Carbo was able to raise a grin at that. You're not far off. What do you mean? You're looking at the man himself. He indicated his leader. You are Spartacus? I am. The gods be praised. Publipor clutched at Spartacus's hands like a supplicant to a king. I owe you and your men my life, thank you. It's Carbo you should be grateful to. Spartacus's smile did not reach his eyes. Publipor's attention moved to Carbo. How can I ever repay you? Join our army. Swear allegiance to Spartacus, replied Carbo awkwardly. He knew that this gesture would not restore him to the Thracians' favour, but he wanted to show that he was still loyal. Of course, that is all I want to do. You were trying to reach my army? Asked Spartacus. Yes, we had been on the run for 4 days. You did well to evade the riders for that long. Publipor shuddered. No. They only happened upon our trail today, about 3 miles back. We hid as best we could, but they kept finding our tracks. When they flushed us out, the woods were the best cover we could see. We had no chance, but then the gods intervened to bring you here with your men. Awe filled his eyes. I've never seen anything like that mad charge that you did to save me and Caeneus. The gods were definitely on hand, agreed Spartacus. Acting in combat as I did today wouldn't just get me killed. It would get scores of men slain, perhaps even lose the battle. I am eternally in your debt, great rider. I will not make the same mistake again. You want to become a soldier? Yes, he bobbed his head. I'd be honored to serve you. Good. Have you come far? I detect a southern accent in your words, added Carbo. You do? Publipor sounded surprised. I'm from Apulia. You've travelled as far as we have, or further, said Spartacus. Did your master bring you up here? No. I was with Publius, my master, on business when I heard news of Crixus's army in the area. I ran away and joined them to be free. That's where I met Caeneus and the other man. And things went well for a while until Gellius arrived. By the rider, you were at Mount Garganus? Yes. No other survivors have reached us thus far. I'm glad to have you. Spartacus gripped Publipor's shoulder, which elicited a small smile. It must have been a black day. Publipor's eyes clouded over again. It was terrible. But you survived. You did not run? No, replied Publipor steadily. I did not run. At least not until Crixus had been killed, and it was clear that all was lost. I want to hear the full story, Spartacus announced. But not here. He was keen to understand how, despite his superior numbers, Crixus had lost the battle. Maybe Gellius had outmaneuvered him. Just because Spartacus's own forces had had the better of him didn't mean that the consul had not directed his forces skillfully. Roman generals were famous for their resourcefulness. I must be careful with Longinus. The smallest error, and we could lose tomorrow. Even this close to complete freedom, we could fail. The thrill of saving Publipor, of surviving when he shouldn't have, vanished. Spartacus began brooding again about the Alps. He had been trying to avoid the question, although it swirled around in the back of his mind like a repetitive bad dream. Going on the hunt had been a way to forget his troubles, albeit briefly. Don't try to deny it, he thought. When it comes down to it, it's not certain if the army will follow me out of Italy. And if they won't leave, I'm not sure I want to either. The answer will come to me. The rider will show me the way. For once, his staple prayer rang very hollow. Some days later, Rome. Crassus pursed his lips in disapproval as Longinus's lictors filed through the Curia's massive bronze doors.
"The man has some nerve allowing them to precede him in here," he hissed.
A nearby senator heard.
"As a proconsul, Longinus is entitled to 11 bodyguards. I'm fully aware of how many lictors a proconsul merits," Crassus shot back. "My point is that he is showing an indecent amount of cheek to show up in this fashion. If the stories are to be believed, Longinus didn't just lose to Spartacus, he was thrashed. His legions were almost wiped out, losing yet more eagles in the process, and the man was fortunate to escape with his life. It would be more appropriate if Longinus came in with no pomp, no ceremony, humbly seeking our forgiveness for his failures."
The senator considered replying, but Crassus's fury made him think better of it. He turned his back.
"It is unbecoming that he's making such an entrance," commented Caesar, who was standing close by.
Crassus smiled. Thus far he was pleased with his decision to lend Caesar the 3 million denarii. His new ally had brought scores of the younger senators into his camp, and was being proactive in recruiting more. His attention returned to the lictors. His face went a shade of purple.
"The arrogant bastard hasn't even had them remove the axes from their fasces."
His words sent a ripple of shock through the 600 senators. Within Rome's sacred boundary, only a dictator's lictors were allowed to carry the axes in the fasces that signified the right to execute wrongdoers. To break this rule was sacrilege of the most serious kind.
"A bad time to seek out such bad luck," said Caesar loudly.
Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus Clodianus and Lucius Gellius, the 2 consuls, strained their ears to hear the scandalized whispers, but their rosewood chairs at the end of the rectangular room were placed too far from their senatorial colleagues. Longinus's lead lictor rapped his fasces on the marble floor. A disapproving silence fell.
"I announce the proconsul of Cisalpine Gaul, Gaius Cassius Longinus. Savour your position, because you won't be in it for much longer," said Crassus, making no effort to be quiet. His supporters, who now numbered more than 150, tittered. "Silence!"
said the lictor, but his bark lacked its customary authority. Crassus's pleasure grew. He didn't yet have enough senators to command a majority, but Longinus's defeat would only lend fuel to his fire, and by all the gods he would make the most of this situation. Since the news of Spartacus's latest victory had reached Rome a day and a half before, Crassus had spent every waking moment considering what he would say. A couple more derogatory comments were made about Longinus. Crassus was pleased to note that they came from the other side of the floor, traditionally the area where Pompey's faction stood. He heard the words, "a disgrace to his office," and "another stain to the Republic's honour," and exulted. "I will gain control of the legions. I know it," he thought. "Be careful," warned his cautious side. "Let Longinus place his own head on the block." Lentulus, who was an unremarkable-looking man with receding brown hair, spoke to his chief lictor, who rapped out an order. At once his fellows hammered their fasces off the floor. A hush fell. When the consuls, even those who had been defeated, demanded silence, they got it.
"Let the proconsul approach,"
cried Lentulus's lictor. The bodyguard's formation parted, and Longinus stepped smartly forward. He was a man of medium height and build, with a hard-bitten look. As a general who had been on campaign, he was wearing a red tunic. A sash of the same colour was tied around the lower part of his gleaming bronze cuirass. Layered thin terriges covered his groin, and he wore a magnificent crested helmet. Even his calf-high boots were polished. He very much looked the part, and under normal circumstances his appearance would have garnered approving comments from the senators. Not so today, Crassus observed with delight. In a clear sign that his peers were unhappy with his conduct, Longinus walked the length of the Curia in complete silence. He halted at the low dais upon which the 2 consuls sat and saluted. "Proconsul," said Lentulus. Gellius inclined his head. "You have returned?" "Yes, consuls," replied Longinus stiffly. "I have come to make my report about recent events in the north." Crassus held in his explosive reaction. He mustn't move too soon. Someone else did it for him. "Recent events?" cried a senator off to his right. "Is that what you call your humiliation by a rabble of slaves?" A loud growl of agreement met these words, and Longinus scowled. "Order! I will have order!" shouted Lentulus. Twin spots of scarlet marked his cheeks. Crassus revelled in the consul's anger. Lentulus had had precisely the same experience at Spartacus's hands just a short time prior. The taunt could as well have been aimed at him or Gellius as Longinus, and there was nothing that Lentulus could do to deny it. A resentful silence fell once more. "Why are your lictors' faces still decorated with axes, Longinus?" Caesar shouted. "Are you trying to anger the gods even further than they already are?" Longinus was stunned by the intervention of the Pontifex Maximus. Lentulus's eyes bulged as he took in the lictors standing by the entrance. He exchanged a look of outrage with Gellius. "What is the meaning of this, proconsul?" "It was an oversight, nothing more. We had been riding all night to get here. Of course I did not wish to upset the gods." He called to his lictors. "Remove the axes at once. Sacrifices of atonement are to be made at the major temple. See that it is done." His bodyguards hurried from the building, and Longinus regarded the consuls again. "I will perform my own penitence to the gods as soon as I may," he said humbly. "It will never happen again." "Damn right it won't," snapped Crassus. Other comments, angry and concerned, filled the air. "Let us have your report," ordered Gellius. "As every senator here knows, I have command of 2 legions. The slave Spartacus leads in excess of 50,000 men. Knowing that these men had come fresh from their victories," Longinus cleared his throat while pointedly ignoring the consuls, "over other Roman forces, I decided that my best option was to mount a surprise attack on his army as it marched towards the Alps. To this end, I located a suitable position a short distance from the road near Mutina. Upwards of 30 ballistae were built and transported there in secret. My plan was for the catapults to rain down an intense bombardment on the unsuspecting slaves, creating havoc before my legions advanced on them from the north. Something tells me that it didn't quite happen that way," said Crassus quietly. Beside him, Caesar's lips twitched. "A good plan," admitted Gellius. "What went wrong?" "Somehow Spartacus got wind of what I was up to. A strong force of slaves attacked the soldiers guarding the ballistae at night, and they caught my men off guard. The cunning dogs were armed with axes, and they brought barrels of oil. The catapults that weren't incinerated were chopped into kindling." Longinus sighed. Spartacus's army marched north the following morning. I could not just let the Horsan pass by Mutina without a fight. So I led my men out and confronted him. A few senators made sympathetic noises. "Well, he doesn't lack courage," said one. Crassus was pleased to note, however, that the faces he could see were still registering disapproval. "Well, go on," directed Lentulus. "I had my legions deploy in the classic triplex Asius formation. We had trees on our left, which prevented any use of cavalry, so I deployed all of my horse on my right. The enemy came to meet us in much the same fashion. Spartacus has learned to fight as we Romans do. His troops are, for the most part, well armed and well disciplined." Shocked cries rang out. "I told you months ago that Spartacus was not to be underestimated," thought Crassus, "but you didn't listen." Secretly, he had been amazed by the degree of the Thracian successes, but he would not admit that to a soul. Longinus waited until there was silence again. "His horsemen have been well trained too. They outnumbered my 600 Gauls by at least 5 to 1. As the armies engaged,
My cavalry was driven back, allowing the enemy riders to sweep around to my legion's rear. After that, the fighting grew very heavy. Despite this, my soldiers held their ground for a long time. In the end, however, the fierce attacks, from both front and behind, were too much. Longinus paused to compose himself. My men broke and ran. Your eagles? Asked Gellius. A shadow passed across Longinus's face. Lost. Both of them? Yes. I stayed until the bitter end, trying to retrieve one. I would have died on the field if it hadn't been for one of my centurions who, with his men, forcibly removed me. I wish that I had been slain. But it is also my duty to report my failings to the Senate. This I have done. I now await the sentence of my peers, whatever that may be. Longinus bowed his head. Despite himself, Crassus was impressed by the proconsul's performance. He is courageous, both in battle and here on the treacherous ground that is the Senate. Crassus soon hardened his heart. He is just another general who failed. His failure will gain me more support. Perhaps today I can make my move. He glanced around the room and was annoyed to see that Longinus's words appeared to have aroused sympathy in a good number of senators. The consuls conferred with each other before Lentulus raised a hand for quiet. Our thanks for doing your duty by reporting what happened. While the news of your defeat and the loss of your eagles is calamitous, it is not without precedent. He glanced at Gellius. My colleague and I have both failed against Spartacus. Damn right you have, shouted Crassus, along with all the fools that you sent before that. You bring shame on the Republic. His heart raced in the brief pause that followed. Had he gone too far? Shame! Shame on you both! Cried Caesar. Shame! Yelled another senator. The call took a life of its own, growing in size and volume until the very walls of the Curia rang with it. Shame! 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 Crassus's glee knew no bounds. The news of their army's previous defeats had produced nothing like this level of discontent. It would surely provide him with more supporters. The uproar took some time to subside. When it did, Longinus was still in his position before the consuls, straight-backed, head bent in composed acceptance of his fate. Perhaps because he had defeated Crixus, thereby retaining some honour, Gellius was the first to speak. Longinus must be made to pay for his failure. What punishment would you hand down, senators of Rome? A pregnant silence fell. Crassus was surprised to find himself undecided. Others who had failed, among them the miserable Verinius, had been ordered to commit suicide, although, naturally enough, the two consuls had escaped such sentences. Yet neither of them were men of Longinus's stature. Here was a man from an illustrious family who had served the Republic as master of the state mint, praetor, and only the previous year as consul. Why should he have to suffer the ultimate punishment, death, when his inferiors did not? Was exile a better alternative? Crassus regarded Longinus. He's an able man. It would be pointless to have him fall on his sword. After he has made amends with the gods, let him be stripped of his office and pay a large fine to the treasury. A short pause. I think that would be a fitting punishment, said Caesar loudly. Agreed, called one of Crassus's supporters. Loud murmurs of concurrence rose from his faction. No one else spoke. Crassus seized the moment. There's no need for Longinus to die. Not when others who failed also have escaped such a fate. Too true. Caesar's tone was acid.
Crassus smiled beatifically at the consul's futile glares. "And this is only the start, you fools."
"Longinus must stand down!" cried a senator who followed Pompey. "Stand down! Stand down! Stand down!" went the chant.
Irritated, Gellius waved his hand.
"All right. It seems, Longinus, that your fellows wish you to resign as proconsul, and to pay a fine?" He glanced out over the floor. "Yes! You are to pay a fine to the state treasury of," he conferred with Lentulus, 500,000 denarii. "And don't forget his penance before the gods," said a voice.
Longinus lifted his head.
"It will be the first thing I do when I leave the Curia. I thank my fellow senators for their clemency. I will continue to serve the Republic in every way that I can."
Undoing the red belt that signified his status as a general, he let it fall at the consul's feet. He saluted them, and then, without looking to either side, walked proudly from the room. An audible sigh rose up from the gathered politicians. "And so to the real issue of the day," whispered Crassus to Caesar. "What to do about Spartacus? Precisely. The consuls must also be made to pay for Longinus's failure. The poor choices that he made reflect upon them as leaders of the Republic. Do you think that this is the time to make our move?" "Our move," thought Crassus with some satisfaction. "Caesar is definitely with me." He glanced around, trying to gauge the mood. "I'm not sure. Let's hound them for a little bit and see what happens." Faces clattered on the floor, interrupting their conversation.
"Longinus's news may have been catastrophic, but it only firms our resolve. Rome does not take defeat lying down," Lentulus announced in a confident voice. "The slave Spartacus and his followers must be brought to bay and defeated once and for all," added Gellius. "Defeated!" yelled a voice. "Rome must be victorious!" "Victorious! Victorious!" shouted the senators.
The consuls gave each other a pleased look. The tide of anger against them seemed to be turning.
"And who precisely will lead the Republic's legions to victory?"
Crassus's loud question cut through the clamour like a hot knife through cheese. Silence descended.
He cast a scornful glance at the consuls. "You are the elected consuls, the most senior magistrates in the land. I honour your positions, but I am no longer inclined to support you in this war."
He looked around, smiling at the senator's shock.
"Yes, this is now a war. Should we support two men who have already been convincingly beaten by Spartacus, who have lost no fewer than 4 silver eagles between them, who have made Rome the laughingstock of the Mediterranean? I say that to do so would be to imperil our very Republic." "What are you suggesting, Crassus?" bellowed Lentulus. "Are you wishing to seize power as Sulla did?"
Suddenly Crassus felt the weight of hundreds of pairs of eyes upon him. He cursed inside. Had he misjudged the senator's mood?
Lentulus gave him no time to finish. "Didn't you do well enough out of Sulla's proscriptions?" Laughter broke out at once. Crassus glared, but he had lost the initiative. "Are you not rich and greedy enough already? Well, let us not forget how you preyed like a vulture on those who fell foul of the butcher. As a consequence, your riches are immense, but they are also stained with blood," said Lentulus loudly. "Any purchases that I may have made were entirely legal," Crassus declared.
But it was too late. Everywhere he looked now, he saw revulsion on his peers' faces. Even Caesar had moved a step away.
"They were all legal, I say." "Well, maybe they were," retorted Gellius. "But you didn't see us queuing up to buy those properties."
Utterly furious, but now powerless, Crassus bit his lip.
In a clever move, the consuls did not address the floor for a few moments.
They let the senators' outrage at Crassus dominate the mood. Then Gellius, who was the better speaker, rose from his chair. He took 2 steps forward, to the edge of the dais, and waited. The hubbub abated. "Lentulus and I have made our mistakes. But we are still the elected consuls of Rome. Is that not true?" A low rumble of agreement. "And until recently we have performed our duties to the satisfaction of the majority, have we not?" "You have?" called out a voice. No one said another word. "For all our faults, we are both possessed of Roman virtus. It is indeed a scandal that Spartacus has defeated so many of our armies. It will not happen again. Lentulus and I have brought our legions together. Reinforcements made necessary by our problems have been recruited. The remnants of Longinus's command is to be brought south to join with ours, making a combined force of more than 4 legions. Auxiliaries are being sought out in Cisalpine Gaul as I speak. And word has been sent to Gaul and Iberia that we need horsemen. In a matter of 6 to 8 weeks, we will have an army that numbers more than 30,000 men." Crassus wasn't beaten yet. "What if Spartacus seeks battle again before that time?" "We will meet him on ground of our choosing and wipe him from the face of the earth. This I swear to Jupiter, Minerva, and Mars," declared Gellius to loud shouts of approbation. "And if, as some suspect, he leaves Italy? Lentulus will remain here to raise more legions and to safeguard the Republic. I shall track the slave rabble by land or sea with our armies. He won't get far. When I find them, I shall destroy them completely. If by some small chance Spartacus reaches Thrace, I can unite with Lucullus's forces there. Between us, we shall smash him into pieces. Either way, we shall have victory." "Victory!" cried the senators. "Victory!" In that moment, Crassus knew that his opportunity had been lost. He wasn't above laying one more baited trap, however. "Very well. You will defeat Spartacus together?" "We will," the consuls declared. "May Jupiter be your witness," said Caesar, giving them a pointed stare. Gellius's blood was up. "May he strike me down if we fail!" Lentulus looked less than pleased with his colleague's fervour, but he couldn't back down either. "I make a vow to Jupiter Optimus Maximus that we shall succeed." "Excellent," said Crassus with false enthusiasm. "The Republic will be triumphant once more." The unsuspecting senators were delighted. They cheered and whistled like an excited crowd watching a gladiatorial contest. Crassus moved closer to Caesar. "Thank you for speaking when you did," he said from the side of his mouth. "Gellius fell into your snare without even noticing." Caesar inclined his head in recognition. "But Lentulus knows he's been manoeuvred into a corner. He looks as if he swallowed a bowl of hemlock." "Well, what do I care?" whispered Crassus. "If by some miracle the fools succeed, the problem of Spartacus will have been dealt with. If they fail, they will not have a leg to stand on. No general can be defeated twice and stay in office, especially when he has taken a sacred oath in front of 600 of his fellows." It was a clever move. You turned the situation around nicely. Crassus demurred politely, but inside he was exultant. If anything, what had transpired was better than if he'd achieved his aims that day. The legions in Italy were shrunken, battered, and demoralized. Taking charge of them and attempting to defeat Spartacus would be to risk disaster. This way, he had all eventualities covered, and now he would have time to continue planning his best course of action. One thing was certain, thought Crassus. The Republic needed more soldiers than it currently had on its home territory. Pompey had a good number of legions in Iberia. So too did Lucullus, in Pontus.
If either man were called to defend the Republic, they would not hand over the command of their troops to anyone. They would want all the glory. The glory that should be mine.
Crassus decided at once to talk to Caepio, the sole survivor of Spartacus's Munus. He would provide a strong rallying point for any legions Crassus might raise. Men would flock to serve under him. Crassus's mind tracked back to the time he had fought for Sulla. Many of the soldiers who had fought for the Butcher in the Civil War would still be alive, tending the little plots of land that had been granted to them upon their discharge. Sulla had known well that nothing made a veteran of 20 years' service happier than to receive exactly what he'd been promised on the day of his enlistment. Crassus thought of Pompey and scowled.
That prick is good at honouring his soldiers' discharge just as Sulla was.
If the truth be known, he hadn't done as well by his legionaries in the past, but fortunately there hadn't been that many of them. Sulla's, on the other hand, numbered in their thousands.
They will remember me, the man who won the Battle of the Colline Gate, the man who was Sulla's loyal captain.
A popular saying came to mind, making him smile.
Everyone who has a soldier's heart remains a soldier, even if his body has grown old, Crassus said softly. Nor will they refuse the handsome wages I offer.
It was time to set Cineas another task. His major domo had done much already to try and recruit spies within the slave army, but the day's developments meant that there was plenty more to be done. Raising new legions took time, and although he didn't yet have the jurisdiction to do so, Crassus was sure that he could implement the first steps of the lengthy process. With a decent number of veterans, he would have a nucleus around which he could build an army when the time came. Crassus knew in his bones that the consuls would soon meet Spartacus in battle. Nothing that he had seen today told him anything other than Lentulus and Gellius would lose, and when they did, he would seize his chance.
We will meet again, Spartacus, thought Crassus, and this time you will learn the lesson that I should have taught you the first time we met. We Romans have no equals. And you are nothing but a savage, a talented, intelligent savage, perhaps, but a savage nonetheless. When your army has finally been ground into dust and you are choking out your last breath, you will understand that. How I look forward to that day. I will take the credit for saving the Republic, and the masses will love me, for saving their lives and their livelihoods. And that upstart, Pompey, can forget being the most popular man in Rome. In taverns and shops, on every street corner, the citizens will talk of no one but Crassus. My fame assured, I will be held in the same regard as men such as Sulla and Marius. Forever.
Chapter 6. Near the foot of the Alps, Cisalpine Gaul. Ariadne woke with a headache. Stretching, she felt a crick in her neck as well. She sighed. Her poor sleep hadn't just been because of the baby's activity. Her rest had not been helped by a never-ending, hideous nightmare in which she could not find Spartacus on a road that had been decorated with a crucified man every 40 paces. It was a huge relief to see him breathing heavily alongside her. She studied his features in a concerted effort to forget the gory images of the dream. It worked. With the tip of a finger, she traced the faint scar that ran off his straight nose onto his left cheek. She touched his square, determined jaw and his brown hair, close-cropped in the Roman military fashion. Ariadne was admiring his well-muscled, wiry torso when he gave a violent twitch and muttered something. At once her enjoyment soured. Judging by the way he'd moved about all night, he had not slept well either. She wondered what had caused his unease. I'll ask him when he wakes. She herself had long since given up trying to rest. Despite her weariness, she was determined to be cheerful. This was the day that she had longed for since their remarkable escape from the ludus in Capua. Back then, it had been an impossible hope. Yet, against all likelihood, her husband's soldiers had defeated every Roman army that had been sent against them since. Now Mutina lay some 20 miles to their rear, the legions that had garrisoned it broken and scattered to the four winds. No battle-ready enemy troops remained in the area. The previous day, their army had crossed the bridge over the river Padus. Their path lay wide open. Ariadne had to feast her eyes on the wondrous sight again. She unlaced the tent flap and looked out. At last, a smile crept onto her face. She hadn't imagined it. Towering before her from west to east in an immense, unbroken, stony wall were the Alps. All we have to do, she thought, is cross those peaks, and we'll be free, forever. Why, then, did she have a knot of worry clenched in her gut? An old saying came to her, many's the slip between the cup and the lip. I won't be happy until we have actually reached the other side of the mountains.
Checking they're still there?
Spartacus's voice came from behind her. She pulled her head inside the tent. You're awake? Yes.
Well, have they vanished?
She punched him lightly on the arm. You're making fun of me.
Just a little. I want to see them too.
He threw off his blankets and crawled to the entrance. He was quiet for a moment, then...
Thank the rider. I didn't dream them up. We really are beyond the reach of any legionaries in Italy. In Italy, he thought darkly. What about Thrace? A wild land that most of my soldiers have only heard of in tales. Will they want to go there? To face more legions, or will they refuse?
If that happened, Spartacus was aware that he did not want to be a general without an army. You're going ahead with your plan to talk to the men?
Of course.
This is an immense step that we're taking. I have to check that they're all of the same opinion. There it was, she thought. The festering worry that both of them had been feeling for some time, but neither had mentioned. She couldn't have been alone in hearing the discontented talk around the campfires. You think some of them won't? He didn't answer. Who? Castus or Gannicus? Spartacus sighed. What is it? Despite his wish to avoid confrontation with Ariadne, he'd always known that he would have to tell her. It had to be before he addressed his soldiers, too. He owed her that much. A lot of men aren't happy with the idea. There has been grumbling about it for a while. But over the last couple of nights it has grown worse. You might not have noticed it, but I hear it all as I move through the camp. But it's not surprising, Ariadne. The bulk of them were born here in captivity. They weren't freeborn like you and I. They don't know what it's like to live in their own homeland with no one to call master. As far as they're concerned, Italy is a land rich for the plunder. It's fertile, with countless farms and latifundia to prey upon. Why would they want to leave it? A lot of those who weren't born into slavery think that too. They should leave because they would get away from the damn Romans, she said, feeling her cheeks redden with anger. Yet the majority think that they can beat any army that they face. I mean, why wouldn't they? His lips twisted in a wry grimace. Look at what they've done. I've told them over and over that the Romans never give up, but words mean little when they've never known anything except victory. But there must be a way to convince them. At the end of the day, I can't make the army follow me. It's not as if there aren't other leaders who will be reluctant to cross the Alps. Men who want to stay in this land that has given them so much. You mean Castus and Gannicus? And this time she spat their names. Yes. They stayed with me when Crixus left, but you know how unpredictable they are, especially that piece of dirt Castus. He has never liked following my lead.
This is when he'll make his move, and I wager Gannicus will go with him. A good chunk of the army will follow them. And the pricks don't even know about Lucullus. If they did, and told the men, most would leave.
If that happens, what will you do? They stared at each other without speaking. The Thracians would come with me, Carbo, Navio, the Scythians, obviously. I'd say that maybe 10 to 15,000 other men would do as I ask, but the rest, I'm not sure about.
Well, leave them then, cried Ariadne. They can choose their own fates, to be slaughtered in a month or a year by another Roman army.
She saw the pain in his eyes. I know that they're your men, but you don't have to act as they do.
I know,
he said stiffly. But there's more to it than that. She gave him a searching look. Is this what you have been holding back from me? He didn't answer her question. When Carbo and Navio were in Mutina, they heard word of Marcus Lucullus, the Roman general who has been fighting in Asia Minor. He has defeated the Thracians who were in Mithridates' pay and moved into Thrace itself. Large areas have been laid waste. The Romans have campaigned against Thracian tribes on and off for more than 30 years. Hitherto they'd never bothered to mount a full-scale invasion. Why would things have changed? I don't know. But his campaign is continuing. Dionysus, no! How can you have let this happen? Ariadne wanted to scream at the heavens, but she held in her rage and fear. Surely it's even more reason to leave. You could lead the fight there. That might appeal to you and me, maybe, but not to the majority. What do Castus and Gannicus care about Thrace? Or the rest of them? Do the Gauls know? She couldn't take her eyes off his face. No. Thank the rider. I'm not planning on telling them either. Carbo and Navio know not to say a word to a soul. Well, that was some consolation, she thought bitterly. Why didn't you tell me this before? I didn't want to worry you. Besides, there was little point until Longinus had been defeated. I see. Although she was angry, Ariadne was partly glad that she hadn't known until now. She had enjoyed her fantasy, which had just been replaced by a tide of acid disappointment. Her gaze moved to the bright sunlight entering the tent, and outside, the towering spectacle of the Alps. They seemed far larger than they had a few moments prior. Even if we cross the mountains, the Romans will find us in Thrace. He scowled in agreement. It wouldn't take long for news of our arrival to reach Lucullus's ears. He'd want to take us on. And that's assuming that the Senate doesn't send an army after us as well. Well, have you forgotten the other tribes? You planned to unite them under one banner, to lead the fight against Rome. Surely they would come together when they saw how many men followed you. I thought about this long and hard. You know how quarrelsome our people are. They like to call no man leader. It's as likely that they would attack us as join us. It would be an enormous task to bring together more than 2 or 3 tribes. Only one man has ever ruled all of the Thracians, and he did not do so for long. He let out a long, weary breath. Father was wrong. Thrace is not a land that can be united. You could do it, she urged. Maybe, and maybe not. It's probable, however, that I'd have to fight to control at least some of the tribes, handing the advantage to Lucullus. That's if someone didn't assassinate me first. Here, on the other hand, I already have an army in excess of 50,000 soldiers, men who do not need convincing to follow me. In Italy, there is also an endless source of recruits to our cause. If I stay, even the troublemakers such as Castus will continue to follow my lead. For the moment, at least. I can't believe you're saying this. In that instant, Spartacus silently voiced the truth that had come to him during the long dark of the previous night. The rumblings of discontent in his forces were all too real. It was by no means certain whether the men would follow through on their threats, but he had a bad feeling about it. I will not leave the majority of my soldiers behind, not to end up where I began, in Thrace, with every man's hand turned against me and the Romans plundering the land at will. You don't want to give up command of your army, that's what it is. She glared at him. He met her stare. No, I don't. I knew it, she screamed. You're too damn proud. If the men will leave, I shall go. If the vast majority will not, then I am staying, he replied, jutting out his chin. And if I decide to cross the Alps without you? I would be saddened to see you go. Naturally, I would send men to protect you. You would choose your troops over me? Tears of sadness, of rage, sprang from her eyes. Your wife, who is bearing your son? First and foremost, I am a soldier, Ariadne, he growled, not a husband. You've known that from the moment we met. Ariadne's joy at seeing the Alps vanished. She felt as if Dionysus and every other deity in the pantheon had just withdrawn their goodwill. Somehow she rallied herself. You're talking as if it's certain that the men will refuse to follow you over the mountains. You could be wrong. Perhaps. Ariadne felt her shoulders sag. So we have marched the length of the land for nothing? It wasn't for nothing. When we left Thurii, I fully intended to cross the Alps. And I still will, if the army follows you, she interjected furiously. Yes. Her eyes filled anew. Spartacus reached out a hand to comfort her, but she recoiled as if his touch was poisonous. He let her be. I am a leader, a general. I have come to my position through merit. I will not just give it all up and hand my power to a suerat like Castus or a schemer like Gannicus, even if it hurts you. You've said before that Rome's legions were like the monster Hydra. For every one head that is destroyed, 2 more grow in its place. If you stay here in Italy, they will raise ever more legions against you. Maybe they will. But Hercules bested the Hydra. Perhaps I can too, he replied. The pride she had accused him of filling his voice. But in Thrace you would have a better chance. In Thrace? Spartacus laughed, angry now. For what I have done, the Romans will never leave me alone. They will send their legions after me, even if I travel to the ends of the earth. In her heart, Ariadne knew he was right. If her husband left his soldiers secretly, and found with her some remote place to live in, they would have a life untroubled by Rome. But he would no more do that than the sun would dance in the sky. Warfare is his destiny. It always has been. She could not change that, any more than she could his nature. Nor did she want to, she realized, sadly. She loved him as he was, brave, fierce, charismatic, clever, reckless at times, and above all, proud. What did it mean for him, though, she wondered, and for her? He began to get dressed. I told Egbeo and Pulcher that I wanted the men assembled after they had eaten. Will you come to hear me speak? Yes, she heard herself say. Will you stay or go? That depends on what you do. They stared at each other. Your answer is ambiguous. Will you follow me? I haven't decided yet, she replied, lifting her chin. I'm not the only one with pride, thought Spartacus. I see. Neither spoke again as he prepared himself. Ariadne remembered her hideous dream, Was that the fate that the gods held in store for him? Spartacus would do his best to win the men over. That way, he and Ariadne would definitely stay together. His gut told him a different story about his soldiers, however. That didn't weaken his resolve. His troops needed a leader, and he was that man, whatever the path they chose. Spartacus had ordered the construction of a raised platform at the edge of the camp the night before. 10 men from every century in the army were to gather in front of it, where they could easily hear what he said. The senior officers of each cohort were also to present themselves there. The rest of the host was to stand as if on parade, behind and to either side of the chosen soldiers. Spartacus's plan was to speak slowly and to pause regularly, allowing runners from the central group to carry his exact words to their comrades. If he could win over the gathered men, he stood a chance of doing so for the whole host. But a chance was all it was. The waiting faces he saw on his way to the dais were not happy. He threw back his shoulders. This was the most important address that he would ever make. It was good that the Roman battle standards they'd seized had been put on display, the evidence of his successes, 6 silver eagles, the wooden staffs bearing the insignia of more than 30 cohorts, and 24 sets of fasces were arrayed behind the platform. It was an incredible haul, he thought proudly. Even a general such as Hannibal would have been impressed. It could not fail to make an impact on his men. Would it be enough, though? He climbed the steps, past the trumpeters who stood ready to attract everyone's attention. His mood soured further. "Castus and Gannicus are already here," he muttered to Ariadne, who was a pace to his rear. "Look." The Gauls were moving among the soldiers in front of the stage, chatting genially and slapping men on the shoulders. Treacherous bastards. They're trying to preempt me. Whatever chance he'd had of convincing the men was slipping away before his eyes. Spartacus told himself that it was his imagination. But the roar that met his appearance was more muted than usual. "Spartacus!" He raised his arms in acknowledgement. "I see you, my brave soldiers." The assembled men liked that. So too did the troops within earshot. There was no need for what had been said to be passed on. The chant was taken up with huge enthusiasm. "Spartacus! Spartacus! Spartacus!" Weapons were hammered off shields, adding to the din. The wall of sound rose up into the clear blue sky. Spartacus saw the Gauls' annoyance, and was inwardly pleased. "They love me more than you 2 arrogant prigs." He beckoned them up onto the platform. As they did, he walked up and down, indicating the standards. Then he barked an order to the trumpeters, who blew a short but piercing series of notes. A silence quickly fell. The men were eager to hear his message, whatever it was. "Do you see these?" Spartacus shouted. "We have 6 silver eagles. That's 6 legions we have beaten. And that's not taking into account all the Roman troops that we sent packing. You are brave and valiant soldiers who have stood toe-to-toe with legionaries and come out as winners." He let the nearest men roar themselves hoarse before he went on. 3 praetors, 1 legate, 1 proconsul, 2 consuls. Those are the generals you have faced and bettered. It's an incredible achievement. Be proud of yourselves. Very proud." He could see the surprise on Castus and Gannicus' faces. They're wondering why I'm boosting their egos. Soldiers from the central grouping sprinted off, bearing word of what he'd said. Their messages were greeted with unbridled delight by the rest of the army. It took a long time for the cheering to die down, but Spartacus waited patiently, ignoring the glowering presence of Castus and Gannicus nearby.
Finally, it was time to speak again. For all our successes, we have not won the war. Unfortunately, the Republic can take far more of a battering than we have given it, and still remain standing. Hannibal annihilated 4 legions at the Trebia, 3 legions at Trasimene, 8 legions at Cannae. Yet, in the end, he was beaten. Why? Because Rome never gives up. Its people are more stubborn than you can ever understand. They will not accept defeat. The manpower available to them is inexhaustible. Even now, new legions are being recruited to replace the ones we massacred. Give it 6 months or a year, and they will have an army, stronger than any we've yet fought, ready to confront us.
Spartacus saw disgruntled looks being exchanged, mutters passing from man to man. They don't like hearing that. Ariadne did not like his words either. Oh, gods above, please let them agree. Let us leave this cursed land behind forever.
You know why I have asked you here this morning? Many months ago, I said to you that I would lead you out of Italy, away from Rome and its damn legions.
He pointed at the Alps.
When we cross those, which at this time of year is not difficult, we shall be totally free, not just at liberty to do as we have here, but free in the truest sense of the word.
Spartacus cast a glance at the 2 Gauls. Castus had a sneer spread across his ruddy face, and Gannicus looked downright angry. In that moment, Spartacus sensed that they knew about Lucullus. How, he wasn't sure, but they knew. The cold realization of what they had been telling the men as he arrived slid into his mind. A scan of the nearest soldiers told him that his encouraging words had only had a partial effect. Many men were still unhappy, scowling, frowning, or listening as a comrade whispered in their ear. Even the threat of more legions did not compare with the idea of leaving Italy and entering unknown lands, lands where other legions waited for them. That was it. He had to tell his troops about the Roman threat to Thrace, or Castus and Gannicus's underhand tactic would work. The soldiers would know him for a liar, and might not follow him anywhere. Spartacus felt bitter at being forced to reveal his secret, but the gods had taken matters into their own hands, as they so often did. He just had to accept what had happened, and make the best of it. He had to seize back the initiative. He held up a hand.
At least, that is what I would have wished. News came to me near Mutina, however, that troubled me deeply, that caused me to reconsider my plans. We will stay in Italy!
A loud cheer rose from the nearest men, and Ariadne let out a hiss of dismay and anger. Spartacus ignored her, instead rejoicing in the dismay coating both Gauls' faces.
What made you change your mind? Shouted a soldier with a horsehair-crested helmet. Apparently, Lucullus, the Roman general, has attacked Thrace. His campaign continues even as we speak. Attack Thrace? Why in the gods' names would we leave here, then? Shouted the soldier, aiming his question at those all around him. They roared with laughter. Spartacus did not answer. He watched as the news spread through his army like the ripple of wind through a field of wheat. It moved faster than any of his words about glory, victory, or freedom. Castus's face had now gone purple. Gannicus looked stunned. Their reactions were proof that his hunch had been right. He felt a grim satisfaction at having stolen their thunder. Of course, they might still break away, but the advantage was with him. He cast his eyes over the army and listened to the swelling roar of approval. Where would you lead us instead, Spartacus? Cried the soldier in the horsehair helmet. The men around him quietened. From the corner of his eye, Spartacus saw Castus moving forward, but he half-turned and made a chopping gesture at the trumpeters. Tun-ta-ra! Ta-ra! Ta-ra! The noise drowned out all sound on the platform. Castus went puce with fury, but there was nothing he could do until the instruments fell silent. The instant that they did, however, Spartacus leapt in. Do you want to know where I would go now, my soldiers? Yes! To his delight, Pulcher began the cry, Spartacus! At once the reply was shouted back, Spartacus! Spartacus! Castus tried to speak again, but no one was paying him any attention. The chant was already spreading through the assembled troops. Spartacus found himself grinning. How could I ever leave them? He signalled at the musicians once more. The men's clamour abated before the trumpet's crescendo. Castus's mouth opened as their sound died away, but Spartacus was having none of it. I would take you south again, to our old stamping grounds, around Thurii, where the land is rich and fertile. And there are plenty of farms to plunder, roared the soldier. And women to screw, shouted another voice. That's right. Spartacus didn't like the way his men sometimes behaved, but he didn't try to control every breach of discipline. Indiscriminate killing and rape had been part of warfare since time began. The troops regarded such things as part of their pay, and in a way, he did too. If he tried too hard to stop them, they would turn on him. In the south, we will continue to recruit men, to train, to arm ourselves, to prepare ourselves for the legions that will come after us, and we'll thrash them just as we've done the previous ones. Yes, said Spartacus confidently. Inside he felt less certain. But he had chosen his path. All he could do now was tread upon it, to the best of his ability, with as many men as would follow him. Already part of him had begun to exult at the thought of defeating more Roman armies. Will you march with me to Thurii and to victory? Yes! The soldier in the horsehair helmet punched the air with a fist. South! South! Yelled the closest men. This time the runners were not needed. Everyone who heard the cry repeated it, and the two words spread like wildfire through the host. South! South! The soldiers roared, stamping their feet and clashing their weapons off their shields. Despite his concerns for the future, pride filled Spartacus at the sound. You sly thrashing bastard, you always try to get one up on us, don't you? He turned at the sound of Castus's voice. Try? I think I just did. Castus's lips peeled back into a snarl, and he took a step forward. You, not in front of the army, snapped Gannicus. Not now. Breathing heavily, Castus stopped. Who told you about Lucullus? Demanded Spartacus coldly. Fuck that, shouted Castus. You were supposed to tell the men that you were going to Thrace. I changed my mind. I had to. In a flash, Spartacus's motives became clear to Ariadne. He saw that they knew. The realization did nothing to ease her disappointment. The clever bastard did it because he knew that the men wouldn't follow him, and he didn't want to relinquish command to us, said Gannicus, his eyes bright with malice. My reasons are my own, growled Spartacus. Are you coming south with me, or are you going to leave now as you planned? Damn you to Hades, Spartacus. Castus's right hand dropped to his sword. Spartacus's fingers caressed the wooden grip of his seeker. It would be a bad idea to fight in front of his men, but his anger at the Gaul had overflowed. Try it. Go on. Castus let his hand fall to his side. Now's not the time, you Thracian goat-humper. I'd rather screw goats than corpses like you do.
Castus ground his teeth, but he kept his hand off his sword.
I think we'll keep you company for a little longer, eh, Gannicus?
Breaking the army up now would only make the Romans' task easier. When they hear that we have turned around and marched south, the consuls might join forces. I wouldn't like to be facing that army with anything less than our full strength.
Always the shrewd one, thought Spartacus.
And after that? We'll find a suitable time, replied Gannicus in a sly tone.
He held up a warning finger.
But pull any more tricks like the one about Lucullus again, and I'm leaving with every man who will follow me.
And me,
added Castus.
You can do what you like,
growled Spartacus.
You're more trouble than you're worth. But until that point,
we'll continue to fight as one army.
The Gauls exchanged a look and then a nod.
Yes, said Gannicus, but we decide on any strategy together.
Fine.
You both know that I am the best tactician.
Spartacus's mind was filled again with one burning question. Who told you?
It's annoying you not knowing, eh? Asked Castus, gloating. He glanced at Gannicus. Should we tell him? I don't see why not. He'll work it out soon enough.
Arnax,
revealed Castus.
Arnax. Of course.
He was also there in Mutina.
That's right. He heard every word that your Roman lapdogs did. It didn't take much for him to tell me. Bit of friendship, couple of hot meals, a coin or two. He sang like a songbird. He's a good lad, he is.
I see, said Spartacus in an offhand tone. Inside he was raging. What a stupid mistake. When he told Carbo not to speak to anyone, he hadn't even thought of the boy. With an effort, he reined in his bubbling fury.
I would watch your back from now on, said Castus.
Gannicus snickered. Are you threatening me?
Me? Threaten you?
Castus's tone was mocking.
Piss off, said Spartacus. Unless you want to fight right now.
Castus hawked and spat.
Come on, Gannicus. Something around here stinks.
Stiff-legged, like male dogs walking away from a rival, the Gauls stomped off the platform. Spartacus watched them go. As when Crixus had finally made plain his intentions, he was relieved to know that the pair would leave. Yet he hoped that they could maintain some kind of working relationship, keep the army together for at least another couple of months. That would give him enough time to find new recruits to replace the men who would leave. He realized that having reached safety, he had just decided to walk back into the lion's den. Remaining in Italy was provocation of the most severe kind, greater even than the Munus he had celebrated. The Romans would never leave them in peace. As far as Spartacus knew, the Senate had not sued for peace in its own land since it had lost a war to the Samnites more than 2 centuries before. It certainly wasn't going to do so with a slave. He glanced at Ariadne, still wondering what her response would be.
I had little choice. I saw that Castus and Gannicus knew about Lucullus. Fucking Arnax, it's all his fault. He'll soon be sorry.
What are you going to do to him?
Crucify the little bastard. It's no less than he deserves.
Horror filled her eyes.
You can't do that. If it hadn't been for him, the army might well have done what I asked. That was what you wanted, wasn't it?
Well, maybe so, but that doesn't mean I would kill a child over it, especially one who didn't know any better.
It wasn't as if he'd been told not to say anything.
That's of no matter,
he grated.
Men or boys are either with me or against me.
Ariadne thought of the baby in her belly and of Arnax's youth. No more than a decade in the difference, she thought. Outrage filled her. Do it, and you risk bringing down the wrath of the gods upon yourself and your army. I can see this. He stared at her for a moment. She glared back, daring him to challenge her.
Very well.
I'll just give him a good thrashing. Ariadne let out a sigh of relief. He had not become totally unreasonable. If I hadn't spoken when I did, they would have accused me of lying, he said in a conciliatory tone.
I know. This is my army, not theirs. I'm damned if I'll hand it over to them. I know that too.
Spartacus thought that her voice sounded less angry than before, but he wasn't sure.
The war is only beginning.
It will be more bitter and more bloody than anything that has happened thus far. He wanted to ask her to stay, but his pride wouldn't let him.
What will you do?
If I remain, our son will be born in Italy. What will happen to us, great Dionysus? The silence that met her question was resounding, but Ariadne firmed her resolve. She had chosen to accept Spartacus as he was. She would make the best of this situation, even if it was not what she wanted to do. You are my husband. She moved to his side. I would not be separated from you. We will face the future together, as we have always done. I am glad. Drawing her closer, Spartacus surveyed his army. Pride filled him once more. Rome's pool of manpower might be immense. Its determination might be never-ending. The tasks before him might be comparable to those faced by Hercules. Yet he had more than 50,000 brave soldiers who would follow him to the doors of Hades. The Gauls would leave, but the losses in his ranks could be replaced. More slaves came to join them every day.
Give me time, great writer, and I could raise an army of 100,000 men or even more. And that will make the senators tremble in their beds. Especially if one day we arrive at the gates of Rome.
Chapter 7. Picenum, near the coast of northeastern Italy. Summer, 72 BC. Martian stamped his feet up and down, hoping that nobody would notice his anxiety. An instant later, Gaius nudged him.
Feeling nervous?
Well, aren't you? Hissed Martian.
Nope.
Today's not the day I'm going to die. How can you know that? Demanded Martian. Our damn cohort is near the centre of our line, where the heaviest casualties will be. Gaius is too stupid to know if Hades is coming for him, said Arphacrus with a snicker. Gaius scowled as the rest of them winked and smiled. They might not be admitting it, but apart from Gaius there was a nervous tinge to everyone's expression, Martian noted. His gaze was drawn again to the massed ranks of legionaries on the slope high above. I can't believe that we're going to charge up there. All eyes followed his. The enemy's position at the top of a ridge was daunting, to say the least. A rocky peak prevented any chance of outflanking to the left, and the Roman right flank was protected by a large section of catapults. Our cavalry are useless here. It's a frontal assault by us, or nothing, said Arphacrus sourly.
Good, exclaimed Gaius. The quicker we get to grips with the stinking Romans, the better.
He looked around for support, but all he got was filthy stares.
Spartacus has gone bloody mad, grumbled Zeuxis. His victories have gone to his head. I told you this would happen.
We're going to die, Arphacrus sounded resigned. Even if the Romans lose, we'll never know about it. Zeuxis rubbed the double-ended phallic amulet that hung from a thong around his neck and mouthed a prayer. Several of the others did the same. They're really scared. Somehow, Martian rallied his courage. Spartacus knows what he's doing.
Does he?
Zeuxis sounded even more dubious than ever. He's never made a mistake yet, has he?
Well, that means nothing. No one's perfect,
replied Zeuxis angrily.
And what's his secret plan here? Any fool can see that charging up a slope is tantamount to suicide. Yet, that's what we're about to do.
There are only 2 legions on the ridge, growled Gaius. We outnumber the bastards by 6 to 1.
But we can't all engage at the same time. Their front is too narrow. Besides, the odds aren't as great as you say. The other consul's legions won't be far away, snapped Zeuxis. They'll fall in our rear at the first opportunity.
Gaius glowered.
And Martian intervened. Spartacus is no fool. Remember how he set the trap for Lentulus? How he had Longinus's hidden catapults destroyed the night before we marched? Zeuxis' lip curled. I don't know. This attack seems like a very good way to get a lot of men killed. Trumpets blared from some distance to their right, and they craned their necks to see what was going on. It's Spartacus. Martian pointed at the horseman who had emerged from the ranks some 200 paces away. He began riding up and down, addressing the troops nearest him. Spartacus! The usual chant began. Martian was delighted. The closest soldiers also seemed pleased, and the news rippled through the cohort.
It's bloody typical, said Zeuxis. We can't hear a damn word.
Martian glared, but the older man ignored him.
How are we supposed to feel encouraged by this? We might as well just pray to the gods, or talk among ourselves. That'd be as much use as standing here pretending that we have a clue what's going on.
Martian's anger overflowed. Stop your moaning, will you? Either that or piss off! Zeuxis gave him a startled look. Like it or not, we're going to fight this cursed battle soon, and some of us might get killed, but at least we're free men. And we're here of our own choice. I don't know about you, but I'd rather be here than back on the shitty latifundium where I grew up. I was treated like an animal. Damn right, shouted Gaius. There's no going back. Well said, Arphacrus elbowed Martian. We're Spartacus's men, whatever happens. The rest of their comrades gave each other sheepish grins, while Zeuxis glowered in resentful silence. Martian's attention returned to Spartacus. He drew his sword, and Martian's breath caught in his chest. The Seeker was stabbed repeatedly at the Roman lines, and the soldiers near Spartacus roared in appreciation. This is it. We're going to attack. To his surprise, the command was not given. Instead, Spartacus rode along the front of the army towards them. He came to a halt, not 20 paces from where they stood. The soldiers went crazy, cheering and banging their weapons and shields together. Martian and his comrades joined in, even Zeuxis. Spartacus raised his arms for calm. You know that there are only 2 legions facing us. That the other 2 are in the area waiting for their chance to strike at us. Most likely you're worried, even a little scared. I'd wager that Lentulus is banking on your fear. The toga-wearing, man-humping piece of filth is also relying on his colleague Gellius to arrive and fall upon the rear of our army. He smiled at the unhappy murmurs which followed. Zeuxis glared at Martian. Martian held his breath. This wasn't all that Spartacus had come to say, was it? Spartacus watched them. Let them stew in their uncertainty for several moments before he spoke again. Our scouts have done us proud. Yesterday, they brought me news of Gellius's position. More than 20,000 of your comrades are about to march out under Castus and Gannicus and confront him. Rest assured, your backs are safe. We have plenty of time to demolish Lentulus's spineless rabble. The mood changed as a spring gale clears out the last traces of winter. Men laughed and cheered and thanked the gods. Will you help me to go and do that? Shouted Spartacus. The roar that followed proclaimed his soldiers' enthusiasm in no uncertain terms. Inevitably the cry began again. Spartacus! The Thracian rode up and down, acknowledging the acclaim. Martian gave Zeuxis a not entirely friendly nudge. Happy now? I'll follow him up there. Martian grinned. From Zeuxis. That was an endorsement of the highest kind. Some weeks later, the Apennines, south-central Italy. Carbo got up and adjusted the large rock that served as his backrest. He sat down again with a contented sigh, pulling the blanket around his shoulders and moving his feet closer to the burning logs.
The days were still hot, but at night the altitude meant that temperatures fell fast. Thankfully, sitting by a fire was enough to keep a man's bones warm.
"I'll be glad to see Thurii,"
said Navio.
"Well, it isn't far now, thank Jupiter,"
said Publipor.
"I can't wait for some flat ground. I'm sick of going down one hill only to climb another,"
Arnax piped up. They all chuckled. The bruises from Spartacus's beating had faded within days, but it had taken weeks for Arnax to get over the shame of having talked to Castus. He had recently started coming out of his shell.
"It's practically your home territory, Publipor, eh? And Brundisium isn't that far from where we will overwinter," said Carbo with a wink.
After his arrival, the Apulian had joined a century in his cohort. In the time since they had left the Alps behind, he had become a constant companion and friend.
"No, you're not wrong."
A shadow passed across Publipor's face. Carbo took it to be worry. "Have you got a woman there you left behind, a family?" The shadow became sorrow. "I did. A wife, 3 children." Silence fell. Navio busied himself by loading more logs onto the fire. Arnax, who was scouring Carbo's sword with a piece of wire, found a rust spot to concentrate on above all else. Carbo let his gaze follow a stream of sparks upwards into the brilliant night sky. It wasn't surprising that he hadn't discovered this about Publipor before. Few men in the slave army bothered to tell their comrades of their past, himself included. So what happened to them? Publipor cleared his throat. "They were carried off last year, cholera." "I'm sorry," said Carbo.
"That is a hard burden for anyone to bear,"
added Navio with some feeling.
"War is one thing, but sickness... Well, what can a man do? The gods give, and the gods take away. I should be grateful that I am still here. Still breathing."
Publipor didn't look grateful at all, thought Carbo. He'd found it hard, thinking that he would never see his own parents again, but at least they were alive. It wasn't completely mad to think that they might meet again one day. They weren't that far away. Rome lay perhaps 200 miles to the northwest. The army had been even closer to it a week or two before. Carbo had considered deserting for a short period, or even asking Spartacus if he could visit his parents. But he had discounted the idea as foolish. He'd made a fool of himself twice over with the Thracian, and he wasn't about to do it again.
"We are lucky yet to be alive, and that won't change in the months to come," said Navio darkly. "Just because we defeated the consuls at Picenum doesn't mean that another army won't come looking for us. It will be a lot bigger than the ones we've seen so far, too. As my father used to say, make the most of every day that dawns."
"For it might be your last," finished Arnax in a solemn tone. Navio laughed.
"You've been listening to me carefully, huh?"
Even in the dim light, it was possible to see Arnax blush. Navio reached over and ruffled his hair.
"You're making a good fist of Carbo's gladius. You take a look at mine when you finish, will you?"
"Of course."
Delighted, the boy glanced at Publipor.
"Shall I clean yours as well?"
"When it needs doing, I'll do it myself," the Apulian snapped. "Understand?"
"Sorry."
Arnax dropped his eyes. "I'm tired," Publipor growled. "I think I'll turn in. Good night."
Carbo and Navio muttered their replies. Arnax watched him go in silence.
"Don't worry about it, lad."
"He wasn't having a go at you. He's troubled about his family," said Carbo.
"It takes at least a year before the pain eases in any way," pronounced Navio with a sigh.
"What pain would that be?" They turned in surprise.
"Spartacus,"
said Carbo with a grin. Navio also smiled.
"Welcome."
The Thracian inclined his head in greeting and then threw a hard look at Arnax, who looked as if he wanted the ground to open up and swallow him. Spartacus sat down by the fire.
"What pain were you talking about, Navio?"
"The pain of losing those that one loves."
"I see. The rider watch over you, father. Meron, my brother. Gitas and Suthis, my comrades.
We must all have lost people. It's one of life's trials. A man must deal with it as best he can. Wise words, said Navio. They sat in silence for a short time, Carbo and Navio wondering what had brought their leader unannounced to their fire. We'll reach Thurii in the next month, announced Spartacus. It'll be good to stop marching, huh? They murmured in agreement. Spartacus chuckled. You want to know why I'm here, eh? You haven't just come for an idle chat, said Carbo in a dry tone. Spartacus regarded him steadily. No. Publipor emerged from his tent, a twig protruding from his lips. He had begun brushing his teeth when he became aware of their visitor. He spat quickly. Spartacus, it's an honor to see you. Publipor, you keeping well? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Publipor raised his twig by way of apology. I was about to turn in. I'll come back out, though. No need to do that on my account. Get some rest. It will be another long day tomorrow. Spartacus's tone was friendly, but commanding. Publipor looked relieved. All right, then. Good night, sir. Sleep well. Spartacus turned back to Carbo and Navio. A good man, he said quietly. He is, agreed Carbo. He's a great tracker. Thanks to him, we bring back a deer or a boar most times we go out. It's natural that he's good with a bow. How's his swordcraft coming along? Quite well, replied Navio. Give it a couple more months and he'll be up to scratch with the rest of the men. Good. We should have the time at Thurii to train unhindered. It's unlikely that the Romans will attack us in the winter, but they'll be on the move. Spartacus's face darkened. You know that, don't you? There is no way under the sun that we will be left alone. Yes, they both answered. Arnax's eyes grew wide. At the moment, we have no idea what the dogs are planning. They, on the other hand, get word of our passage from every citizen farmer whose land we pass through. There's not much we can do about that, said Navio. And good intelligence on what the Romans are up to is hard to come by. The deserters who've joined us can't risk going back to their units. They'd be crucified. I know. I have heard one interesting thing, however. Yesterday, one of the patrols stopped a trader who'd come from Rome. He had some news. They leaned forward, agog with interest. Crassus has been given charge of the campaign against us. Carbo felt the blood drain from his face. What, the same man who... Yes. The same prick who ruined your family. The one whom I fought in front of at Capua. Strange how the strands of fate twist, eh? Yes, whispered Carbo, clenching his fists. Apparently Crassus is to speak to the Senate soon. I was thinking that it would be good to hear what he has to say. Maybe even slip a blade between his ribs if the opportunity arose. And that would knock the bastards back on their asses for a while. The idea had seemed daring, even rash, from the outset. But now that he'd spoken it out loud, Spartacus revelled in the thrill of it. He was going to go, and no one would stop him. Navio's eyebrows rose. Would you trust me and Carbo again? Not you and Carbo, no. Carbo sat forward with a start. What? You mean you and me, yes. We'll go to Rome. Straight to the Viper's Nest. See what we can find out. Are you serious? An image of his parents flashed unbidden into Carbo's mind. Guiltily he shoved it away. Never more so. He could still hear Ariadne's voice warning him not to go. See the disbelief on Pulcher and Egbio's faces. I'm the leader of this army. I decide what happens. Carbo nodded. What, just you and me? Yes. You can play the big farmer's son. I'll be your slave. That could work, muttered Carbo, bemused. What about the army? hissed Navio. "You can't leave Castus and Gannicus unchecked. Those pieces of shit will ruin everything." "No, they won't. They want to find a good overwintering spot as much as I do. Once they've got to Thurii, all they will want to do is to drink wine and fornicate." Spartacus knew this for a lie. The Gauls would redouble their efforts to recruit men to their cause in his absence. His mind was made up, however. He would reassert his leadership when he returned. "I've spoken to Pulcher and Egbeo about what to do should any Roman forces appear. They can intervene if the Gauls decide to do something crazy." Navio looked dubious, but he didn't argue. "What about Ariadne? Isn't she due any day now?" Like every other soldier, Carbo held Spartacus's wife in high esteem. Despite her advanced pregnancy, she still walked like everyone else. "It's good for the baby," she said daily with a bright smile. Yet Carbo had seen the strain on her face that very afternoon. Spartacus had to be aware of that. "Don't you want to be here for the birth of your son?" Spartacus gave him a hard look. "Ariadne informs me that she won't go into labor for another 3 weeks. I believe her. Women know about these things." "I understand," muttered Carbo. "We'll leave tomorrow and reach Rome in little over a week and a half. If we can buy horses, it will be even quicker. 2 or 3 days there should be sufficient. The horses will make the return journey faster too." He glanced at Navio. "You will have had just enough time at Thurii to erect a hut for Ariadne before we arrive. It'll be the first thing we do." "If you're sure," said Carbo doubtfully. He hadn't ever ridden that much. "I am." Spartacus said nothing of the fierce argument he'd had with Ariadne over it. She had totally opposed his going, not, she said, because he might miss the birth, but because of the dangers that he would face. "What if you're recognized in Rome?" she had uttered repeatedly. Spartacus had laughed. "Who'll recognize me? The likelihood of seeing someone who knows me are less than an icicle surviving the midday sun." Then he'd taken her hand. "I have to find out what the cursed Romans are planning. This chance to kill Crassus will only be there once. And if you get caught?" He'd laughed. "That won't happen. I'm going to take Carbo with me. He's a native. I'll act as his slave. We'll be on a short business trip to Rome, just 2 men in a crowd of thousands. What could go wrong with that?" Ariadne had finally acquiesced because she'd seen that he would not be swayed. But there was now a further tension between them. "It can be resolved when I return," thought Spartacus. "So, will you come?" As with the first time Spartacus had made such a request of him man to man, rather than from leader to a follower, Carbo was touched. He was also secretly pleased, because in Rome the opportunity to meet his parents might arise. "Of course." "Good." Spartacus got to his feet. "Won't you have some warmed wine?" Carbo made a gesture that sent Arnax scrambling for the amphora in their tent. "No, I want a clear head in the morning. We'll need to cover more than 20 miles a day." "I understand." "Arnax, leave it." "Well, heat some up anyway," ordered Navio. "I'll have a cup, even if Carbo's not going to." "I'll raise a toast to your success, and more importantly, safe return." "Thank you." Spartacus cast them a warning glance. "It goes without saying that no one is to speak of this to anyone." Carbo and Navio nodded. I wouldn't, blurted Arnax, looking mortified. "It's all right. I know you won't talk." With a curt nod, Spartacus disappeared into the darkness. Navio jerked his head after the Thracian. "Gods, I'd wager you didn't see that coming." "I still can't believe it." "Neither can I. Didn't your parents end up in Rome?" Carbo had told Navio his whole story after the fuss over his letter. "Yes." "You tempted to see them?" "I don't know. I might not have the chance." "When will a better opportunity come your way?" "Lead it," muttered Carbo. Navio raised his hands, palm outwards. "Fair enough." Carbo stared into the flames, brooding. If the truth be known, he was wary of meeting his parents again. What would he say to them about where he'd been for the last year and more? He would have to lie about absolutely everything. Despite this, his heart ached at the thought of them. Carbo woke long before dawn. Moving carefully so he didn't disturb Navio and Arnax, he threw off his blankets. He rolled them up, placing them in his pack, which was lying ready by his side. He had gone to bed fully dressed, so all he had to do was slip on his sandals, grab his dagger, and creep outside. Although Carbo half expected to see Spartacus, he gave a start at the figure which loomed out of the semi-darkness.
"Been here long?"
he whispered.
"A little while."
"Couldn't sleep?"
"Something like that. I was tired of the disapproval radiating from Ariadne."
Spartacus regretted not saying goodbye, but the cool between them had hardened overnight to a thick frost. It was strange seeing his leader without his sword, helmet and mail shirt, thought Carbo. Spartacus was dressed in a simple wool tunic and sandals. He was carrying a pack and a stout cudgel. A sheathed knife hung from a leather strap over one shoulder. He looked like any agricultural slave.
"I'm ready," said Carbo. "Give me a bag."
"Eh?"
"If you're the master and I'm the slave, then I have to carry both our packs from the start. Only the gods know whom we'll meet on the road. There's no point arousing suspicions, is there? But hand it over."
Feeling awkward, Carbo did as he was told.
"You've got no weapons?"
"Just this." He tapped his dagger.
"Fine. Let's go. It's a long way to Rome."
Carbo cast a last glance at his tent. His guts lurched at the thought of never seeing Navio and Arnax again.
"I'll be back before they know it,"
he told himself. Pushing back his shoulders, he set off, with Spartacus a step behind.
"May the gods go with you,"
called a low voice. Turning, Carbo saw Navio's head sticking out of their tent. He grinned.
"Thank you."
Nodding farewell, the two men strode off between the lines of tents. It took a long time to work their way to the edge of the huge camp, which was situated in a flat area between two forested peaks. Nearing the perimeter, they passed several sentries who smiled and waved them on.
"They think we're just going on a reconnaissance of the local area,"
muttered Spartacus.
"I had Pulcher send out the word last night."
"What will they say when we don't come back?"
"If anyone asks, Pulcher is to say that we may have gone south ahead of the army to check the lie of the land. It doesn't matter too much if the men don't believe the story. All anyone is thinking of now is reaching Thurii. We'll return before there's any serious problem."
Spartacus pictured Castus, who had been delighted when he told them about his planned mission. Gannicus had seemed pleased too, but the chance of some decent intelligence and of killing Crassus had to take priority. They won't win many men over, he told himself. Leaving the encampment behind, they walked up a steep slope covered in beech trees and worked their way down the other side. The eastern sky was paling fast now, but it no longer mattered. Only the sentries and Paplipor had seen them go. At least, that was what they thought. 9 days later, the pair had nearly reached Rome. Annoyingly, finding suitable mounts had proved to be overly time-consuming. They had therefore walked, covering more than 20 miles every day, still considerably faster than the slow pace of the slave army. It had been tough going, but Carbo hadn't complained. Spartacus was bearing both their packs while he got to walk with only his water bag to weigh him down. They had come down from the mountains at the first opportunity and taken the fastest route to the capital, the Via Appia, which ran from Brundisium to Rome. Paved with blocks of black basalt, it was the Republic's main artery, carrying wagons full of trade goods, soldiers, travellers and civil servants of all types. Carbo and Spartacus had been swallowed up in the tide of humanity that flowed towards the capital, just another master and servant going about their business. As they had arranged, the pair only spoke on the road when there was no one else in sight. At the roadside inns where they had stayed each night, Carbo had taken a small room while the Thracians slept in the stables or even outdoors. It was customary for agricultural slaves to be treated rather poorly, and Spartacus had wanted them to look no different. Everything had to go without a hitch because time was of the essence. If he stayed away too long, the Gauls might actually do some real harm, and he might miss the birth of his son. "We must be close now," said Carbo, pointing at a particularly grand brick-built tomb. "They're getting larger." The mausoleums had lined both sides of the road for miles, memorials to the wealthy and powerful. "You're right. There are fewer latrones and cheap whores on view, too." It was true, thought Carbo. The skulking shapes who lurked by the whispering cypress trees and crypts with their statues of the dead had all but vanished. The city guard probably doesn't tolerate them close to the city.
"There it is,"
said Spartacus softly. "Up ahead, look." Above the heads of the people in front, and framed by the trees on either side, Carbo made out a high stone wall.
"It's bloody enormous."
Spartacus grunted irritably. Rome's defences were intimidating, to say the least. As tall as 5 men standing on each other's shoulders, the wall was faced with large slabs of yellow tufa. He could see soldiers patrolling to and fro on a rampart that ran along the top. A fortified tower perched on either side of the iron-studded gates that led into the capital. Both had a couple of light catapults. Spartacus had only ever had a vague notion of taking Rome, but now it vanished entirely.
"I would need engineers who could build me hundreds of huge ballistae. Even then, it would take months to pound enough holes in the defences to storm the place successfully. Months during which other legions would have been raised elsewhere in Italy."
He forced away his bad humour.
"How old is it?"
"More than 300 years, replied Carbo proudly. "It was erected in the aftermath of the sacking of the city by the Gauls."
"Impressive. But it's a damn shame that it was ever built. Things with Hannibal might have been very different otherwise, and for me too."
Carbo's pride vanished.
"How long is it?"
"It's 5 miles. It encompasses all 7 hills. There's a deep defensive ditch too. We'll see that as we get closer."
"I can't wait,"
said Spartacus dryly. Embarrassed by his enthusiasm, Carbo fell silent.
"Where does your uncle live?"
"On the Esquiline Hill." It had been inevitable that Carbo would tell Spartacus his family's full story. The Thracian had already known of Crassus's part in their downfall. "Do you want to see them?" Spartacus had asked. "Yes." Carbo had studied the fire as he'd replied, his rashness in dictating the letter in Mutina vivid in his mind.
"I think you should go,"
Spartacus had said, stunning him. "Do you still think it's a good idea to make contact with my parents?"
"If there's an opportunity, yes.
You could be killed any time." Carbo's skin crawled. "I don't think that the Esquiline is far from the Capena, the gate we're heading for. It won't be hard to find out."
"Steady on,"
Spartacus warned. "Let's find a place to stay first. Check out the lie of the land. See what's going on." Carbo flushed. "I'm sorry."
"You'll get your chance."
Contenting himself with that, Carbo strode on, determined to appreciate the sights of the city he'd heard so much about, but never seen. He had grown up on tales of the capital and the Forum Romanum, the open space where citizens met to socialize, do business, and to petition senators, and which was overlooked by the Capitoline Hill with its massive temple complex and immense statue of Jupiter. There wouldn't be time, but he also longed to see the Circus Maximus, a natural stadium formed by the steep sides of the Aventine and Palatine hills. His wonder soon turned to surprise. After they had passed under the mighty Servian wall, only the basalt road maintained its grandeur. It was still broad enough for 2 carts to pass abreast. On either side, however, the streets that led off up the hills were narrow and unpaved, and no different to Capua's. The buildings towered higher than Carbo or Spartacus had ever seen, 3, 4, and even 5 stories tall, but for the most part they looked poorly built. The air was thick with the smell of decaying rubbish, human waste, and the acrid tang of urine from the fullers' workshops that were clustered round the Capena gate. And the people. There were more people than either man had imagined could be gathered in one place. They pushed and jostled, so intent on their business that they didn't even look at the other passers-by. The crush was added to by the queues of wagons which filled the roadway. Loaded with vegetables, sides of pork, steeply piled terracotta vessels, and every other merchant good imaginable, they were drawn by pairs or larger teams of oxen. Their drivers roared curses at one another and at the pedestrians, blaming everyone but themselves for the throng that slowed all traffic to a snail's pace. Carbo made for the edge of the street, hoping to make better progress. But the open-fronted shops, restaurants and taverns there filled the ground before their premises with stalls, tables and items for sale. Any available space between was occupied by toothless beggars, a combination of lepers, amputees and scrawny children, or jugglers, snake charmers and other performers. "It's no good," he said in frustration. "It will take us all day to get anywhere if we stay on the Via Appia. I don't know any of the side streets, though." "Well, that's easy to sort out." Spartacus clicked his fingers at a snot-nosed girl in a threadbare tunic. "Want to earn an ass?" The urchin was by Spartacus's side in a heartbeat. "Yes, sir." "No need to call me sir. I'm a slave." "Fair enough," said the girl with an uncaring shrug. "New to the city?" "Yes. My master here is looking for lodgings for a few nights. Central if possible. Nothing too flash, but not a dive either. Somewhere that the beds are clean and the food won't poison you, and where the wine is actually drinkable." "Do you need whores?" "Unless you can guarantee that they haven't got the pox, no," said Carbo. This produced a smile and a mouthful of rotting teeth. "I know just the place. The Elysian Fields. It's between the Esquiline and the Quirinal." "Is that far?" asked Spartacus. "Not the way I'm going to take you. Follow me." The urchin darted off up an alleyway. Carbo eyed Spartacus uncertainly. "What are you waiting for?" "Do you trust her?" "She's seen my cudgel, and the fact that we've both got knives. The child will know it would be foolish to betray us. My money says that she will take us straight to a decent enough inn." Carbo wasn't so sure, but he wasn't in charge, even if it looked as if he was. So, all right. He sped off to the girl, and Spartacus followed. Not long after, they had arrived at the Elysian Fields, a nondescript premises just off the Vicus Patricius. A brief investigation by Carbo revealed that the girl had done as she was asked. The tavern was small but clean and well appointed, and the proprietor, a genial ex-soldier, seemed honest. Having paid the urchin, Carbo took a room on the first floor. Spartacus found the ostler and secured a spot on the floor of the stables. A short and casual conversation determined that the city was awash with the news of Crassus's appointment to lead the Republic's armies.
"The consuls couldn't argue with him any longer, could they?" the ostler commented sourly. "Between them, the stupid fools have been whipped 3 times by Spartacus. I mean, enough's enough, eh?"
"Indeed," muttered Spartacus, hiding his smile.
"So Crassus is going to finish off the slaves, is he?" "So he promises. He's in the process of raising 6 new legions, using his own money, too. Now, that's what I call devotion to the Republic."
Spartacus had expected to hear bad news, but not quite so soon. He cursed savagely inside. Crassus was more of an organizer and leader than he looked then. When 6 new legions were added to the survivors of the consul's armies, he would have almost 10 legions.
"Great rider, I will need your help, even more than ever." "That's impressive. So it's true that he is the richest man in Rome?" "Oh, damn right he is. Made most of it during Sulla's prescriptions, he did. He bought up the properties of those who'd been executed hand over fist." The ostler spat. "Another way he makes his money is to turn up wherever there's a fire. He offers the owners of any burning buildings a tiny fee for the deeds. And nearly all accept. It's either that or they get nothing. Crassus has his own private fire brigade. When he's done the deal, they put out the blaze. Afterwards he's got the ground to erect a new building on, and for a steal."
"He sounds unpleasant."
"Yet they say that he's as polite a man as you can meet. He contributes regularly to the plebs' grain dole. Crassus is a real bull with hay on his horns."
The ostler winked. "Tell your master that he could see him address the citizens this very afternoon if he wished." Really? Asked Spartacus casually. Where would that be? The ostler's eyebrows rose. I forgot that you're not from the city. In the Forum. My thanks, I'll tell him. Chewing on a strand of hay, Spartacus sauntered off in search of Carbo. Carbo was dozing on the most comfortable bed of their journey yet when a loud knock shattered his reverie. Master? He sat up with a start. Yes? Spartacus was already halfway inside the low-ceilinged room. They are indeed serving food downstairs, Master. Roast pork or grilled fresh fish. Shall I order some for you? He closed the door. You'll never guess what's happening this very afternoon. What? Fucking Crassus is to address the people in the Forum. Suddenly Carbo was fully awake. Who told you? The ostler. 6 legions he's raising, in addition to the remnants of Longinus and the consul's forces. In total, he will be leading close to 10 legions. Carbo felt sick. That's a lot of legionaries. Spartacus's grin was savage. I told you it would get harder. Are we going to try and kill him? Whispered Carbo. Well, that's what we came here for, isn't it? Now, adrenaline surged through Carbo. Yes. Gods, you look as if you want to kill him more than me, said Spartacus with a laugh. He ruined my family. He dragged my father's good name into the mud, took the roof from over our heads. And for what? 3 months missed payments on his stinking loan. Carbo's dagger jumped into his hand. It would give me the most incredible pleasure to slit his scrawny throat. Steady on. Spartacus's hard stare unnerved him. I'm sorry. There's no need to be sorry. You have good reason to hate the prick. But a situation like this demands a cool head. Who knows what protection the man will have? Rest assured that after his recent elevation in the world, he won't be walking around with no one looking out for him. If we go rushing in like a pair of fools, the only person laughing afterwards will be Crassus, at our bloody corpses. You don't want that, do you? No, muttered Carbo. We'll make a judgment, once we've seen what's going on and who's around. Not before. Spartacus had seen far too many men slain in battle because they had acted rashly. Now was not the time for recklessness. It may well be that we get no chance to assassinate Crassus. If there isn't, we will just walk away. Clear? Carbo swallowed his resentment. If it wasn't for the Thracian, he'd have long since been food for the worms in the Ludus' cemetery. Yes. Put that damn blade away, then, and order me to follow you out for some food. It took an instant for Carbo to register Spartacus's meaning. Sheathing his knife, he grinned. Well, I fancy a stroll around the great city, he said loudly. We can find somewhere to eat as we walk. He pulled the door wide. Although there was no reason to be suspicious, he was glad to find the corridor beyond empty. Carbo threw up as heartfelt a prayer as he'd ever made. Mighty Jupiter, O greatest and best, grant us the opportunity to kill Crassus. Guide my blade, and that of Spartacus. In his haste, he forgot that requests of the deities needed to be phrased with meticulous accuracy. Chapter 8. Taking a deep breath, Ariadne crouched down and let the contraction wash over her. That's it, murmured the midwife. Now push. All thought left Ariadne as she obeyed. Her jaw clenched, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. An inarticulate moan left her lips. The pain was intense, but Ariadne did not let it better her. I will stay in control. Finally, her abdominal muscles relaxed, and she sagged down onto her knees. Good, I can see the head, it won't be long now. My son will be born soon, thought Ariadne with satisfaction. She hadn't been overly surprised when her pain started while Spartacus was still away. She had told him that their baby wouldn't be born until after his return to make it easier for him to go. But in her gut, she had known it might well be sooner. In the event, her labour had begun the previous night. She was grateful that it had started when it had, because the army was camped, and in a good location, by a mountain stream. She resumed her position. Crouching low, her back slightly curved and her knees bent. One of the women she was friendly with stood in front of her, so that Ariadne could grip her hands for support. Another contraction took her. The time, since the previous one, had shortened. "Push," murmured the midwife. "You must push." Ariadne groaned. "Is she all right?" Athias's voice from outside the tent was full of concern. "Yes, yes. Go and make yourself busy somewhere else," ordered the midwife. As the pain eased, Ariadne remembered how, when she had woken Athias, the tattooed warrior had looked genuinely worried. Despite her discomfort, Ariadne had smiled. One of the most ferocious warriors she had ever met, reduced to an awkward, mumbling shadow of himself. So it is with men. She had calmly told him to fetch the midwife, an old crone who had joined them months before. Next, Athias had carried word to Castus and Gannicus. Ariadne could still remember the Scythian's surprise when he told her what they'd said. They didn't argue at all. Both of them said that the army would stay put until the baby was born. Of course they said that, she thought. If they had insisted the day's march go ahead, it would place her at risk. A day here or there didn't matter to their progress, and while both were brave men, she doubted that either would want to face Spartacus's wrath if something went wrong. Her muscles tightened again, and Ariadne knew that this was it. She began to push as she'd never done before. The midwife, who was behind her, gave her an encouraging slap. "Come on, don't let up. You're nearly there." Ariadne felt a rush of liquid spattering her lower legs, and heard the midwife make a soft exclamation of pleasure. In the same moment, the immense pressure on her lower abdomen eased. Her strength vanished, and if it hadn't been for the woman holding her arms, Ariadne would have fallen. Anxiety gripped her. "You have a boy," said the midwife softly. "He seems healthy, thank the gods. A son. I knew it was a son. Show him to me. Lift your leg." As Ariadne obeyed, the midwife moved beneath her, taking care not to damage the cord. A small, red, mucus-covered bundle of limbs was handed to her. Ariadne thought her heart would break with the beauty of it. "Hello, my son," she whispered, enfolding the babe in her arms. "Welcome, oh, welcome." "Help her to the mattress," directed the midwife. Ariadne felt herself being turned. Hands at her back lightly supported her as she took the few steps to the blankets. She lay down, clasping the newborn to her. A specially prepared wool blanket appeared, her son's swaddling cloth. It was laid over her chest. Ariadne stroked the tiny head, which was covered in downy black hair. "Oh, you're a handsome boy, just like your father. All the girls will want to chase you." "What are you going to call him?" asked the midwife. "Meron, after Spartacus's brother, who was killed fighting the Romans." There was a nod of approval. "It's a powerful name." Ariadne heard her friend protesting, and then there was someone else in the tent. She looked up to see Athias crouched over her, a reverent expression on his normally hard face. "He is... boy?" Ariadne smiled. "Yes." "Healthy?" She shook her head in assent. "Meron is his name. It is... well..." Athias's teeth glinted white in the gloom. "The gods must be thanked, the great rider. Especially, I see it done." "Thank you," said Ariadne. Offering her own gratitude to Dionysus could wait until later. Grinning like a fool, Athias retreated. Ariadne closed her eyes. She was more tired than she had ever been. The midwife prodded her. "Drink this. It's a tonic. There's a herb in there to help you pass the afterbirth, and others to help you sleep and replenish your energy. And the baby must feed. You can rest when he's on the breast." With the old woman's help, Ariadne coaxed Meron onto one of her nipples. He sucked at it with gusto, bringing a smile to her lips. "He likes his food." "That is good," pronounced the midwife, peering at him with satisfaction. "He'll thrive." He will do even better when Spartacus returns, thought Ariadne, trying to ignore the pangs of worry that she had been feeling ever since his departure. Nor had she had any messages from the god about her husband. At least there had been no repeat of the dreadful nightmare in which she could not find his body among hundreds of crucified men. I will see him again, I must. Because he has to meet his son. She glanced down at Meron, and a smile traced its way across her lips. Your father will be so proud when he sees you. The baby sucked even harder, as if in reply. Within a few moments, sleep took her. When they emerged from the inn, Carbo was surprised to see the urchin lounging against the wall of a building opposite. Irritated, he pretended not to notice her, but that didn't stop the girl from darting over. Going somewhere? What's it to you? Carbo snapped. Thought you might need a guide. Well, I don't. Clear off. Carbo headed down the Vicus Patricius, pretending he knew where he was going. The urchin skipped alongside, whistling tunelessly. Carbo could sense Spartacus smiling behind him. I thought I told you to beat it. I'm a free citizen, replied the girl. You can't stop me from going this way too. Can't I? Carbo's tone was acid. No, came the bold reply. Carbo increased his pace, leaving the girl trailing in his wake. His speed made little difference. A couple of 100 paces later, the Vicus Patricius was joined from the left by the Via Labicana, and the press grew just as great as before. Carbo came to an abrupt halt. The junction was packed with carts, litters, and people on foot. Get a move on, boys! A group of soldiers led by an Optio shoved their way out of the crowd and marched in the direction of the Elysian fields. Behind them shuffled a file of slaves led by a hard-faced man carrying a whip. Hollow-cheeked, clad in rags, chained to each other by the neck, the slaves were clearly bound for the market. There was a funeral procession, the corpse wrapped in fine linen sheets borne aloft on a couch by male relations. Following ancient tradition, slaves carried burning torches. In front, a party of musicians played a dirge over and over, as if that would part the crowds. Carbo glanced around, helpless and frustrated. Sure you don't want a guide? Piped a familiar voice. Carbo half-turned, as if to look at the urchin, but also throwing a silent inquiry at Spartacus. Catching the Thracian's almost imperceptible nod, he barked, What's your name? Tulla. Tulla for short. How many summers have you seen? 7 or 8, I think. You think? I don't know for sure. I've been on my own since I can remember. You've got no family? Tulla gave him a defiant look. I don't need no sympathy, mister. I do fine by myself, all right? I'm sure you do. Despite Tulla's boldness, Carbo felt compassion for her. She was small, dirty, and ill-fed. Where do you live? Again the defiant stare. Clemens the baker lets me sleep by his oven in return for keeping watch on his shop. Look, do you want some help or not? Got places to go, have you? Interjected Spartacus. I have, as it happens. I see, said Carbo knowingly. Well, don't let me stop you from heading off. At once there was a change of demeanour. It can wait. Carbo rubbed his chin, letting the girl stew for a moment. How far is the Forum? About half a mile, maybe less. That was what Carbo had thought. Another ass to take us there, then. 3, eh? Well, look at the crowd, Tulla pointed. It's going to get worse from here on. Everyone wants to hear Crassus speak, isn't that what you're going for? Crassus? No, I just want to see the place for myself. Carbo lied blithely. Tulla excavated the contents of one nostril and flicked it away. You picked a bad day for sightseeing. I'll give you 2 asses, and no more. Tulla's grubby paw shot out. I want payment up front. Carbo rooted in his purse and tossed a coin into the air. It was expertly caught. That's only 1 ass. You'll have the other when we get there. Tulla didn't bat an eyelid. It will cost the same to get you back to the Elysian fields. It's best to do that before dark, believe me.
"I tell you what," said Carbo on impulse. "You can act as our guide for the whole of our visit. I'll pay you an even denarius for the next 3 days. For 2 days. Fine!" That was the figure Carbo had had in his head anyway. "Half now?" Tuller demanded. You've got to be joking. You'd vanish the moment we arrive in the Forum." Carbo handed over a second ass. "I'll give you another one tonight." "All right," came the grudging reply. "But you can buy me a sausage on the way." Reminded of his own grumbling stomach, Carbo grinned. "Do you know a good place to buy some?" Tuller was already 10 paces down an alleyway. "The best in Rome! Come on!" Carbo glanced at Spartacus. "Well done. She'll be useful, especially if we have to get away in a hurry." "That's what I was thinking." "Watch what you let her hear," warned Spartacus. "She would sell us out in a heartbeat." Carbo nodded grimly. "Let's get some food then. My belly thinks that my throat's been cut." "Me too." Carbo hurried after Tuller, who was nearly out of sight. The girl was right about the food stall. The garlic and herb sausages that Carbo bought for them were some of the best he'd ever tasted. Shoved into the middle of a freshly baked loaf of flat bread bought from the baker's next door, they were indescribably delicious. From the sausage vendor, Tuller led them through a maze of narrow alleys. Underfoot, they trod on broken pottery, items of smashed furniture, and refuse from the surrounding seneculi. The air was fetid, and more than once Carbo stepped in oozing matter that gave way beneath him. "This is shit we're walking in," he hissed accusingly at Tuller. "Might well be in places. Watch where you put your feet," came the nonchalant answer. "It's the same in all these back ways. I can take you back to the main street if you want." Carbo turned his head. "No," muttered Spartacus. "Keep going," ordered Carbo with a sigh. "We're nearly there," said Tuller by way of consolation. Sure enough, their ears soon filled with the commotion that only a huge gathering of people can make. Carbo's heart quickened as Tuller led them triumphantly out into an open space. "Here you are." At once Carbo's eyes were drawn above the throng to the flat-topped steep hill that loomed over the Forum. At the edge of the summit was an immense painted statue of Jupiter, bearded and imperious. It had been positioned to watch over the city and was truly magnificent. So too was the great gold-roofed temple behind. Despite himself, Carbo was filled with reverence. His lips moved in silent prayer. "Impressive, eh?" said Tuller. "I've seen peasants fall to their knees when they see it." Anger filled Spartacus at the whole spectacle of the Forum, the statue, the temples, the very centre of the Republic. How he longed to tear it all down, but it was too great. He fought a rising sense of frustration and gloom. The best I can hope for is a stalemate of some kind. "Where will Crassus speak?" asked Carbo. "From the Curia steps?" Tuller shook her head. "More likely from the platform by the rostra." Carbo could sense Spartacus's question. "That's a pillar decorated with the prows of captured Carthaginian ships, isn't it?" he asked. "Something like that," came the uncertain reply. "It was built after the first war with Carthage," Carbo declared confidently, remembering his boyhood tutor's history lessons. A war that was primarily fought at sea, and which the Romans won despite the fact that at its outset they didn't have a navy, thought Spartacus sourly. "And that's where the Vestal Virgins live." Tuller pointed to a circular temple, the roof of which was visible off to the left. "There are lots of other temples around the edges of the Forum too. There's one to Castor and Pollux, one to—" Yes, interrupted Carbo. He had sensed Spartacus's restlessness. "Let's get a move on, eh? If we have to make our way through this crowd, it'll take all day." "Weren't you listening to what I said? This is what it'll be like everywhere in the Forum. Half of Rome wants to hear Crassus tell of how he will crush Spartacus. The shops in the markets will probably be shut for the duration too." "Oh." Carbo pretended to be disappointed. "Still, I suppose we could listen to Crassus while we're here." Tuller gave him a withering look. "You'll have trouble hearing a word he says from this spot." "Can you get us closer?" "Of course. We'll just go around the back streets." She pushed past and headed confidently back the way they had come. "I'll take you right to the rostra." "Excellent," said Carbo, pleased yet again by Tuller's resourcefulness.
This time the girl took them into a series of alleyways that crisscrossed the roads that fed into the forum. It was a case of walking at speed for a few dozen paces, shoving their way across a busy street, and then hurrying along another narrow passage. Eventually they ended up at the back of a long, tall building. Inside, Carbo could hear the noise of many voices competing against each other. "Is this a market?" "Yes, a court too. The Basilica Aemilia. It's full of lawyers, scribes and tradesmen, even soothsayers if you're after a reading." "I've no need of that," said Carbo, curling his lip. "They're all liars and charlatans." "That's what Clemens says. He won't let them sit anywhere near his shop. He even used his broom to drive off the last one who tried. The Haruspecs cursed him, but Clemens just laughed. He says that the gods look after a pious man." "A wise man, your baker," said Spartacus. Tulla looked pleased. She guided them another 20 steps to where the alley opened on to a larger way. "That's the side of the Curia," she said, indicating the edifice opposite. Carbo stared across at the simple brick-built wall and the line of glass windows that were visible under the edge of the tiled roof. The structure wasn't imposing in any way, but he was still filled with awe, and not a little pride. He walked over to touch the brickwork. It felt as if he was touching history. This was where the Senate had met for close to half a millennium. Spartacus kept his face blank, but even he was somewhat impressed.
"So this is where the decisions are made."
Cheering broke out off to their left, attracting their attention.
"Roma! Roma! Roma!"
"Perfect timing," said Tulla with a cheeky grin. "That'll be Crassus." Carbo's heart began to thump in his chest. He glanced at Spartacus, whose expression had grown hawkish. "Take us as close as you can," he ordered Tulla. The street was very busy. Everyone was heading in the same direction that they were, but Tulla had a knack for finding the smallest gaps. Carbo had to shove in after her to keep up. Inevitably, those he was pushing past grew irritated, and more than one curse was hurled at him. Carbo's polite excuses kept most of the citizens sweet. For those who weren't convinced, there was Spartacus's hard face at the back. No one wanted to argue with the compactly built slave with the penetrating grey eyes. After much use of their shoulders and elbows, they reached the front of the crowd, which was positioned all around the front of the Curia. A line of lictors with crossed faces prevented the people from going too close to the hallowed building. Behind the bodyguards, on the Curia's steps, stood score upon score of senators, their brilliant white togas and haughty expressions marking them out as superior to the vast majority.
"Yet they're as keen as the rest to hear the man of the hour speak," thought Spartacus. It's no wonder. So far they behaved like a gaggle of hens when a fox gets into the coop. They need a proper leader, someone who can play the general as well as the politician. Is Crassus the man they've been looking for?
"Told you I'd get you here. Happy?" whispered Tulla with an impish smile. "Yes, well done." Carbo's gaze took in the Curia's great bronze doors.
They're enormous.
And to the left, a stone pillar decorated with anchors and ships' bronze prows, before stopping on a simple wooden platform that stood the height of 2 men above the crowd. It was occupied by a pair of soldiers in scale mail carrying standards and a grizzled officer in a mail shirt covered in fularii. A dozen legionaries stood in front of the dais, holding their shields balanced before them. Carbo frowned. It was most unusual for soldiers to be fully armed within Rome. Normally, only lictors were entitled to carry bladed weapons inside the city walls. Crassus must be putting on a show of force, he decided. He didn't think to mention it to Spartacus, who might not know the rule. Beside, the troops' trumpeters waited, their instruments held at the ready.
Crassus hasn't arrived yet.
"No," replied Spartacus in an undertone.
"But look who has,
Eh?
That's Caepio. Remember him?"
The name tugged at Carbo's memory, and he stared again at the trio of soldiers on the podium.
"Gods above, you're right."
It was the centurion who had survived the bloody Munus that had left 399 of his comrades dead.
What's he doing here? I'd wager that Crassus is going to use him to rally support for his new legions. Clever bastard. Maybe I should have killed him too. Sent my message to the Senate a different way.
Spartacus grimaced.
No. He's a brave soldier who deserved to survive.
It will work well, too. Men love to hear the story of someone who survived against the odds.
Crassus isn't just a money-grabbing bastard. He's shrewd, too,
thought Carbo uneasily. He glanced up at the statue on the hill.
Jupiter, give me the chance to kill him today, please.
The crowd, some distance away, suddenly began to chant,
Roma! Roma! Roma!
Their cry was taken up at once by the masses. The noise was deafening and mesmeric. All it lacked was the metallic clash of swords off shields, reflected Carbo, for it to resemble an army before battle. It was most odd. He felt entirely at home, yet a complete stranger. This thought was followed by the sobering realization that if any man in the vicinity knew who he or Spartacus was, they would help tear them both to shreds, and that if he didn't also cheer, someone might notice. He glanced at the Thracian and saw that he was miming the word Roma. Carbo's respect for his leader grew some more, and quickly he did the same. Tulla was jumping up and down, screaming at the top of her voice. A handsome, broad-shouldered man of middle years clambered up the platform steps and into view. The multitude's noise grew even greater, and the 3 soldiers snapped to attention. The newcomer acknowledged them with a salute of his own, and turned to face the forum. He lifted one hand and waved it, as if to welcome them. The mob went wild. Carbo stared at Crassus, his face twisting with hatred. He hadn't seen him since the day the politician had visited the Ludus in Capua. Then, Carbo had been but a rookie fighter. Now, he was a veteran of many battles.
Let me get close to you, you stinking cocksucker. With your last breath, you'll hear me whisper my father's name.
The cry changed.
Roma! Victor! Roma! Victor!
Crassus echoed the call, which increased the crowd's excitement even more.
He knows how to work them, Spartacus admitted. No doubt the piece of filth is a good orator, too.
He eyed the dozen soldiers in sight, and prayed that Crassus walked off afterwards with only a few of them in tow.
Great rider, grant me the chance to kill him. I ask you to guide my knife.
At length, Crassus raised his arms. On cue, the trumpeters blew a fanfare. Silence fell.
Citizens of Rome, I salute you,
shouted Crassus. Their reply was a crescendo of whistles and cheers.
You have come here today for one reason. It's not to borrow from you, that's for sure,
cried a voice from the depths of the crowd. His comment was met with hoots of laughter. Crassus smiled benignly.
Yet my riches are not what they were, good people. Am I not using my own money to raise 6 new legions? With every week that goes by, hundreds of thousands of denarii are being spent on men, provisions, and equipment. I do not grudge a single ass of it, however, because this vast expense is for the good of the Republic.
Crassus! Roared a man near Carbo. Those around him quickly took up the cry, and the mob responded in kind.
They're Crassus's men, whispered Spartacus in Carbo's ear, planted in the crowd. Sewer rat.
Carbo let his fingers caress the bone hilt of his dagger. In the press, no one could see. Again Crassus raised his arms. The uproar died away.
To be truthful, I am honored to provide every assistance that I can to help the state. I would give the clothes off my back if I had to. We must do what we can. Is that not true?
Yes!
We must act now, because Italy is threatened from within, as it has not been for more than 100 years. It is not vile Pyrrhus this time, or the gugger Hannibal.
Crassus let the crowd roar their abuse for a few moments.
No! It is someone far worse, far more vile. We are threatened by the lowest form of life, a slave a creature who goes by the name of Spartacus!"
The mob scream that followed had no form. It had no words. It was pure anger, pure loathing, pure revulsion.
"You son of a whore. I would cut your liver out and feed it to the vultures."
Spartacus had been expecting this, but the insults fanned his fury to new heights. All he could do, however, was stand there and listen. He straightened his back as if he weren't a slave.
"I'm standing right here,"
he thought proudly,
"and you don't even know it."
Carbo steeled himself against the crowds further.
"The bastards! Spartacus is a great man. He treats his followers better than Crassus, his debtors, that's for sure."
Since his escape from the ludus in Capua, Spartacus has gathered to himself an army. It is a force made up of the dregs of humanity. In it are slaves with grudges against their masters and herdsmen who hated their villaki. Every lowlife who wants to rape and pillage has thrown in his lot with this Spartacus, this gladiator, this Thracian. Together they have attacked countless farms and estates the length and breadth of Italy. They have burned villages and even sacked towns. It has all been done with total disregard for human life. Thousands of citizens have been massacred. Innumerable women have been violated.
Again Crassus paused, allowing his audience to express their vitriol. When the baying had died down, he assumed a sorrowful expression.
Sadly, that is not the whole tale. Thus far, the men who have been sent to deal with Spartacus have failed spectacularly. These were no callow youths either. No, they were praetors or legates, men who had previously proved themselves able to do their duty to the state. Caius Claudius Glaber, Publius Verinius, Lucius Cusinius, Lucius Furius. Yet all came to grief at the hands of the slaves. After these setbacks, we placed our trust in our consuls. Thus it has always been in Rome. When the Republic asks, the consuls answer. They lead our legions out to victory.
Crassus acknowledged the great sigh that went rippling through the crowd.
It was not to be, however. Although Lucius Gellius had an initial success against a small breakaway force of slaves, his colleague Gnaeus Cornelius Lentulus Claudianus suffered a humiliating defeat soon after. His men ran from the field, leaving their standards and even their eagles. The bodies of the dead from that battle had scarcely cooled when Gellius's troops were proved to be no better than those of Lentulus. Thousands more legionaries were slain, more standards and eagles were lost. To add to the indignity, 400 of our soldiers were forced to fight to the death as part of a so-called munus, to honor Spartacus's erstwhile comrades. No doubt you have heard the tale. Beside me stands the only man to survive, this valiant centurion, Caepio.
He gestured at the grizzled officer, who bent his head as the crowd cheered.
When I heard the dreadful news,
Crassus went on,
I thought to myself, surely Rome's shame could be made no greater.
Oh, yes, it could, thought Spartacus with dark satisfaction as the mob roared their fury. Carbo studied the frenzied faces around him. He was staggered by the depth of hatred. The irony wasn't lost on him. But for a trick of fate, he could have been feeling exactly the same way. Instead, he was Spartacus's man, through and through, for good or ill.
I was wrong. Just a few weeks ago, Gellius and Lentulus faced the slave rabble in Picenum together. There, even their combined forces were not enough to overcome Spartacus. Dozens more standards, among them another 2 eagles, were abandoned to the enemy. A myriad of new widows were made. More of our children were left fatherless.
Crassus bowed his head for a moment before letting his gaze trail over the crowd.
This level of disgrace, this level of humiliation, could not go on, could it? No! I'm glad that we are in agreement.
He cast a quick, triumphant look at the senators, knowing that Gellius and Lentulus were among their number.
I could not ignore the Republic in its hour of need. And so I put myself forward to take charge of the war. In their wisdom, my fellow politicians saw fit to award me the power of proconsular imperium. You're the only one for the job, Crassus,
bellowed a ruddy-faced man near Carbo. Prolonged cheering indicated the mob's happiness with this announcement. Crassus gave a small nod in acknowledgement.
Do you also want me to crush the slave rabble?
He waited for a couple of heartbeats.
Do you? Yes! I am but an instrument of your will, said Crassus with a humble smile. Once my new forces have been raised, I shall have 10 legions with which to crush Spartacus. The word is that he and his scum have passed by Rome on their way south. Rats usually return to the same hole, so it's likely that the slaves will head for the area around Thurii, where they overwintered before. Wherever they go, I shall track them down. Once they have been run to ground, I shall annihilate them. This I swear, as Jupiter, greatest and best, is my witness.
He glanced at the huge statue as if to confirm his vow.
Kill them all!
Shouted the red-faced man.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
Shouted the crowd. Spartacus filled his lungs and let out a long, slow breath. It will be a fight to the death, then. Tulla roared along with the rest, but this time Carbo couldn't bring himself even to mime. He glanced around, and was reassured by Spartacus's unyielding stare. He'll have a plan. He always does. At length Crassus had the trumpets sound again. It took a while, but eventually a calm of sorts settled over the forum.
Citizens of Rome, I would have you listen to a more experienced man than you or I. A soldier who has served the Republic for more than 30 years, who has fought in more campaigns than he can remember. His body is covered in battle scars, all of which are to the front. The filari that cover his chest bear witness to his valour. I give you the embodiment of Roman courage and virtus. Gnaeus, Servilius, Caepio.
With a grand gesture, Crassus ushered the centurion forward. Loud cheering broke out again, and the watching faces filled with respect. Caepio looked neither right nor left as he advanced. He wasn't one for trying to win the crowd, Spartacus thought, remembering their short conversation after the Munus. He was a soldier, plain and simple, who spoke his mind. Just what was needed right now. Crassus has thought this through from beginning to end.
I thank you, Marcus Licinius Crassus, said Caepio. People of Rome, I salute you.
They roared with delight.
I stand here today, not far shy of my 60th year. I'm still in my harness, mainly because it's easier to sleep in it than it is to remove it.
He smiled as they hooted and whistled at his joke.
If the truth be known, I would rather fight a war outside Italy. That's not possible at this moment, though. Our people need help. No decent man should be able to sleep at night knowing that so many of our fellow citizens are being murdered or burned out of their properties. This cannot go on. We must not let it go on. Roma! Roma! Shouted the crowd. Armies do not appear, as if by magic, though. Crassus needs volunteers, lots of them. For every legion raised, nearly 5,000 strong soldiers are needed. Citizens are flocking to the Republic's banner from all over Italy, but thousands more are still needed. Are there any men between the ages of 17 and 35 years here today?
A multitude of voices answered in assent.
Good,
barked Caepio.
I venture that there are not a few of Sulla's veterans also here. Men who gave loyal service, and who were rewarded with money and a plot of land upon their discharge. Am I right? You are! We salute you, Gnaeus Servilius Caepio!
Cries rang out all over the forum.
It's good that you've come here today, because you too can help the Republic in its hour of need. Your bodies might have grown old, but your hearts are still those of soldiers, eh?
Caepio smiled at the roars that met this remark.
I'd wager that there are plenty of you who hunger for the feel of a gladius in your hand again, who would give up your farms for a season or two just to stand in a shield wall with your comrades once more, who would shed their blood to see Spartacus and his raggle-taggle army sent to Hades. Am I right?
The mob off to Carbo's left swayed and then parted as a group of hard-bitten veterans shoved their way forward into the small amount of space before the platform.
We're with you, Caepio, cried the lead man. Every one of us.
A chorus of shouts rang out. 2 here, another one there, 3 further away, pledging their support.
Well done, lads! Sulla would be proud of you, declared Caepio.
He scanned the entire crowd.
As you know, this is not the place to join the army. I want every man who's going to volunteer to make his way to the Campus Martius. You know where it is. The recruiting officers are already there, waiting for you to come and sign up. As a gesture of gratitude for your courage, Crassus has authorized an advance of 10 denarii to every man who signs his name on the line today.
Whoops of joy met this announcement, and there was an immediate surge towards the streets that led north out of the city. Looking satisfied, Caepio stood back.
Well done, Centurion, said Crassus. Our job, in Rome at least, is done.
But mine is not.
Spartacus watched Crassus intently.
What will he do? Speak with some of the senators? Wait until the forum is emptied?
If his enemy didn't move soon, they would have to walk away. The crowd around them was thinning fast. Before long, they would stand out like sore thumbs. "Where do you want to go now? The Campus Martius? That's where I'd go if I were old enough," said Tulla, waving her arms back and forth as if she were marching. "And I was a boy," she added ruefully. "Not there," said Carbo, who was also eyeing Crassus. He had his lie ready. "I would join up, but I'm an only son. I have to help run the farm." "That's not much of an excuse," said Tulla in an accusing tone. Stung despite himself, Carbo gave her a smart clip behind the ear. "Watch your mouth. My time in the army will come, just not right now." With a sulky look, Tulla retreated out of range. Quickly, Carbo bent as if to tighten one of his sandal straps.
"What do you think?" he hissed. "Do we make a move?"
Spartacus sized up the situation. Crassus was deep in conversation with Caepio. He wasn't going anywhere fast.
"Let's go towards the Basilica Aemilia, hang around the entrance and see what he does."
"I'm thirsty," said Carbo, straightening. He eyed Tulla. "Is there any room for wine cellars among the lawyers and scribes in the Basilicae?" "There are a few," came the sullen reply. The girl's face changed as Carbo flipped 3 asses into the air. "Go and buy a cup of some decent stuff, Falernian or Campanian. We'll be waiting by the door nearest the Curia." "Yes, sir!" Tulla spun on her heel, the coins gripped tight in her grubby fist. "You better come back," Carbo called. "I expect some change." "Don't worry, I want the rest of my denarius." And with that, Tulla vanished into the crowd. Chapter 9. Carbo ambled towards the nearest door of the basilica. Spartacus followed. Placing his back against the wall, Carbo cast an idle eye about in the manner of a man who has nothing particular on his mind. Crassus was still talking to Caepio, although he'd come down a couple of steps.
"I fancy a few cups of wine, not just the one," Carbo said loudly. "The excitement's over as well. After this, I think we'll head back to the Elysian fields."
"Yes, master," replied Spartacus.
"Want to see the future, good sir?"
Carbo turned. A man of indeterminate age in a grubby robe stood before him. The blunt-peaked leather cap on his head and his obsequious manner told him what he already knew. "You're a haruspex." "That's right, sir." "Place a denarius on my palm and I'll endeavour to see what the gods have in store for you." "The legions are coming my way."
"Piss off,"
Carbo said curtly. The haruspex began to protest, but Spartacus took a step forward.
"Are you deaf? Peddle your lies somewhere else, or I'll give you a set of bruises that you most definitely didn't foresee."
Muttering dire imprecations, the man sidled off. Carbo didn't really believe in soothsayers, but it was a little unnerving that after what he just heard, the man had picked him out from everyone else. He made the sign against evil. Spartacus had other things on his mind.
"Psst, he's moving, with only 6 men guarding him too," he hissed with delight. "Caepio's one of them."
Carbo's eyes swiveled. With 2 legionaries in front and 4 behind, Crassus was heading in their general direction. To his surprise, one of the leading soldiers was indeed the veteran centurion.
"They're aiming for the same street we came in on. What should we do?"
Spartacus knew that the odds were long indeed, but his blood was up.
"We go for it. Whether we'll get away afterwards is uncertain, but it's worth the risk."
Carbo's heart was like a pounding drum in his chest. This is what he'd prayed for so hard, but 2 against 6? The legionaries were fully armed too, and all they had were daggers.
"I can't back down."
He gave Spartacus a tight nod.
"How do you want to do it?" "Well, let's get ahead of him. Head into the alley that Tulla brought us down, and charge out as they come alongside. We take a soldier each. The ones nearest us and put them down, hard. Then you go for whichever legionary gets to you first. I'll kill Crassus. You'll have to hold off the rest as they come at you. Think you can do that?"
"Yes," said Carbo with all the confidence he could muster.
"I'm a dead man. What does that matter, though, if we succeed? The instant I'm done with Crassus, we flee back up the alley and lose ourselves in the back streets."
His eyes drilled into Carbo.
"Clear?"
He licked dry lips.
"Yes."
Spartacus honed in on the fractional delay in his reply. He chuckled.
"You want to kill him, don't you?"
"I do."
"Think you can murder an unarmed man? You just have to hack into him as you would with a side of pork. No thinking, no hesitating."
Sudden doubt tore at Carbo. Could he slay Crassus in cold blood? He had always thought he could. But now the chance had fallen into his lap, he wasn't so sure. His eyes fell away from the Thracians.
"I'll do it,"
Spartacus said. Carbo rallied himself with images of his parents having to leave the house that had been in the family for generations. The familiar rage flared in his belly. "I can do it," he protested.
"No,"
replied Spartacus in a hard voice.
"This is the only opportunity that we'll ever get. There can be no cock-ups."
Furious with himself, Carbo acquiesced.
"Well, lead on then, or they'll get ahead of us. Let's pray that Tulla doesn't come back before we're out of sight. The last thing we need is her shouting after us."
"Right. I've had enough of waiting for the brat,"
said Carbo loudly, assuming his role of master once more.
"Let's head back to the inn."
He strode off, not 20 paces ahead of Crassus and his escort. It was hard not to look behind him as he walked. The jingle of the legionary's mail was clearly audible.
"I'll have to get close enough to stab my man in the throat."
His anxiety grew, and his fingers stole of their own volition to the hilt of his dagger.
"Jupiter, let my aim be true."
After they had slain 2 of the legionaries, and while Spartacus was killing Crassus, their companions would turn on him. Carbo did not have time to dwell on what might happen after that.
"Crassus will die,"
he told himself. He reached the alleyway and quickly turned into it. Spartacus came spilling in behind him. His knife was already in his hand.
"Ready?"
Drawing his own blade. Carbo nodded. Spartacus padded to the corner of the building and peered around it with great caution. Then he stepped back and glanced at Carbo.
They're 15 paces away. You take the front legionary on this side. I'll take the next one. Move the instant your man is parallel with us. Don't wait until he or Crassus have passed by, or they might realize what's going on. Yes.
Spartacus was taking the harder kill, but Carbo didn't argue. He moved in front of the Thracian, as far forward as he could without actually being seen, and pressed himself against the cool brickwork.
10 paces they'll be now, whispered Spartacus. 9, 8, 7, 6.
Carbo held his dagger with the tip pointing towards the ground, the way he'd been trained. It provided a far stronger grip, and was almost impossible to knock from his fingers. His gaze narrowed to the space before him, the gap that led to the street. He was aware of the blood rushing in his ears, the crunch of caligae on the uneven ground and the clink of mail. In the background, noises from the basilica, and Spartacus's voice. 5, 4, 3, Carbo tensed. 2, 1.
Now!
The first thing Carbo saw was the edge of a scutum, then a mailed shoulder, and a head covered by a crested bronze bowl helmet. Carbo darted forward. Grabbing the top edge of the shield with his left hand, he ripped it downwards. The unsuspecting legionary was jerked downwards and to the side, exposing his neck. Raising his knife, Carbo hammered it into the hollow to the side of the collarbone. He was aware of Spartacus shooting forward like a wraith to his left, of the other soldiers' confused faces turning towards him, of Crassus's shocked expression. A scream of agony from his victim dragged him back. He ripped free his blade, releasing a spray of bright red blood into the air. Carbo stabbed the man again for good measure, and let him fall.
"It must be them!"
roared the second man at the front. Caepio.
"Protect Crassus!"
At the time, the words didn't register with Carbo because his attention was focused on Caepio, who was charging at him with a drawn sword. Fortunately, Caepio tripped as he leapt forward. His scutum, which should have thumped into Carbo's chest, instead caught Crassus in the side, sending him stumbling to one side.
"Kill him, you fool!"
screeched the politician, backing away towards the wall of the Curia. Gripping his gladius, Caepio advanced. From the corner of his eye, Carbo saw a pair of bodies on the ground and Spartacus scrambling forward at Crassus. The two last legionaries, his mind screamed. Where in Hades are they? He couldn't look around, though, because Caepio was coming at him fast. 1. The centurion's shield boss was rammed at Carbo's face. 2. A throat-ripping thrust of his sword followed. He dodged the first and backed away from the second.
"I recognize you. You're the traitor I spoke to after the Munus."
Snarling with pleasure, Caepio swept forward.
"Ready to choke on your own blood, you vermin?"
Carbo didn't answer. Shieldless, his only form of defence was to retreat. That took him further away from Spartacus and the 5th and 6th soldiers who he now saw had not made for him. Instead, they had somehow got between Crassus and the Thracian and were shielding him with their scuta. Carbo cursed. With just a dagger, there was no way that Spartacus could succeed. There was nothing he could do to help either. Every time he tried to move in the direction of the forum, Caepio blocked his way. He shot a glance behind him. A safe distance away, a crowd of shocked citizens were watching their every move. He spat another oath. The same would be happening beyond where Spartacus was. The alarm would have been raised. Any moment more soldiers would come to Crassus's rescue. Spartacus knew it too. He made one last desperate attempt to reach Crassus, darting into one side of the legionaries guarding him. He managed to strike the leftmost man in the fleshy part of his shield arm. As he did, Crassus cursed and shrank back against the wall.
If I'd had more time, thought Spartacus, it might have made a difference.
No one could hold the heavy weight of a scutum for long after suffering such a wound, but the soldier's companion drove at him with a flurry of blows from his shield and sword, and he had to withdraw. A quick glance towards the forum told him that his attempt was over. A large group of legionaries, accompanied by men in civilian clothes, some of the veterans, no doubt, were sprinting up the street. He pinned Crassus with his stare.
"It's not to be this time, but next time you won't be so lucky."
Crassus glared at him. "I should have ordered you killed that day."
"That's right, you cocksucker! A stupid mistake, eh?"
called Spartacus over his shoulder as he ran off.
"After him!"
screamed Crassus, shoving his guards in the back and gesticulating wildly at the approaching men.
"It is Spartacus! A gold piece to the man who brings me his body!"
Caepio was too busy with Carbo. He didn't see Spartacus coming.
"I could kill him easily enough,"
Yet the dignity with which the centurion had conducted himself still lingered in his mind. Instead, he shoulder-charged Caepio from behind, sending him flying to the ground. Spartacus bounded over him with a great leap. "Fortuna is smiling on you today." "Curse you for a treacherous assassin," Caepio spat. "I won't forget this." "Neither will I." What a missed opportunity, thought Spartacus grimly. Crassus should be coughing out his last breath. He locked eyes with Carbo. "Let's move!" They fled up the street. Neither saw the little figure in their wake darting in and out between the pursuing soldiers. There was a cup of wine in her hand. Spartacus led the way. He ran through the dimly lit alleyway, barging past an old man carrying a hen by the neck, to a junction with another. He turned left blindly and headed up that, followed by Carbo. 50 paces later, the narrow way forked. He took the right. A moment later, he cursed as his feet sank into a stinking pile of semi-liquid waste. "A dung heap." His teeth flashed in the darkness at Carbo. "They won't want to follow us through this. If they do, at least they'll be covered in shit as well." Carbo peered back whence they had come. He couldn't hear any sounds of pursuit. "I think we've lost them." "Maybe. They'll be searching every street by now, though. We need a place to lie low." "Shouldn't we get out of the city?"
"It's too late for that. The first thing Crassus will have done is to order soldiers to every single gate. Anyone trying to leave will be questioned, certainly for the rest of the day. We'll have a better chance if we can hole up somewhere until tomorrow and try then." "It will still be damn risky," thought Spartacus.
Had it been worth the risk?
Yes. Because if their attempt had succeeded,
the Romans would have been thrown into complete disarray. Well, we could always hide here. Spartacus indicated the narrow window openings above them.
Someone will see us and put two and two together.
It'll be dangerous to head back to the Elysian fields, but it's our best option. Carbo didn't like the idea either, but he couldn't think of another. He swung his head this way and that, trying to get his bearings. "Do you even know which direction it is?" "No."
"Well, we'll try this way,"
said Spartacus, taking a step forward.
"You'll get even more lost if you do."
Carbo turned to see a small shape scurrying out of the gloom. He couldn't help but grin. It was Tulla, still clutching the dregs of a cup of wine.
"You?" spat Spartacus. "Why have you followed us?"
"You haven't paid me." Tulla's voice died away as Spartacus took a step towards her.
"Did you see what happened?"
demanded the Thracian. "Yes," replied the girl, backing away. "Is it true that you're Spartacus?" Spartacus darted forward and grabbed Tulla by the front of her tunic. Carbo's breath caught in his chest. "It is." You've just been pretending to be a slave. Why?"
"To find out what's going on here. To discover what Crassus is planning to do."
"And when you saw a chance to assassinate him, you took it?"
"That's right."
"Are you going to kill me now?" Despite Tulla's bravado, her voice quavered.
"I'm not in the habit of murdering children, but I don't want the soldiers to find us either.
There's no other way, really." Spartacus placed his knife against the side of Tulla's scrawny neck. Carbo saw the fabric covering the girl's groin darken as she lost control of her bladder.
"Spartacus, please!"
The Thracian didn't answer, but his knife stayed where it was. Tulla's eyes flickered from Carbo up to Spartacus and back again, but she had lost the ability to speak. "You're to become a father soon," said Carbo.
"What has that to do with it?"
Spartacus demanded harshly. "If you have a daughter, imagine her when she's Tulla's age."
"I am to have a son, not a daughter," Spartacus barked.
"And he will be no gutter rat." The tip of the dagger dug into the skin, causing Tulla to wail in terror and letting a fat drop of blood drop to the ground. "Wait! We can make a deal with her." Spartacus stared at Carbo without speaking, but again his knife remained still. "Offer her an Arius to guide us to the Elysian fields," said Carbo quickly. "She will stay there with us, and in the morning we'll give her another gold coin to take us to one of the quieter gates." Spartacus chuckled. "That's enough to live on for a year. Why would I do that when I can simply cut her throat and keep the money?" "Because it would mean one less life being lost. She's an innocent child." "Innocent? So were the children in Thracian villages that the fucking Romans murdered a few years back." The muscles in Spartacus's forearm tensed. "Do it for me, then," said Carbo, wondering if he was going too far. "Please." Spartacus's lips thinned. "You dare to question me?" "She will not play us false," urged Carbo. "I know it." Spartacus used the point of the blade to force Tulla's chin upwards. "Hear that? Carbo trusts you with his own life." He shot a flinty look at Carbo, whose mouth went very dry. "Are you worthy of that trust?"
Yes, sir."
He let her go, and Carbo let out a ragged breath. Thank the gods. The Thracian fumbled in the purse that hung unseen around his neck. "Here." Tulla grabbed the coin and turned it over and over. "This is only a denarius." "That's right. And this," said Spartacus, flicking a gold coin between his fingers, "is one of the auri you're going to earn. If I give it to you now, you'll probably still play us false, and I'll have to kill Carbo here." Tulla's eyes grew beady. "It's more than you've ever had in your damn life," said Carbo angrily, sure that the money was motivating the girl more than his life. Tulla reached out to try and snatch the aureus, but Spartacus lifted his hand out of reach. "You will be paid in full, if you do as I've asked. But if you don't, I will hunt you down and kill you. Not nicely like I was going to do just now, very slowly." Tulla's face went pale beneath the grime. "All right. You know that the gods will keep you to your side of the bargain?" Carbo was relieved to hear her words. If she believed in oaths, she would not betray his trust. If she did, he had little doubt that the Thracian would kill him. Despite Spartacus's continuing trust, he'd already made 2 mistakes too many. "I do," said Spartacus solemnly. This seemed to satisfy the girl. 2 auri in total, then?" "Yes. The balance payable when you take us to the gate in the morning." "Along with the amount we agreed for the job of guiding you around?" Tulla's jaw jutted out stubbornly.
"Can you believe this girl?" Spartacus barked a laugh. "She'd bargain with the ferryman."
Despite the danger he had placed himself in, Carbo grinned. Spartacus spat on his hand and shoved it forward. "It's a deal." "Deal," agreed Tulla, gravely accepting the grip. Some time later, they found themselves in a side alley that overlooked the Elysian fields. Tulla made to enter the street, but Spartacus pulled her back. "Wait. Let's not be hasty." Staying in the shadows, they watched the inn. Several tables outside were occupied. A balding man dozed with his head against the front wall. A bored-looking whore toyed with her bracelets. 2 older men argued amiably about which horse-racing team was best that season. Carbo's unease reduced a fraction. There didn't seem to be any reason for alarm. He glanced at Spartacus. Not yet. Tulla rolled her eyes, but she too stayed where she was. A boy, pushing a small cart, went by, shouting about the fresh fruit juice he had for sale. A matron passed in the other direction, issuing orders to the trio of house slaves who hurried behind her, carrying her shopping. The delicious smells issuing from a baker's shop a short distance away mixed with the smell of burning charcoal and manure from the pens behind a butcher's. The cattle held there roared their protests. Ting, ting, ting. The sound of metal hammering off metal reached them from a smithy. A cripple hobbled by on a crudely fashioned crutch. Carbo began to relax. Beside him, Tulla was jiggling with impatience. "Do you think it's safe yet?" Spartacus shook his head. "But everything is going on as not—" Tramp. 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 Tulla's eyes widened. Sweat slicked down Carbo's back as Spartacus peered briefly around the corner. Soldiers, 8, 9, 10 of them. A moment later, a party of legionaries came to a halt before the inn. A burly figure emerged from within and sat down with the 2 old men. Focused on the soldiers, Spartacus didn't see the man give them a tiny nod. Carbo did, but put it down to nothing more than a greeting. 6 entered. The remainder waited outside. Spartacus had been right to be cautious, thought Carbo. But their predicament was only a fraction less dire than before. What in Hades do we do now? Good question. Spartacus racked his brains. Great rider, help us. Well, what about a whorehouse? Suggested Tulla. You could stay in one of those overnight. No, retorted Spartacus. Places like that live on gossip. Besides, they could be searched. And believe me, Crassus are going to have this city turned upside down to try and find us. We could try going to my uncle's house and finding out where my parents live, said Carbo slowly. If we clean ourselves up, it might work. His mind raced. What would he say to Varus? To his mother and father? That's a damn good idea. If the worst comes to the worst, we can hold them hostage until the morning. Spartacus eyeballed Carbo. Very well. Carbo almost wished that he had said nothing. He didn't want his parents to remember their last meeting with him, for surely this would be the last, to be tainted in that manner. But they had to escape. Spartacus gave a satisfied nod. Where does your uncle live? Asked Tulla. On the Esquiline Hill. I'm not sure where. Can you find his house? Asked Spartacus. Tulla gave a long-suffering sigh. Of course. I might need to ask around a little. Well, what are you waiting for? Tulla thumbed her nose at Spartacus and headed back down the alley. Martian had drunk more than the rest of his comrades, and his pounding head the next morning had made it easy to turn down his comrade's suggestion of a swim in the river that lay near the camp. They hadn't been gone long, however, before his rest was disturbed again by the sound of widespread cheering. Irritably poking his head out of his tent, he discovered something that sent him fumbling for his clothes. Ignoring his hangover, he ran all the way from the camp to the broad watercourse. "Did you hear the news?" he called excitedly, as he came barreling down the slope, dodging past other soldiers. There were scores of men in the water, bathing, washing their clothes, filling water containers, or doing as his tent mates were, sporting about in the shallows near the bank. A few looked up, but none of Martian's comrades heard him. "Ariadne has had her baby!" he shouted. That got him some attention. Arphocras, one of the nearest to Martian, was shoving a comrade's head under the surface. The sun glinted off the droplets in his close-cropped hair. "What did you say?" "Tell us!" cried a soldier Martian had never seen before. "Ariadne has given birth to a healthy boy!" A lopsided grin twisted Arphocras's face. "A son! The gods be thanked! That's wonderful news. Let's hope that Spartacus comes back soon, eh?" "He will," declared the soldier who'd spoken first. Martian nodded. Unlike many others, Zeuxis prominent among them, he still felt sure that their leader would return. He wasn't sure why this was, but the news of Meron's birth had increased this belief. The others were still play-fighting. "Hey!" he yelled. "I've got big news!" No one paid him any notice. Martian was not surprised. During their weeks of marching under the hot summer sun, few of the mountain streams they'd encountered had been safe enough to enter. This one was, making it a huge draw to the soldiers. Despite the ragging he got for washing regularly, his comrades could not deny the sheer pleasure of being able to bathe in running water. Martian's gaze was drawn back to Arphocras, whose victim had just managed to struggle free. His head had been half submerged, so he had no clue what Martian had been saying either. With a triumphant roar, he threw his arms around Arphocras's neck and dragged him under. Water fountained into the air as the pair thrashed about. 10 paces further out, Gaius had Zeuxis on his shoulders and was facing up to 2 more of their comrades. Shouting curses, Zeuxis and the other man on top grappled fiercely, trying to throw one another into the water. It wasn't long before Zeuxis's steed lost his footing and fell. Zeuxis began to topple backwards, but he seized his opponent by one arm and, shouting with glee, managed to take him down as well. Their antics made Martian forget his news for a moment. Keen to join in, he began to strip off. He had just pulled his tunic up over his shoulders when an immense blow sent him flying forward, his limbs flailing. A heartbeat's delay and Martian landed in the river. He thrashed about madly, trying to find the bottom. Heaving himself upright, He ripped off his tunic and coughed up several mouthfuls of liquid. "Who did that?" he roared. "Who did that?" Laughter filled his ears, and he looked up at the bank. "You bastard!" "The opportunity was too good to miss," said Antonius, another of his tent mates. "You were standing there shouting your head off like bloody Julius." Martian grinned. Throwing their disciplinarian officer into the river was a most appealing idea. "What were you bawling about?" asked a deep voice. "Zeuxis, finally!" He dodged the balding man's charge with ease, giving him a push that, to his immense satisfaction, sent his argumentative tent-mate face first into the river. "Ariadne has given birth," Arphicras butted in. That put a smile on most men's faces, but Zeuxis, dripping water, scowled. "I wish the babe no harm, but that's the last thing we need." "It's not as if it's a surprise. She's been pregnant for 9 months, retorted Arphicras, to a ripple of laughter. "That's not what I mean," growled Zeuxis. "Castus and Gannicus aren't going to be too pleased about this, are they?" "Well, who cares what those whoresons think?" demanded Martian. "Not us, that's for sure." He was pleased when a number of men nearby voiced their agreement. It was hard to ignore, however, that some soldiers were throwing him foul looks. Even worse, they weren't Gauls. "The rot is spreading," he thought unhappily. "It might force them to act. They've been planning something since we turned around at the Alps," said Zeuxis. "If I've heard what they promise us in exchange for loyalty once, I've heard it 100 times. A free reign with every farm and estate that we attack, the right to use iron and gold as trading items. We'll all be rich men soon, if Castus and Gannicus are to be believed." "What's your point?" snapped Martian, tired of Zeuxis's constant complaints. "I know you think it's lies that the Gauls are peddling." "They're not lies. That's the problem," replied Zeuxis sourly. He dropped his voice a fraction. "That's why so many men are listening to them. You mark my words, if Spartacus doesn't come back soon, there'll be trouble, real trouble." The others exchanged worried looks. "It's not that bad," protested Martian. But he'd heard the whispers too. "Isn't it?" asked Zeuxis. "An army needs its leader. And if he is absent for too long, then someone else will take the space. It won't be Egbeo or Pulcher either. They're not ruthless enough." "We don't want change. We're still Spartacus's men, eh?" asked Martian, glaring at his comrades. His reply was a muted chorus of eyes, but Zeuxis's voice wasn't one of them. He glared at Martian. "The only reason that I joined Spartacus's army was to get away from my damn master. You might be different, but a lot of men did the same as me. It was good to learn how to fight, I suppose, and to give the Romans a taste of their own medicine. And Spartacus brought us victory after victory as well, so I kept following him. You could say that I became loyal to him, yes, but now he's fucked off and doesn't look like coming back. He's left us at the mercy of a pair of Gaulish savages. And so much for his loyalty to us. I'm damned if I'll stick around for much longer." "We can't just let Castus and Gannicus take control," cried Martian. "How are you going to stop them?" hissed Zeuxis. "You're an ordinary foot soldier, like me, like all of us. What can you and I do against the likes of the Gauls? They got thousands of followers. Thousands. If we challenged Castus and Gannicus, we'd be food for the vultures, and you know it." Martian looked to his comrades for support, but he found none. No one else was actively agreeing with Zeuxis's gloomy prediction, but nor were they arguing with it. Misery filled him. The laughter of a few moments before seemed a lifetime ago. "Where are you, Spartacus?" "Help me, please." For a moment Ariadne could not work out where she was or who was addressing her. She was alone on a road paved with black basalt slabs. The sun beat down from a clear sky. Above her she saw clouds of vultures. Her skin crawled. Why are there so many? "Help! Water!" Ariadne's head turned, and she took in the man who hung from a simple wooden cross before her. Horror filled her. "Egbeo?" she asked in disbelief. "Ariadne." The big Thracian's voice was husky and dry, far weaker than normal.
Help me.
She took a step closer. The cross was a simple affair, little more than an upright 2 hands' breadth in width, and a crosspiece of similar size that stretched to either side. Ariadne saw that she could hack through the rope that bound Egbeo's feet to the vertical, but the thick iron nails that had been driven through his wrists were beyond her. To prevent removal, their heads had been hammered flat onto the wood, pinning his hands in one agonizing position. "I can't help you," she said. "I'm sorry.
Thirsty. I'm so thirsty."
Ariadne's helplessness reached new heights. She had no water bag with her. Glancing up and down the road, she could see no well, no buildings, just a line of occupied crosses, stretching away on either side, as far as she could see.
"How many men have been crucified?"
she whispered in horror.
"It must be hundreds." "Thousands,"
croaked Egbeo. Suddenly, Ariadne knew why she was here. Terror twisted her stomach into a painful knot.
"Spartacus! Where is Spartacus?"
Egbeo didn't answer.
"Where is my husband?"
Desperation turned her voice shrill. The lines on his haggard face grew even deeper.
He...
A hand shook her shoulder. "Ariadne?" Startled, she opened her eyes to find the midwife crouched over her. "You were having a nightmare." She was interrupted by a mewling sound from beside Ariadne. "And you woke the baby. I think he's hungry."
Yes, of course."
Failing to clear her mind of the graphic images, Ariadne scooped up Meron, whose cry was growing louder.
"It cannot be coincidence that I've had the same hideous dream 3 times, can it?"
She kissed her son on the forehead.
"I'm sorry for disturbing you, my darling. Come here."
Placing him on her breast with the help of the midwife, she lay down again.
"My dream was terrible."
The old woman cackled. "It's the herbs. They often bring bizarre and unsettling images, things that we do not want to happen, or things that we fear. Do the visions ever come true? Sometimes, but it's almost impossible to know the real ones from the false. My advice is for you to forget all about it. You've got more important things to be doing than brooding over a nightmare." Ariadne nodded in agreement. That would be best. She busied herself by gazing at Meron and imagining what he would look like as he grew up. Would he inherit Spartacus's piercing eyes, or her brown ones? Would he be compactly built, like his father, or take after her family, who were slighter-framed? Soon, though, her mind began to wander. Inevitably, it returned to her dream. With Spartacus in Rome, her natural reaction to it was to assume the worst for him.
How can it be the herbs when I've had the same vision before? Could Spartacus be already dead?
She took a deep breath. On the previous occasions that she had seen the lines of crosses, there had been no Egbeo, no conversation. Surely the big Thracian's presence in the nightmare meant that it could not be taking place in the present or the near future, because Egbeo was alive and well, and here with the army. And that had to mean that Spartacus was not one of the crucified men. The old woman coughed, and Ariadne glanced at her.
Maybe none of it means anything.
Her attempt to reassure herself lasted no more than a heartbeat. A dream so dramatic didn't keep returning, unless it was of some significance. Meron stirred, and she caressed the back of his head.
"Hush, my little one, it's all right, it's all right. Dionysus will look after us, as he always has. Spartacus was not one of the men I saw."
As she closed her eyes and tried to rest once more, Ariadne was haunted by one question. She could not make herself forget it. What had Egbeo been trying to tell her? On their way to the Esquiline, Spartacus had Tala purchase 2 new tunics from a run-down clothes shop on a side street. Discarding their bloody ones on a dung heap, And with their knives cleaned and sheathed, the trio were able to take to the main thoroughfares once more. There were parties of soldiers everywhere, but they were paying little heed to the passers-by. Despite this, Carbo's heart was racing, but he swaggered along as if he were walking through Capua. Spartacus was careful to look at the ground. Finding a small, open-fronted restaurant at the base of the hill, Carbo stood at the counter and ordered some food, while Tulla went in search of Varus's house. Both watched the passing patrols, but fortunately the soldiers seemed interested only in inns and taverns. Despite the fact that no one had challenged them, both were glad when the girl returned. Tulla was immune to their worries. "It's 2 streets up," she announced breezily. "We'll know it by the embroidered cushions on the benches outside." Carbo rolled his eyes. "What's she talking about?" demanded Spartacus. "There are seats outside the houses of the rich for their clients to sit on as they wait to be seen. My uncle has always been one for ostentation." Tulla led them up the flagged street, weaving her way through the traffic. She took a left at a fountain decorated with a central gilded statue of Neptune, and then the second right. Carbo spotted the cushions first. He remembered his mother talking about them. "That's it?" They approached. Apart from the soft furnishings on the otherwise empty benches, Alphenus Varus's house could have been one of thousands in Rome. As with many others in this part of the city, it stood alone, a rectangular building with a high outer wall whose only features were a massive studded door and a line of small glass windows. This feature was rare indeed. Carbo's mother's words echoed in his head. "He always has to have the latest fad, no matter how expensive it is. The fool." Already he was not looking forward to seeing his uncle again. Yet the thought of his parents drove him on. Somehow he would make them understand what he'd done. Tulla sat down on the bench to the left of the door. Spartacus remained standing. Carbo realized that they were both looking at him. He straightened his tunic and ran his hands through his hair. Then he stepped up and rapped the iron elephant trunk knocker off the timbers. It made a deep, thumping noise. He waited for a long time, and was just about to knock again when a shutter at head height opened. A pair of eyes stared out suspiciously. "Yes?" "Is Alphenus Varus in?" There was an audible pfft of contempt. "Not to the likes of you." The shutter began to close. This reaction to his scarred appearance was second nature to Carbo. Once it would have cowed him. Now he took a step forward. "I think you'll find that that's not the case. I'm his nephew." The shutter stopped. "You're who?" "Paulus Carbo, his nephew." "The son of Julia? Alphenus' sister?" "Yes. Wait here." Carbo was about to ask if his parents were still living in the house, but the shutter had already slammed home. There was a faint sound of footsteps receding, and then silence. "That wasn't exactly the warmest of welcomes," muttered Spartacus. "Alphenus thinks that Mother married below her station. He has always looked down on us. He's a good man, really." Carbo's protest was automatic, and echoed his father's words. For the first time in his life, however, the sentiment felt false. The few times he had met Varus, the man had been nothing but patronizing and arrogant. It was as well that he'd left the family home, Carbo decided. Otherwise his father would have sent him to live here under Varus's supervision, to train as a lawyer. A moment later, he heard someone returning down the hall. There was a metallic snick as the bolt was drawn back and the door opened. A shrew-faced man with grey hair looked out. "You're to come in." His eyes moved distastefully from Spartacus to Tulla. "Your slave and your guide." Good, thought Carbo. I didn't even need to lie to him. "I see, they can remain outside." Carbo gave what he hoped was a reassuring glance to Spartacus and crossed the threshold. The door was shut with an air of finality, making him uneasy, but he squared his shoulders. This was no time for weakness. "Leave the knife here." The slave indicated a recess to one side of the entrance. Inside it, A massive man sat on a stool with a club between his knees. He seemed dull-witted, but fully capable of braining someone if he was ordered to. Carbo handed over his dagger without protest. "Follow me." The slave walked off without looking to see if he obeyed. They went straight into the tablinum, where a garish painted statue of a dolphin decorated the impluvium. The scenes from classical myth that adorned the walls were portrayed in similarly gaudy fashion, and not to Carbo's taste. He studied the death masks of Varus's ancestors as he passed by the lararium. They had the same self-satisfied expression as he remembered his uncle wearing, a sort of "I'm superior to you" look. He realized he'd been intimidated by it as a child. Now he loathed it. The large colonnaded garden beyond was just as grand as Carbo could have imagined. It was overdone, all coy nymphs peeping from behind ornamental bushes, and grandiose mosaic patterns on the floor. Everything shouted wealth, but not class. Varus was sitting in a chair that was shaded by a large lemon tree. A fine blue glass full of wine sat before him on a table inlaid with gilt. Behind him, a slave used a palm leaf to fan the air. His uncle had once been handsome, thought Carbo. But years of good living had weighed down his big frame with rolls of fat, and given him a jowl worthy of a prize boar. His straight nose was the only feature in which Carbo could see a resemblance to his mother. Varus was studying a half-unrolled parchment, pursing his plump lips as he read. Although he must have heard them approach, he gave no immediate acknowledgement. The slave waited. Carbo waited too, a well of anger bubbling within him. With an effort, he controlled his temper. "Stay polite. We need his help." After a little while, Varus lifted his gaze. "Your nephew, master." The slave took a few steps back. A well-feigned expression of surprise crossed Varus's fleshy features. "Can it be true? Are you really Paulus Carbo?" "Yes, uncle, it is I," said Carbo in as humble a tone as he could manage. "There is a certain resemblance to your mother, I suppose?" Varus's tone was dubious. "The severe scarring from the pox makes it hard to see, however. Not the most good-looking of men, are you?" It took a great effort for Carbo not to leap forward onto Varus, fists pummeling. "I am honoured to meet you at last, uncle," he said, ignoring the question. The jowls rose and fell in response. "You have long since been given up for dead. After a year without so much as a word as to your whereabouts, your parents concluded that you had died or been killed. And now you return, unannounced. What kind of son does that make you?" "I was going to send a letter." "A letter? When?" "About 3 months ago. It never arrived. I decided not to send it." "You don't have much of a conscience, eh?" "Nothing changes," thundered Varus. "Did you know that after you abandoned your parents without a word, they delayed leaving Capua for 2 weeks? They lived in a garret as they searched everywhere for you. But you had vanished as if you had gone down to Hades itself." He glared at Carbo. Guilt hammered at Carbo's temples. They didn't check the ludus. They didn't think I'd stoop so low. "I left the city, went to the coast, took service with a merchant who was sailing for Asia Minor and Judea." Varus's eyes bulged. "That, when you could have been learning to become a lawyer?" "I did not wish to enter that profession," replied Carbo stiffly. "I didn't want to live here with you ordering me about like a slave." Varus made a contemptuous gesture. "You should have obeyed your father's wishes and my recommendation. There would have been none of the heartache." "It's all Crassus's fault, but for him I wouldn't have had to run away from home or to come here." Their failure to assassinate the politician hit Carbo even harder. "As for your poor mother, well, she did nothing but grieve for you. I'm sure that's half the reason the fever took her so easily. He adopted a grieving expression that screamed its falsity. "Oh, yes, she's dead." His uncle's face swam in and out of focus. "When?"
"Let me see,"
mused Varus.
"About 3 months ago, I think it was."
Even if his letter had arrived, it would have been too late. Carbo's grief tore at him with renewed savagery. "It was a fever, you say?"
"Yes, yes. Even though they have drained the swamps, the bad airs linger over the city at various times. No one is immune. I myself was lucky to survive a bout several years ago."
"You self-centered pig," thought Carbo furiously.
"Her death quite took away your father's will to live. If he had known that his only child was living, perhaps he would have taken better care of himself. As it was, well, no."
Carbo screamed silently.
"Great Jupiter, do not let this be happening."
"Father is dead too?"
"Yes, not a week since."
"A week," repeated Carbo like a fool. 7 days.
"That's right. If you had thought to make amends just a little sooner, he might have seen you."
Carbo closed his eyes. "Did an illness take him as well?"
"No. I had my major domo make some inquiries afterwards. It seems that he was attacked one night outside the cenacular where he lived. According to those who saw it happen, it was a case of simple robbery. Scum who killed him didn't know that he had little more than 2 asses to rub together, nor did they care. He was drunk and alone. They stabbed him, rifled him for any valuables, and then left his body in the gutter like so much rubbish."
His mother's death would have hit his father very hard, thought Carbo. Jovian would have thought himself abandoned in the world once she had gone. It was easy to see how he might have turned to drink in solace. "You said he was living in a cenacular. I thought that my parents were staying here with you."
"After my sister's death, tragic though it was, all obligations I had towards Jovian disappeared. He left the day after Julia's funeral."
"He left, or you asked him to go?"
"I asked him. It was better for everyone concerned."
Varus's smile was as practised as a whore's. Carbo could scarcely believe what he was hearing. "So my mother was barely in her tomb when you put my father out on the street. Have you no heart?" Varus gave him an offended look.
"It wasn't as if he had no money for rent or food. At the time he was working for a local merchant."
"And that made it acceptable, I suppose?"
"How dare you take that turn with me, you impudent pup!" snapped Varus. "Where were you when your family needed you? I was the one who took them in, who gave them a roof over their heads and put food in their bellies, who listened to their tragic tale over and over. I, not you."
A wave of shame subsumed Carbo. "I was trying to earn the money to help with father's debts," he muttered. Well, at least that's how it started out. Once they had broken out of the ludus, there had been no opportunities, other than theft, to make any money. And Carbo wasn't a thief. Spartacus had also banned the use of gold and silver in his army. The only metals of use, he said, were iron and bronze for making weapons. I was going to do so much, yet I have done none of it. And now my parents are dead. Tears pricked his eyes. Varus was oblivious.
"Clearly you haven't met with much success. Look at you, dressed like the poorest kind of pleb." His lip curled. "I wonder how you even managed to save the money to buy a slave."
The sheer level of his uncle's contempt helped Carbo to swallow his grief. He would deal with it later. What mattered right now was securing a safe place to hide until the next day. Where could be better than here? He thought with black amusement. He's not a slave.
Eh?
Varus's pudgy forehead creased into a frown.
Who is he then?
He's a friend. Carbo took the few steps that separated him from his uncle at speed. Picking up the glass by its stem, he smashed it off the edge of the table. As Varus gaped, he swept around to the rear of his chair. A great shove sent the slave with the palm leaf stumbling backwards. Carbo threw his left arm around Varus's neck in a chokehold. Gripping the jagged stump of the glass like a knife, he touched it to his uncle's throat. "Up!
What are you doing?"
Spittle flew from Varus's lips as he stood.
"Have you gone entirely mad?"
"Not quite. Tell your major domo to get the brute at the entrance to surrender his club. He is to open the front door and allow my companions in. My friend is to tie up the brute and then return here with the girl."
"You're insane,"
insisted Varus. "Maybe I am." Carbo pushed the broken glass against his uncle's skin until it drew blood. There was a loud squawk of pain. "I will happily shove this in all the way," he murmured. "Just keep answering me back."
You heard him,"
Varus wheezed at the major domo, whose complexion had gone pasty.
"Do as he says, quickly!"
The grey-haired slave hurried off.
"Can I sit down?"
asked Varus.
"I feel faint."
"Fine." Carbo released his grip and let his uncle slide, shaking, back onto his chair. "Don't move."
"Why are you doing this?"
"Shut up!"
"Carbo!"
"I said, shut your fat mouth!" "It would give me extreme pleasure to see you bleed out, you overblown piece of offal." Carbo's mind was full of images of his parents, and his heart was full of sorrow and shame. Killing his uncle might not make that pain go away, but it would help. Varus heard the threat in his voice and subsided. It wasn't long before the major domo arrived with a grim-faced Spartacus and Tulla in tow. The Thracian smiled when he saw Carbo. "I've tied up the doorman and locked the door. No one is going anywhere without my say-so." He waved a set of keys. "This isn't the kind of welcome I expected." "Nor I," replied Carbo harshly. "But my parents are both dead. Uncle Varus here," he gestured with the jagged piece of glass, "is the only family I have remaining. Not that that means he is dear to me, because he's not. After my mother died a few months ago, he put my father out on the street. In his grief, he took to drink. He was murdered a week ago." "I'm sorry," said Spartacus. He gave Varus a pitiless look and returned his gaze to Carbo. "So here is as good a place as any for us to stay." "Yes." "Good thinking." "You must be really rich," said Tulla, eyeing Carbo's uncle with not a small amount of awe. Varus glowered in response. The urchin took a step backwards. Carbo knew that Tulla had probably been kicked out of the way by men such as his uncle all her life. He poked Varus with the glass. "Answer the girl, politely."
"I suppose you could say that I am wealthy, yes?"
said Varus sullenly. "Thought so," said Tulla in a grave tone. She wandered off, trailing a hand in a water channel that fed the plants. Carbo grinned. Tulla had given him an idea. "Do you keep any cash in the house?"
A little, maybe, not much."
Varus's eyes flickered as he spoke. "You're lying." Carbo glanced at Spartacus. "Isn't he?" "Definitely." "We could do with the money, eh?" "Gold always comes in useful." Spartacus was more concerned with getting out of the city unharmed. But he saw that Carbo needed to do this. He would act in much the same way if he ever saw Cotys again. Carbo's anger towards his uncle had gone ice-cold. He took hold of one of Varus's hands and pulled it down onto the table. He raised the stump of glass high. "I'm going to count to 3. If you haven't answered by then, I will stick your fat fucking hand to the wood." 1. Varus's jowls wobbled with terror. 2.
All right, there's a box under a loose tile in the lararium."
"Tulla!" Spartacus's explanation of what to look for sent the girl sprinting off. Carbo released his uncle's hand, which seemed to give Varus some courage.
"So, you come here to rob and murder me, is that it?"
"Weren't you listening?" asked Spartacus. "We need somewhere to stay."
I don't understand."
"I wanted to spend the night with my parents," said Carbo. "That's why I came to your miserable bloody house."
"I see."
Varus looked awkward.
"You didn't know that they were dead?"
"How could I have known?" spat Carbo. Look! Tala's beam stretched from ear to ear. In her arms she bore a small iron box. It's full of gold coins and jewels. We'll take that with us, said Spartacus with a wink at Carbo.
Have it all, cried Varus eagerly. You'll be able to afford the best tavern in Rome.
Spartacus's smile vanished. We'll stay here. Varus's mouth opened to protest, but then he thought better of it.
Who are you?
He whispered. I am Spartacus. Varus's eyes darted to Carbo, who nodded in confirmation.
Spartacus?
That's right. Varus's face went even paler.
But you're supposed to be with your army near Venusia.
Clearly I'm not.
Jupiter above, you'll torture me to death.
Is that what they say I do to my prisoners? Varus nodded fearfully.
Terrible. Terrible things.
It happens with every army, even Roman ones, interjected Carbo. Spartacus tries to stop it. Don't waste your breath, said Spartacus wearily. He won't believe you. Looking at the fear and loathing smeared all over his uncle's face, Carbo knew the Thracian's words to be true. At that moment, part of him wanted to bury the piece of glass in Varus's heart. There was something more important that he could ensure was done, however. Where are my parents buried?
Your mother lies in the Varus family tomb, and your father,
Varus licked his lips unhappily,
is in a simple grave in the public cemetery.
You filth! Carbo's rage surged out of control, and he slashed Varus across the cheek. Even in death you could not treat my father with honour! Varus collapsed, howling to the ground, with blood pouring from between his fingers. I ought to slay you right here! Carbo shouted, pulling Varus up by the front of his tunic.
There is another way.
Spartacus's voice penetrated Carbo's fury.
Eh?
You could make him swear to erect a fine tomb for both your parents, and to have them reinterred there. Carbo heard the wisdom in Spartacus's words, and loved him for it. Despite his ruthlessness, the Thracian cared for him. He let the moaning Varus fall again. Did you hear that?
A tomb, yes, for your parents. It will be the finest I can have built.
It doesn't need to be the finest. Just make it fitting to their station.
I will, I swear it. If I do not, may Jupiter strike me down.
If you do not, growled Spartacus, I will come back and feed you your own prick and balls. Varus's jowls wobbled again, and a fat tear actually ran down each cheek.
I understand,
he whispered. Carbo's rage subsided a little. At least he could now rest in the knowledge that they would lie together in a decent tomb. With luck, one day he would be afforded the opportunity to visit it. One day. After what they had heard earlier, it seemed a slim hope. Chapter 10. When Ariadne woke again, the position of the sunlight on the tent told her that it was late afternoon. The chirring of the cicadas was louder than ever, but the heat of the day had begun to abate. She gazed down at Meron, who was asleep on her chest. "My son," she whispered. Hearing her voice, the midwife came fussing over. "How are you feeling?" "I'm tired, but well." The old woman lifted the blanket and checked between her legs. "Good. There's only been a little bleeding. In the morning, I'll get you up." She grinned, revealing lines of brown pegs. "Word gets around fast. Hundreds of soldiers have already been asking to see Spartacus's son. Atheus has had to post sentries to stop them approaching the tent." Ariadne listened. Sure enough, there were numerous muttered conversations outside. She was filled with pride at this proof of the men's love for their leader. "How many are out there now?" "Dozens." "We cannot let them wait. Take the baby so I can sit up." "You need to rest," said the midwife, alarmed. "I can do that later. Besides, I want them to see Meron." She handed him to the crone. "Swaddle him, please." Ariadne sat up carefully. She reached for the bronze mirror that sat beside the bed and used it so that she could comb and tie back her hair. She found her dark red woolen cloak and threw it over her shoulders. It would conceal her nightdress and remind everyone that, as well as being Spartacus's wife, she was also a priestess. She wondered about taking out her snake too, but decided against it. Seeing Meron would impress them enough. "I'm ready," she announced, reaching out for the baby. "Are you sure? You've just been through childbirth. You mustn't overdo it," scolded the midwife. "I won't stay outside for long." There was an exasperated sigh. The old woman lifted the tent flap. A hush fell at once. Holding Meron to her chest, Ariadne stepped into the sunlight. A loud "ah" rose into the air from the large crowd of men who stood before the tent. Among them Ariadne recognized Navio, Pulcher, Egbeo, and many others. "You have come to see Spartacus's son?" she asked. "Yes," they shouted. Startled, Meron woke up and began to cry. The men gave each other embarrassed grins. "Hush now," Ariadne whispered, comforting Meron. "Those are your father's soldiers, who have come to welcome you into the world." It was as if he understood her words. He quietened and began to nuzzle for her breast. "In a moment, little man." She advanced, so that everyone could see. "Our son is healthy and has fed well." Men laughed, grinned, and slapped each other on the back. "What's his name?" asked Egbeo. "Meron," they cheered. "After Spartacus's brother who died fighting the Romans?" "Yes." "It's a good Thracian name, a strong name," declared Egbeo. "Behold, Meron, son of Spartacus," cried Ariadne, raising him into the air. That made them roar until they were hoarse. Meron began to cry again, and seeing his distress, the men fell silent. Ariadne cuddled him until he was content once more. "May he grow up to be as strong and clever as his father," called a man with a black beard. "As good with a sword and spear as Spartacus." "And as good-looking as his mother," added a voice further back. Ariadne joined in the laughter. Here, basking in the adoration of Spartacus's soldiers, it was easy to forget her nightmare. But she knew that when she went back inside, her fears would return. Ever since they had turned away from the Alps, she had worried about the future. They could not march around Italy for the rest of their lives. The Romans would not permit it. To think otherwise was naive in the extreme. Yet most of the men seemed to believe just that. "Ariadne," said a familiar voice. "Castus." She could not keep her displeasure from her voice. "And Gannicus," she added with a trace more warmth. Inside, her stomach was churning. Neither man would wish Spartacus's son and heir well. She wouldn't put it past them to slip a blade into Meron's heart. Ariadne took some relief from the fact that Athias and Taxis's, scowls locked in place, were right at the Gauls' backs. "You've come to see Meron?" "We have," said Castus with a half-smile. He came closer, and Ariadne had to force herself not to back away. Castus peered at the baby. "He's handsome. May he grow up healthy and strong." "Just like his father," added Gannicus with real heartiness. "And may the gods watch over him always." "Thank you," said Ariadne, still wary. Castus made to speak, but Gannicus intervened. "We shouldn't stay. She's tired." "It was good of you to come." Despite their apparent goodwill, Ariadne eyed the pair with deep suspicion. Since the showdown about where the army would go, she had avoided talking to them. As far as she was concerned, they had betrayed Spartacus. They could not be relied upon. Yet, although relations had been strained, Spartacus had continued to deal with them. "Because I have to," he'd said to her repeatedly. "Otherwise the split will come sooner." "I want to know now." She had heard enough talk about how they were cajoling men to follow them. She threw caution to the wind. They wouldn't attack her or the baby, not with the Scythians at their backs. "When are you going to leave?" Castus flushed. "We're just leaving."
That's not what she meant, said Gannicus, his eyes narrowing. Is it? No. What makes you so sure that we will? Asked Castus. Come on, a blind man could see how angry you were when Spartacus told the men that he would lead them south again. Besides, you told him that you would when the time was right. I might have changed my mind, he said with a silky smile. But you haven't. Castus didn't deny it. But he didn't answer either. Ariadne turned to Gannicus. I know that you will split off eventually. Have you decided when? Gannicus sucked on his moustache and said nothing. Ariadne felt safe enough to let her temper rise. Well, she demanded. I haven't decided, Gannicus admitted. We'll see how the land lies after we make camp near Thurii. But you will break away? Yes. He held her gaze. Spartacus is a great leader. But a man can't follow another all his life. Thank you for your honesty. He smiled, reminding her why she had always preferred him to the shifty Castus. Yet she still wouldn't trust either man. Without the Scythian's presence, she would have been scared. But when were you planning on telling me that? Castus's tone was accusatory. In my own good time. Well, the best thing would be to unite forces. Go together. True. Let's not argue about it here, eh? Gannicus glanced at Ariadne. Wishing the blessings of the gods upon you and your son. He reached out and threw an arm over Castus's shoulders. Still grumbling, the red-haired Gaul let himself be led away. Ariadne watched them go. They'll probably go in the spring. That would make most sense. After the hard weather is over. The knowledge sent relief and a little sadness flooding through her veins. After the uncertainty, it was better to know. Once she told Spartacus he could make plans, work on the men's loyalty, seek out even more recruits. But they still needed a place to head for. Thurii was a long way from Rome, but it wasn't an impregnable fortress or inaccessible. To reach it, all the Romans had to do was march down the Via Annia. Where would be best? Meron whimpered, distracting her. Ariadne retreated into the tent, racking her brains. There had to be somewhere that they could go. She would ask the god. Dionysus had helped her previously. Perhaps he would again. You prick, hissed Castus when they were clear of the throng. You told her when you would leave before me? I said I'd see how the land lay after we got to Thurii. I didn't say when I'd leave. We hadn't even talked about that, Castus spat. We had decided that we wouldn't make any definite decisions until then. By inference, that meant we would move sometime after that. Gannicus couldn't stop the sarcasm creeping into his voice. Don't you fucking patronize me, shouted Castus. I thought we were supposed to be acting together. We are. Well, if you want me and my men as allies, and I'd wager my left ball that I've got a damn sight more of them than you, here Castus shoved his face right into Gannicus's, there'd better be more sharing of information in future. Gannicus had had enough of Castus and his perpetual grievances. He shoved the redhead hard in the chest. Screw you! I've told you before that if you want to go it alone, you can do it any time. See how far you get with only 5,000 or 6,000 men. You'll be massacred by the first Roman legion that you come across. Is that right? Castus's sword hummed free. Oh! So you want to fight me now? Snapped Gannicus, beginning to draw his own weapon. No, I want to chop you into little fucking pieces. Gannicus felt his own rage beginning to rise. With an effort, he brought it under control. He wasn't scared of taking on Castus, but it was a pointless exercise that would end with one or both of them injured or dead. He let his blade slide back into the scabbard. This is stupid. Castus darted forward. There's nothing stupid about hewing your smart-ass head from your neck, he cried, drawing back his right arm. Tell Hades I said hello. You know I'm not a coward, Castus. You know I'm also your equal with a sword. Before you kill me, think about what you're doing. Remember our plan to seize control of the whole army? To be like Brennus, the chieftain of old? It was as if someone had thrown Castus into a pool of icy water.
A degree of sanity returned to his eyes.
"Is that what you want still?"
Gannicus continued.
Of course.
"Then put away your damn weapon. Let's talk about how we can make our idea a reality instead of butchering each other like a pair of drunken warriors arguing over a woman."
Lowering his arm, Castus leaned towards him.
We could start by going back and slitting that bitch's throat, and killing the baby too. I'd do it in a heartbeat, but we would never get close enough. Did you not see how closely the Scythians were watching? Even if we managed it, the men would turn on us when they found out.
Castus looked disappointed.
Best to do something like that at night, I suppose, secretly.
Let's stay focused on one idea. Gannicus glanced around.
Killing Spartacus.
Once he's out of the picture,
it will be a lot easier to rally the army around us. Ariadne and the brat can be dispatched then too. Agbaeo and Pulcher will also need to be killed.
Agreed.
What had you in mind? An ambush on him when he's coming back here?
Gannicus winked. Castus's answering grin was predatory.
How will they find him? It's a gamble, I know, but I'd say that he and Carbo will travel the same way they went to Rome, straight down the Via Annia. You're right. All they'll need to do is find a good spot to spy on the road some distance from here. They can do the job at night.
Castus's grin slipped.
We can't send Gauls, in case anyone sees them and points the finger at us. I've got a group of mixed bloods in mind. You know the types.
Castus nodded. On the large latifundia, it was common for slaves of different origins to have children together. Thousands of the soldiers in Spartacus's army were such. These men felt no loyalty to one race or another, as the Gauls, Thracians, and Germans did.
They're mostly farm slaves, former herders and the like. They answered to me, not Spartacus, and every one of them would slit their own mothers' throats for a purse of silver.
Suspicion flared in Castus's eyes.
You're not just sending your men. Not for something this big. I'll send a few of your lot as well,
replied Gannicus, holding up his hands.
But make sure that they're capable of getting the job done. If we pick 5 each, that'll be plenty. Even Spartacus can't kill 10 men. He's not alone, remember? Well, surely you're not worried about that little sewer rat Carbo.
Worried, no.
But he can handle himself in a fight.
Gannicus sucked in his moustache.
10 men should be enough, though. Well, they'd best leave tonight. Gods, but I'd love to go myself.
Castus eyed Gannicus sidelong.
Make sure the job's done properly.
No.
Why not? Spartacus won't tell any tales afterwards.
He leered.
Neither will his little catamite. That Thracian has more lives than a cat. He might get away. Imagine that he does and that he's seen you. What's the first thing he'd do? All right, I see what you're getting at.
Castus's face soured.
We would lose any chance of uniting the army under our command.
Precisely.
But if we only send men whom we trust, who are not Gauls, there's far less of a trail back to us if things go wrong. And even if this doesn't work, we'll find another opportunity,
said Gannicus.
The slyest cat uses up its lives in the end, eh?
The next morning, Carbo and Spartacus rose early. Varus's cook served the trio a hearty breakfast of bread, honey, nuts, and cheese. The rest of the domestic slaves, a dozen or more, gathered in the doorway and windows of the kitchen and stared in awe at Spartacus. Feeling sorry for them, he said nothing. They had all asked to come with him when they left, and he'd had to refuse. What he needed were hardened agricultural slaves and herdsmen, men who were used to the outdoors and, if possible, to hunting. The frustrated slaves had then wanted to turn on Varus, and he'd had to forbid that as well. "You will only bring a sentence of death upon yourselves," he'd warned. It wasn't uncommon for the authorities to execute every slave in a household in which the master had been murdered. For his own safety, therefore, and to ensure that he could make no attempt to escape, Varus, together with his major domo and doorman, had been locked overnight into an office. Spartacus had resolved to confine the household slaves before they left. That way, Varus would have no real reason to punish them for not raising the alarm. What he hadn't yet decided was their best way of leaving the city. At dawn, he'd sent Tulla out to spy on the nearest gates. To Carbo's evident relief and Spartacus's amusement, He had judged the girl would honour her vow. She had soon returned. She reported that all the entrances were being heavily guarded. Many of those who sought to leave were being questioned. It's not surprising, thought Spartacus. "We should split up," he said as they sat in the courtyard listening to the muttered complaints issuing from Varus's prison. "The guards will be looking for 2 men, not 1. "Well, what if you get taken?" asked Carbo. "If I do, I do. The gods will decide my fate." A wry shrug. "That's why I'm giving you the gold. If I am captured, you are to find the army. As soon as the baby is strong enough to travel, you are to escort Ariadne away. As we previously discussed, the Scythians will go with you." The memory of the dawn before they'd fought Lentulus, and what Spartacus had asked him to do, was etched in Carbo's memory. He nodded miserably, feeling the loss of his parents even more. "What of Navio, Agbeo, Pulcher, the rest of the men?" "Well, they can choose their own paths. It won't be up to me any longer. But whatever may happen to me, my family will be safe." "Of course." "If the day should ever come, and I pray to the gods that it does not, I shall do everything in my power to save them." Spartacus gripped his shoulder. "I know you will." "And if I am captured?" Carbo threw the words out to confront his fear. "At least my pain would end. Your comrades and I will never forget you. We shall make offerings to the gods and hold a feast in your honor. Inside the next 2 months, I shall send a man to check on the progress of your parents' tomb. If Varus hasn't done what he said, he'll lose a few fingers, and be warned that the next time it will be his hands. That will hurry him along." A lump rose in Carbo's throat. "Thank you." "It will not come to that," he told himself. "Enough miserable talk," declared Spartacus. "Since when are soldiers good at seeing through disguises? We will both get through. If you cut down one of Varus's best togas, you can just act like a rich young noble." "Very well. What will you do?" "Take the simplest option." Spartacus let his eyes go vacant, and his lower lip fall slackly. A trickle of spit dribbled down onto his chin. He made a noise halfway between a distressed animal and a man in pain. He shuffled across the courtyard, hunching his back and dragging one of his legs. All the while he kept moaning. Carbo stared in amazement. Tulla looked horrified. Abruptly, Spartacus stood up. "Convinced?" he asked with a smile. They both shook their heads in assent. "Good. That's settled then." He eyed Tulla. "I'd wager that the busiest times are the first few hours of the day and the last hour before the gate shuts." "That's right." "There's no point waiting until sunset. We want to get as far from the city as possible today. We go now," declared Spartacus. Inside, he wasn't quite so certain. Crassus would be sparing no effort to find him. The politician would